Welcome to the Horus Audiobook channel. Don't forget to subscribe for more fascinating content.
The black intelligence is the divination of the mysteries of night, the attribution of reality to the forms of the invisible. It is belief in vague possibility, light in dream. Let us respect the mysteries of the shadow, but keep our lamps burning. Eliphaz Levi. Acknowledgements.
THOR wishes to thank his wife for preparing the illustrations and for contributing some of her own. Fraterani Abthilal 9° OTO, for making available an initiated and contemporary interpretation of Tantra by an adept of the left-hand path. And Frater Iadnamad, V° OTO, for permission to quote passages from his magical diary relevant to the invocataion of the fire snake. Thanks are also due to Mr. John Simons, Aleister Crowley's literary executor, for permission to quote from Crowley's writings, and to Mr. Michael Bershows for the use of material which forms the basis of chapters 9 and 10, and for permission to reproduce some of his paintings. Finally, thanks are due to those individuals, too numerous to mention by name, who have written to the author in connection with his 2 previous books, asking for further details concerning the tantric aspect of magical praxis in relation to the 93 current. This matter has accordingly been treated in some detail, and, as this book is not intended to be a manual of practical occultism, it is necessary to caution the reader against applying the magical methods and formulae which it describes.
Introduction.
Th's Bo OK explains aspects of occultism that are often confused with black magic. Its aim is to restore the left-hand path and to reinterpret its phenomena in the light of some of its more recent manifestations. This cannot be achieved without a survey of primal cults and the symbolic formulae which they deposited. There exists no richer field for such a survey and no more perfect a skeleton whereon to found it than the fetish systems of West Africa and their efflorescence in pre-monumental Egyptian cults. Such a survey is presented in the first 3 chapters, after which the symbols emerge into the light of historic times and appear in the form of the Tantric current explained in chapters 4 and 5. This current appears to diverge into 2 major streams that reflect endlessly the original rift between the votaries of the feminine and the masculine creative principles known technically in Tantra as the left and right-hand paths. They are of the moon and the sun, and their confluence awakes the fire snake Kundalini, the great magic power which illumines the hidden path between them, the middle way, the path of supreme enlightenment. It is the almost universal failure to understand the proper function of the left-hand path that has led to its denigration, principally on account of its unconventional practices, and to an imperfect realization of the ultimate mysteries on the part of those who are unable to synthesize the two. The moon is associated with the ancient stellar cults of Africa, the cradle of humanity and the origin of black magic. But the main cause of the vilification of the left-hand path by adherents of the solar and later cults, even to the present day, is due to its connection with the feminine aspect of the creative principle. It is the sex-magical use of woman in the rites of the left-hand path that has made it universally suspect. In a magical sense, the shadow is the counterpart or double asterisk that accompanies man as his astral twin, ever present and darkly vibrant with the potential of its companion, the physical body. It is also a symbol of the twilight realm of the undead, of vampires, zombies, and phantom beasts such as the spectral hyena, a cult of which survives to this day, and of La Couleuvre Noire, the black snake, whose modem votaries are said to perform rites in places as dissimilar as Chicago, Madrid, and Liagain, Haiti. In a mystical sense, the shadow typifies the darkness that supersedes the lightning flash of cosmic ecstasy adumbrated biologically by the subtle alchemy of sexual congress. Woman, actual or imagined, as the prime instigator of orgasm, is the supreme shadow, the doubling agent through which the mind reproduces and materializes its imagery. To this end, she reifies in human form the scintillant fire snake known to adepts as the Kundalini. A human embodiment of this Ophidian current can occur only in female initiates possessing a peculiar constitution which enables them to transmit its occult energies. Such women appeared anciently as temple prostitutes, pythonesses, high priestesses, and suvasinis of the tantric cults of the Varna Marg, left-hand path. The formula of the holy whore has persisted into modern times in Aleister Crowley's Cult of Love Under Will with its Scarlet Woman, in Austin Sparrow's Kia Cultist Dash, in Michael Burshow's Voodoo Cult of the Black Snake, and in the sinister Chinese Cult of the Ku with its female demons and whores of hell who, for all their harlotries, hold keys to the gates of paradise. The inherent dream, the true will, the primal obsession, are terms used by initiates to denote the hidden God that accompanies man through the cycles of birth and death, ever uniting him with the shade and seeking reification in the objective universe. An adept alone can determine which is the substance, which the shadow. Owing to the present state of humanity in this dark age of Kali, there has been a great upsurge of primordial energy, which finds its fullest expression in the phenomena of sex. But if the sexual energies are not properly controlled and polarized, destruction awaits the practitioner who uses them without fully understanding the formula of the left-hand path, which is, of all paths, the swiftest and the most dangerous. It seems almost superfluous to add that a magus only can manipulate with impunity the magical current that charges these cults of the shadow. As the Tantra says, one reaches heaven by the very things which may lead to hell.
Kali Yuga, a term used in the Tantras to denote consciousness in its densest aspect. This aspect has given birth to Horus, the child of force and fire who will ultimately bum up the dross of matter and consume it utterly in the fire of spirit. The resulting void is typified by Set, twin shadow of Horus, the Satan of the later cults.
An imperfect realization of the ultimate mysteries on the part of those who are unable to synthesize the two. The moon is associated with the ancient stellar cults of Africa, the cradle of humanity, and the origin of black magic. But the main cause of the vilification of the left-hand path by adherents of the solar and later cults, even to the present day, is due to its connection with the feminine aspect of the creative principle. It is the sex-magical use of woman in the rites of the left-hand path that has made it universally suspect. In a magical sense, the shadow is the counterpart or double that accompanies man as his astral twin, ever present and darkly vibrant with the potential of its companion, the physical body. Aiel is also a symbol of the twilight realm of the undead, of vampires, zombies, and phantom beasts such as the spectral hyena, a cult of which survives to this day, and of La Couleuvre Noire, the black snake, whose modern votaries are said to perform rites in places as dissimilar as Chicago, Madrid, and Liagain, Haiti. Words such as double, dabble, dapple, doppelganger, etc., imply duality of one kind or another, hence the diabol or devil as the archetype of duplicity. See the Magical Revival pp. 52-4. In a mystical sense, the shadow typifies the darkness that supersedes the lightning flash of cosmic ecstasy adumbrated biologically by the subtle alchemy of sexual congress. Woman, actual or imagined, as the prime instigator of orgasm, is the supreme shadow, the doubling agent through which the mind reproduces and materializes its imagery. To this end, she reifies in human form the scintillant fire snake known to adepts as the Kundalini. A human embodiment of this Ophidian current can occur only in female initiates possessing a peculiar constitution which enables them to transmit its occult energies. Such women appeared anciently as temple prostitutes, pythonesses, high priestesses, and suvasinis of the tantric cults of the Vama Marg, left-hand path. The formula of the holy whore has persisted into modern times in Aleister Crowley's Cult of Love Under Will with its Scarlet Woman, in Austin Sparrow's Kia Cultist, in Michael Burshow's Voodoo Cult of the Black Snake, and in the sinister Chinese Cult of the Ku with its female demons and whores of hell who, for all their harlotries, hold keys to the gates of paradise. The inherent dream, the true will, the primal obsession, are terms used by initiates to denote the hidden God that accompanies man through the cycles of birth and death, ever uniting him with the shade and seeking reification in the objective universe. An adept alone can determine which is the substance, which the shadow. Owing to the present state of humanity in this dark age of Kali, there has been a great upsurge of primordial energy which finds its fullest expression in the phenomena of sex. But if the sexual energies are not properly controlled and polarized, Destruction awaits the practitioner who uses them without fully understanding the formula of the left-hand path, which is, of all paths, the swiftest and the most dangerous. It seems almost superfluous to add that a magus only can manipulate with impunity the magical current that charges these cults of the shadow. As the Tantra says, one reaches heaven by the very things which may lead to hell.
1. The psychosexual substance of the shadow.
The substance or tarot of the astral plane is the basis of magic and of all magical operations. The word tarot is considered by many to be of unknown origin and of dubious meaning. It has been associated almost exclusively with the curious symbolic fortune-telling cards used in divination and sorcery. But the word has a far more extensive connotation. By a Kabbalistic method of permutation known as Timur-Ah, the word tarot signifies law, fora, wheel, rhoda, and principle or essence, taro. Its derivation may be traced to the name of the ancient Egyptian goddess Tart, which means the mother of revolutions or cycles of time. She was the type of periodic law and, by inference, of duration or eternity. The tarot of a thing is therefore the essence of a thing, its inmost nature, its principle, the law of its being. It is in this primal sense that the term tarot is used in this book, where it denotes the essentially sexual nature of man's occult anatomy. The Talmudists equate Torah with Kether, the consort of Ein Sof. See Transactions of the Blavatsky Lodge of the Theosophical Society, p. 3. The Theosophical Company, Los Angeles, California, 1923. A glance at the accompanying figure will show how this tarot links up with the major occult power zones in the human organism. It is necessary to be conversant with this map of magical marmots in order to understand the precise nature of the shadow upon which the cults here discussed are ultimately based. Further, it is worth noting, though it is unwise to attach too great a significance to the fact, that the sum total of the letters attributed to these marmots is 360, suggesting the full cycle of electromagnetic forces that circulate in the astral anatomy of man. Commencing from the head and proceeding downward, we note, first of all, the marma, chakra, or wheel of magical energy known as the Ajna chakra. This is sometimes referred to as the third eye, the seat of the mystical vision of things unseen, of other dimensions and extraterrestrial planes of existence. The Kabbalistic lettergraph of Ajna is ayin, meaning an eye. This organ is also known as the eye of Shiva. When this eye opens, i.e., when this chakra or lotus blooms, the world of appearances is said to disappear, revealing in its stead the substream of reality upon which is reared the edifice of phenomenal illusion. As such, Ajna is the eye of the light of pure consciousness, which in the Chinese magical tarot, the I King, is symbolized by the trigram, Li. This solar light is balanced by that of the moon in the next marma on the descending scale, which is situated at the base of the brain, at the back of the head. Aleister Crowley notes that this is the cerebral seat of the sexual energies in man. The Chaldean Kabbalah attributes the letter Kof to this region, and its numerical value, 100, combines the initials P, Halis, and K, Ts, which are those of the magical instruments employed in the creation of illusion. The symbolism of the moon on the tree of life comprehends the sexual functions, the lunar Sephirotic focus being Yesod, which means foundation, for the phenomenal world is founded on sexuality. The esoteric interpretation of this lunar symbolism will become apparent in due course. The Kof zone is situated opposite the wheel or tarot known as the Visuddha chakra, which has affinity with the word and the vibration of the word, for it is in the region of the throat, or its subtle counterpart, that the word is made flesh through the sexual vibrations flowing from Kof. The Chinese trigram == sun represents air. In this case, the perfumes or kalas of creative breath. These perfumes or emanations, in their turn, receive an influx from the Ajna chakra, which is the seat of the will in man. In the Ajna chakra are the 15 kalas and the shadow or reflection of the 16th. These two marmas, the one in the region of the third eye, the other in the Kof zone, formulate respectively the will and the word, both of which fuse in Visuddha chakra to pronounce the ineffable name. This is the region of the giants, the Nephilim, who procreate by will alone, which mythical fact is relevant because the numbers of these two marmas, Ayin and Kof, have the value of 170. the number of the Chaldean word Npil, meaning a giant. Also 170 is the number of Itzo, a bed, which illuminates verse 66, chapter 2, of Al. Work, be our bed in working. Thrill with the joy of life death. Ah, thy death shall be lovely. Whoso seeth it shall be glad. Thy death shall be the seal of the promise of our age-long love. For it is at the Kof zone that the will achieves its apotheosis, dying to itself in the very act of endowing the word with flesh. The Chinese trigram corresponding to the lunar light of Kof is == Con. The hexagrams resulting from the union of sun and moon are the last two in the series of 64 hexagrams that constitute the Book of Changes or I Ching. Similarly, the Ajna and the Kof marmas are the last of the series of power zones in the subtle human anatomy. The next major marmas are located in the palms of the hands. The hands are the focus of intense streams of ajas or magical power. In the left palm, the ajas is negative, passive, feminine. In the right palm, it is positive, active, masculine. When the palms are in close contact, as in prayerful mudras of the hands, there is an interchange and free flow of energy between the twin terminals. The adept can inform the circuit thus formed with a current of will that sweeps through the body, cleansing it of accumulated poisons. He can also draw down ajas from Ajna and Kof, concentrating it in the right and left hands, and by the placing of the palms upon certain marmas of another person's body, can kill or cure at a touch. The numerical value of the Chaldean word for palm, Kof, is 20, which is also the number of the word for hand, Yod. The two palms together, therefore, total 40, a number that yields highly significant Kabbalistic correspondences. 40 is the number of Goal, meaning liberator. This is a title of Yesod, the lunar and specifically sexual power zone on the tree of life, see diagram. The connection between these ideas is evident. The palm or hand is the liberator of sexual energy in the priest or the priestess during the sacred rites. In profane sexual activity, the connection is no less obvious. Furthermore, 40 is the number of IDIHVH, the hand of the eternal, also of MEM, the mystical water, blood or wine that is drawn off by the hand in the rite involving the priestess in her lunar phase. The combination of these ideas reveals the magical import of the hand, and particularly the palm. The palm is used especially to arouse the marmas in one's own or another's body. When the adept stimulates the subtle power zones in the body of a specially prepared priestess, he causes the fire snake to manifest at the level, or in the dimension corresponding to that of his manipulations. He can thus exalt the kundalini from its abode at the base of the spine to any marmas he may choose. When it rises to the ajna, the woman then becomes an inspired priestess, a seeress or sacred oracle gifted with clairvoyance. She sees into the past and into the future. In certain Kala cults of the left-hand path, where the worship of the goddess is performed exclusively at the level of the Muladharakakra, the priestess, after concentrating ajas in the palm of her left hand, arouses the fire snake and, not taking it up the spine, sees clairvoyantly with her womb. This she does during the time of catamenia, when the astral forces are able to assume almost tangible form from the effluvia emanating from her vaginal vibrations. Crowley alludes to this phenomena in his commentary on the word Kof. The Hebrew letter Kof represents the hysterical sealed womb at night. The womb sees things in the glamour of physiological upset, while the sun lurks. The seat of the fire snake is in the vulva, which is, as it were, the second eye. It is represented in the Chinese system by the trigram == Quan, and the kulus or effluvia of this eye are represented by the trigram == 2a. This eye also is INLS, whose number, 70, represents the material aspect of 7, the number of the primal goddess. Among other correspondences are the words LIL, meaning night, and SVD, meaning the secret 7, also a couch or seat, the god set, a sacred chest, ark, box or sarcophagus, all of which evoke ideas of death and, mystically, life and death. Furthermore, in AL the word Kobs, CHBS, a star, 70, is described as the name of my house, mean ing that the star is the name of the abode of the fire snake. This is so, for the star is the star of SHT or Set. Furthermore, it is written, the Kobs is in the Ku, not the Ku in the Kobs. Worship then the cobs, and behold my light shed over you. The goddess is speaking, and she is telling the priest that the star is in the place of magical power, i.e., the cue or tail of the goddess, not vice versa. An exhortation to worship the star, set, i.e., arouse the fire snake so that the light of the goddess bathes the priest in a sweet-smelling perfume of sweat. Finally, 70 is the number of yuen, meaning wine, the inebriating fluid of which it is written. To worship me take wine and strange drugs. Wine is assimilated to the symbolism of the cultus or Ophidian emanations that are generated and rendered vibrant by the magical invocation of the fire snake. The SVD or secret eye is that mysterious organ about which many dark hints appear in the literature of the occult. It is usually associated with abhorrent mysteries, witchcraft, and sorcery. This eye is also feminine, and it is represented by the anus of the goat. For Capricorn is the astroglyph of the Scarlet Woman when she is used in the rite for building up magical power on the inner planes. It is represented by the Chinese trigram == can. Eliphas Levi refers to this formula in his Transcendental Magic, and Crowley, perhaps more than any other magician, used it repeatedly. When applied to the male, the formula is debased to black magic and is condemned by the Tantrics, although its widespread use among the Arabs and the Greeks of antiquity suggests that its value as a practical magical formula is so great that no compunction was felt in employing it. The correct interpretation of the unmentionable vessel, as Crowley calls it in his magical record, is, as I have explained in Aleister Crowley and the Hidden God, the organ of the priestess during its lunar phase, and its formula is that of materialization. Hence its connection with the element earth, for the formula earths or reifies the current intangible phenomena. The last major bodily marma is associated with the element fire, either the fire of the goddess in sexual heat, or that hidden and volcanic energy glyphed by the most sacred letter of the Kabbalistic alphabet, Yod, the number Io. Yod is the point or bindu created by the fusion of the phallus, I, and the ties, O, hence Io. The Chinese trigram corresponding to the element fire is that of frustrated face, Ken.
1. The psychosexual substance of the shadow.
The substance or tarot of the astral plane is the basis of magic and of all magical operations. The word tarot is considered by many to be of unknown origin and of dubious meaning. It has been associated almost exclusively with the curious symbolic fortune-telling cards used in divination and sorcery. But the word has a far more extensive connotation. By a Kabbalistic method of permutation known as Timur-Ah, the word tarot signifies law, fora, wheel, rota, and principle or essence, taro. Its derivation may be traced to the name of the ancient Egyptian goddess Tart, which means the mother of revolutions or cycles of time. She was the type of periodic law and, by inference, of duration or eternity. The tarot of a thing is therefore the essence of a thing, its inmost nature, its principle, the law of its being. It is in this primal sense that the term tarot is used in this book, where it denotes the essentially sexual nature of man's occult anatomy. A glance at the accompanying figure will show how this tarot links up with the major occult power zones in the human organism. It is necessary to be conversant with this map of magical marmas in order to understand the precise nature of the shadow upon which the cults here discussed are ultimately based. Further, it is worth noting, though it is unwise to attach too great a significance to the fact, that the sum total of the letters attributed to these marmas is 360, suggesting the full cycle of electromagnetic forces that circulate in the astral anatomy of man. Commencing from the head and proceeding downward, we note, first of all, the marma, chakra, or wheel of magical energy known as the Ajna chakra. This is sometimes referred to as the third eye, the seat of the mystical vision of things unseen, of other dimensions and extraterrestrial planes of existence. The Kabbalistic lettergraph of Ajna is ayin, meaning an eye. This organ is also known as the eye of Shiva. When this eye opens, i.e., when this chakra or lotus blooms, the world of appearances is said to disappear, revealing in its stead the substream of reality upon which is reared the edifice of phenomenal illusion. As such, Ajna is the eye of the light of pure consciousness, which in the Chinese magical tarot, the I King, is symbolized by the trigram, Li. This solar light is balanced by that of the moon in the next marma on the descending scale, which is situated at the base of the brain, at the back of the head. Aleister Crowley notes that this is the cerebral seat of the sexual energies in man. The Chaldean Kabbalah attributes the letter Kof to this region, and its numerical value, 100, combines the initials P, Halis, and K, Ts, which are those of the magical instruments employed in the creation of illusion. The symbolism of the moon on the tree of life comprehends the sexual functions, the lunar Sephirotic focus being Yesod, which means foundation, for the phenomenal world is founded on sexuality. The esoteric interpretation of this lunar symbolism will become apparent in due course. The Kof zone is situated opposite the wheel or tarot known as the Visuddha chakra, which has affinity with the word and the vibration of the word, for it is in the region of the throat, or its subtle counterpart, that the word is made flesh through the sexual vibrations flowing from Kof. The Chinese trigram == sun represents air. In this case, the perfumes or kalas of creative breath. These perfumes or emanations, in their turn, receive an influx from the Ajna chakra, which is the seat of the will in man. In the Ajna chakra are the 15 kalas and the shadow or reflection of the 16th. These two marmas, the one in the region of the third eye, the other in the Kof zone, formulate respectively the will and the word, both of which fuse in Visuddha chakra to pronounce the ineffable name. This is the region of the giants, the Nephilim, who procreate by will alone, which mythical fact is relevant because the numbers of these two marmas, Ayin and Kof, have the value of 170, the number of the Chaldean word Npil, meaning a giant. Also 170 is the number of Itzo, a bed, which illuminates verse 66, chapter 2, of Al. Work and be our bed in working. Thrill with the joy of life and death. Ah! Thy death shall be lovely. Whoso seeth it shall be glad. Thy death shall be the seal of the promise of our age-long love. For it is at the Kof zone that the will achieves its apotheosis, dying to itself in the very act of endowing the word with flesh. The Chinese trigram corresponding to the lunar light of Kof is == Con. The hexagrams resulting from the union of sun and moon are the last two in the series of 64 hexagrams that constitute the Book of Changes or I Ching. Similarly, the Ajna and the Kof marmas are the last of the series of power zones in the subtle human anatomy. The next major marmas are located in the palms of the hands. The hands are the focus of intense streams of ajas or magical power. In the left palm, the ajas is negative, passive, feminine. In the right palm, it is positive, active, masculine. When the palms are in close contact, as in prayerful mudras of the hands, there is an interchange and free flow of energy between the twin terminals. The adept can inform the circuit thus formed with a current of will that sweeps through the body, cleansing it of accumulated poisons. He can also draw down ajas from Ajna and Kof, concentrating it in the right and left hands, and by the placing of the palms upon certain marmas of another person's body, can kill or cure at a touch. The numerical value of the Chaldean word for palm, Kof, is 20, which is also the number of the word for hand, Yod. The two palms together, therefore, total 40, a number that yields highly significant Kabbalistic correspondences. 40 is the number of goal, meaning liberator. This is a title of Yesod, the lunar and specifically sexual power zone on the tree of life. See diagram. The connection between these ideas is evident. The palm or hand is the liberator of sexual energy in the priest or the priestess during the sacred rites. In profane sexual activity, the connection is no less obvious. Furthermore, 40 is the number of IDIHVH, the hand of the eternal, also of MEM, the mystical water, blood or wine that is drawn off by the hand in the rite involving the priestess in her lunar phase. The combination of these ideas reveals the magical import of the hand, and particularly the palm. The palm is used especially to arouse the marmas in one S own or another S body. When the adept stimulates the subtle power zones in the body of a specially prepared priestess, he causes the fire snake to manifest at the level, or in the dimension corresponding to that of his manipulations. He can thus exalt the kundalini from its abode at the base of the spine to any marmas he may choose. When it rises to the ajna, the woman then becomes an inspired priestess, a seeress or sacred oracle gifted with clairvoyance. She sees into the past and into the future. In certain Kala cults of the left-hand path, where the worship of the goddess is performed exclusively at the level of the Muladharakakra, * the priestess, after concentrating ajas in the palm of her left hand, arouses the fire snake and, not taking it up the spine, sees clairvoyantly with her womb. This she does during the time of catamenia, when the astral forces are able to assume almost tangible form from the effluvia emanating from her vaginal vibrations. Crowley alludes to this phenomena in his commentary on the word Koph. The Hebrew letter Koph represents the hysterical sealed womb at night. The womb sees things in the glamour of physiological upset, while the sun lurks. The seat of the fire snake is in the vulva, which is, as it were, the second eye. It is represented in the Chinese system by the trigram == Quan, and the kulus or effluvia of this eye are represented by the trigram == 2a. This eye also is INLS, whose number, 70, represents the material aspect of 7, the number of the primal goddess. Among other correspondences are the words LIL, meaning night, and SVD, meaning the secret, also a couch or seat, the god set, a sacred chest, ark, box, or sarcophagus, all of which evoke ideas of death and, mystically, life and death. Furthermore, in AL the word Cobs, CHBS, a star, 70, is described as the name of my house, mean ing that the star is the name of the abode of the fire snake. This is so, for the star is the star of SHT or Set. Furthermore, it is written, the Cobs is in the Ku, not the Ku in the Cobs. Worship then the Cobs, and behold my light shed over you. The goddess is speaking, and she is telling the priest that the star is in the place of magical power, i.e., the Q or tail of the goddess, not vice versa -- an exhortation to worship the star, Set, i.e., arouse the fire snake so that the light of the goddess bathes the priest in a sweet-smelling perfume of sweat. Finally, 70 is the number of UN, meaning wine, the inebriating fluid of which it is written, to worship me take wine and strange drugs. Wine is assimilated to the symbolism of the kulus or Ophidian emanations that are generated and rendered vibrant by the magical invocation of the fire snake. The SVD or secret eye is that mysterious organ about which many dark hints appear in the literature of the occult. It is usually associated with abhorrent mysteries, witchcraft, and sorcery. This eye is also feminine, and it is represented by the anus of the goat. For Capricorn is the astroglyph of the Scarlet Woman when she is used in the rite for building up magical power on the inner planes. It is represented by the Chinese trigram == Can. Eliphas Levi refers to this formula in his Transcendental Magic, and Crowley, perhaps more than any other magician, used it repeatedly. When applied to the male, the formula is debased to black magic and is condemned by the Tantrics, although its widespread use among the Arabs and the Greeks of antiquity suggests that its value as a practical magical formula is so great that no compunction was felt in employing it. The correct interpretation of the unmentionable vessel, as Crowley calls it in his magical record, is, as I have explained in Aleister Crowley and the Hidden God, the organ of the priestess during its lunar phase, and its formula is that of materialization. Hence its connection with the element earth, for the formula earths or reifies the current intangible phenomena. The last major bodily marma is associated with the element fire, either the fire of the goddess in sexual heat, or that hidden and volcanic energy glyphed by the most sacred letter of the Kabbalistic alphabet, Yod, the number Io. Yod is the point or bindu created by the fusion of the phallus, I, and the ties, O, hence Io. The Chinese trigram corresponding to the element, fire, is that of frustrated face, Ken. The sexual tarot of the complete human being thus forms the Kabbalistic cross of the 4 quarters, which is also the circle, for the total numeration of the letters of the marmas is 360, the number of degrees in a circle. The cross of the 4 quarters was the symbol, in the earliest cults, of the place of intersection between spirit and matter. It is the emblem of Baron Samedi, of Maitre Carrefour, the Lord of the Crossroads and God of the Dead, who has to be evoked before the spirit world can be entered. This scheme of sexual tarots comprehends also the 8 trigrams which form, in permutation, the 8x8 64 hexagrams of the most ancient Chinese system of magic. The human body is thus a compendium of, and the basis for, all the major occult systems, as well as being the substance of the shadow in which the world of phenomenal being appears to undergo its ceaseless transformations. There are in all 16 astrosexual tattvas or tarots, 8 in the female organism and 8 in the male, and they form the basic tattoo pattern, which, together with their etheric counterparts, form the 32 tarots. These are the primal occult power zones whereupon was founded the Kabbalistic tree of life with its 32 paths, and, long ages earlier, the 64 Fa or principles of Chinese mysticism, where they are identified with the hexagrams of the I Ching. The most perfect tarot pattern for magical purposes, however, is the Chaldea Kabbalistic scheme, which comprises the 10 Sephiroth or cosmic power zones with their 22 rays or paths leading into the depths of human consciousness and uniting each individual center with its fellow star by an infinitely ramifying network of astromagnetic vibrations. The 10 Sephiroth represent the cosmic or planetary power zones. Seats of power convey the influence from transplatonic regions veiled by the triple veil of the negative Ein Sof, or which are nothingness, limitlessness, and limitless light, the LVX of the Gnostics. The planetary power zones are Pluto, Neptune, Uranus, Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, Sol, Mercury, Venus, and Luna. Each has its primal ray, kala, or magical influence. Each is radiant. Various god forms are ascribed to each of these seats of power. Harpocrates or Newt to the Ein, Hadit or Set to Pluto, Dagon or Nodens to Neptune, Corzin to Uranus, Maut or Isis to Saturn, Ammon to Jupiter, Horus to Mars, Asar or Ra to Sol, Hathor to Venus, Anubis to Mercury, Shu to Luna. The 4 elements air, fire, water, earth are not the terrestrial elements but elemental tarots or principles of which the 4 familiar elements are the terrestrial forms. The 22 kalas, rays or paths are projections or vehicles of the cosmic energies in the psychosexual network of the human body. They not only convey the primal kala from the transplatonic ethers but are themselves forms of this kala which, passing through the prism of a particular cosmic power zone, condenses and radiates its influence into the subtle aura of the earth. To each path or ray is assigned a Kabbalistic value and an elemental or stellar sign. The 11th path, which is of particular importance in the present era, is ascribed to the element air or space and to the letter Aleph. This kala is symbolized by the double-headed eagle, symbol of the Holy Ghost. It is the path of the child Hor-Parkrat, the babe in the egg. Its elemental attribution is Akasha, or spirit, the black egg of which is typified by the crocodile, Sebek, which links it with the kala of Set. The 12th kala is the path of the Magus ruled over by Mercury and symbolized by the phallus. It represents the fluidic basis of all forms of transmission, and its Kabbalistic symbol is Beth and the wand of the magician. It is ascribed to the messenger, and the cynocephaly or ape of Thoth is the cognate symbol. The 13th kala is that of the Virgin, the high priestess who has special affinity with the moon and with the essences contained in the lunar radiations of the female. It is the sphere of the unawakened, i.e., entranced or sleeping, Isis, or of Artemis, the huntress with her dogs. The 14th kala, represented by the alchemical element, salt, is that of the Great Mother and her offspring. It represents the wife, the continuity of life and inheritance of blood which unites all forms of nature. The white eagle typifies the alchemical salt, the white tincture of the nature of silver. Its Kabbalistic value is Daleth, meaning a door, the vaginal orifice of the wife as also of all manifested life. The ruling cosmic influence in Venus. The 15th kala, He, is also attributed to the mother and to the 5-pointed star of physical reproduction. The double blood of the mother represented by the glyph of Aquarius with its twin streams of life-giving fluid. In the old systems of initiation which obtained during the previous aeon, this kala was ascribed to the ruler who represents the alchemical element sulfur. The ruler now, however, is ascribed to the 28th ray. 28. It is significant that Aquarius, the star complex symbolic of the twin streams of magico-mystical energy in man links, not the spheres of Yesod and Netzach, Luna and Venus as formerly, but the sphere of the zodiac, Chakma, and the sun, Tifereth, thus yielding the key of this Aeon-S formula. It is not the limited Venusian ray that is blended with the moon of illusion and witchcraft to produce the glamour of objective existence, but the perfect blending of the stellar current, represented by Chakma, with that of the solar phallic consciousness in man. In other words, the influx of stellar energies from beyond the solar system is streaming in to illumine the sun of our system, which is none other than Horquit, the crowned and conquering child, Horus triumphant. The next ray carries these energies from Chakma to Chisid via the sun priest, typified by Taurus. Chisid is the vehicle of Jupiter the king, thus indicating that the rule of the child or sun priest is to be established in the current aeon. The ray complementary to that of Aquarius is characterized by the twins, Set Horus, ruled by the energies of Zain, the sword. The twin powers of the 15th Kala are thereby perfectly balanced by the twins, the 17th Kala through the medium of the high priest, the 16th Kala. Here is the crux of the system of Kalas as manifested in the present Aquarian age, and the key to the mystical formulae of the Aeon of Horus as represented in Crowley's cult of love under will. The 16th Kala is the supreme and final Kala in the ancient system of Tantra. It is the culmination of the 15th, which was known in Akkad as Ishtar, the goddess 15. The Kalas were expressed by and through the goddess in the form of the virgin or unawakened priestess in her oracular phase. In the Aeon of Isis, even as today in the Aeon of Horus, the mother still represents the 15th Kala under the form of the dual essences of life represented by the sign Aquarius. The mystical Kalas of the Kaula circle flowered at the time of the full moon, i.e., when the priestess assumed her lunar or oracular phase. This represents the stellar consciousness in its lunar phase under the dominance of Pisces, which ruled a former aeon. Now, in the Aeon of Horus, it is her son, the high priest, who invokes the Kalas of Nut via the woman girt with the sword, the woman pregnant with the twins who give voice to the oracle of the mighty gods. The emphasis is upon the intervention of the male, not as the father Osiris as in the previous aeon, but as the son or child Horus. The 16th Kala is therefore the pivot around which the entire system of stars or essences revolves, and the remaining 16 that go to compose the system of 32 paths are reflections of these 16 in various degrees of outwardly directed energy. The Virgin, the Whore, and the Mother are represented by the 13th, 14th, and 15th Kalas respectively. In the 16th Kala, these three aspects of the feminine formula are gathered together and invoked by the sun priest represented by the beast, i.e., Taurus. In ancient Egyptian symbolism, Taurus, the bull of the mother, was not only her consort, he was also her son, Horus, and his twin brother, Set, was hidden within him. For two things are done and a third thing is begun. Isis and Osiris are given over to incest and adultery. Horus leaps up thrice armed from the womb of his mother. Harpocrates his twin is hidden within him. Set is his holy covenant, that he shall display in the great day of Maat, whose name is truth. This passage contains the entire doctrine of the new aeon, even to the adumbration of the future aeon of Mot which is due to follow upon the present era. The 18th path, or ray, is symbolized by the letter Cheth, which is also the numeral 8. It represents the height, or summit, of the mysterious processes that have preceded it. This Kala is under the aegis of Cancer, the primal creative power, which balances on the left side of the tree the Kola of the high priest on the right. This primal power is linked directly with the high priest by the reciprocal path, 19, which is to the priest what the 14th Kola is to the priestess. The 19th ray is typified by the lion servant, Taith, the solar phallic power which counterbalances the Daleth door symbolism of the priestess. The combination of the beast in the form of the lion serpent with the priestess or whore, the Venusian door or gate, generates the secret seed represented by Virgo, the hermit, the spermatozoon that is the essence of the 20th Kala. This confers upon the priest the title of the All-Father, 3 in 1, represented by Jupiter, the king who presides over the 21 St Kala. Thus is the Venusian force fulfilled in the path of the balance, Libra. This has a special significance in the New Aeon cults, for the letter L is the secret glyph of this Kala, and, together with Aleph, the 11th Kala that is also the first, constitutes Al, the key number 31, of the Book of the Law, Chai Grimoire or Magical Enchiridion of the New Aeon. Immediately after this critical stage in the right, the priest is slain in the water, or blood, of the 23rd Kala. There he undergoes the transformation typified by Scorpio on the 24th path. Scorpio is associated with the sexual energies in the human body, and it is by virtue of the sexual machinery of the female represented by the dragon of corruption, Scorpio. That the link between the sun, Tifereth, and the moon, Yesod, is affected by the 25th kala. Tifereth is the solar consciousness. Yesod, the lunar, the solar phallic, male-female, conjunction of power zones that creates the conditions of full manifestation represented by the goat, Capricornus, who rules the 26th kala. This is the beast of the tarot of the Egyptians represented by or as the devil, Baphomet, the symbolism of whose secret eye has been explained. Capricorn is also the zoomorphic totem of the Scarlet Woman and the symbol of that gigantic power whose color is scarlet, and who has affinity with Capricorn or Babarayan. The esoteric gloss upon the symbolism of the goat in relation to the formula of the Scarlet Woman is to be found in the Tantric tradition where the goat is sacred to Kali, whose talisman is blood. This kala has important affinities with the lunar cycle as it manifests through the priestess at the time of the occultation of the sun, hence the symbolism of the blind or hidden eye. It is this sanguine ray that forms the basis of the 27th kala, which is dominated by Mars, a god that was originally related to blood spilt in sexual assault and the blood denoting the right time for magical copulation. The later association of Mars with war and with bloodshed and violence was made by those who failed to understand the nature of the primitive mysteries. The 28th ray is ascribed to Aries, the ruler, the omnipotent kala represented in alchemy by the red tincture, the fiery element of the cosmos whose element, sulfur, well typifies that metal which is of the nature of gold. The 28th kala is thus the complement of the kala of the whore or priestess, the 14th or Venusian kala, and of the white eagle of the alchemists which represents the continuity of life and inheritance of blood uniting all forms of nature, the white tincture of the nature of silver. The ruler originally typified the 15th kala which is now under the aegis of the star set Isis, 39 as already explained. The power of the ruler flows directly on to the sphere of Mawketh, the kingdom of earth itself, the 10th kala that conceals the transplatonic elements of the first kala, Kether. The vehicle or menstruum of the ruleress energy is the 29th kala, under the aegis of Koph, the Piscean vibration discussed previously in connection with the psychosexual energies at the base of the cerebellum. It is presided over by the moon and balances, Libra, the 30th kala, which is principally solar though with mercurial and lunar undertones. The 31st kala is specially relevant to the symbolism of the new aeon. It is the path of the fire snake and of the spirit of flame which links the power zone of Mercury, the male generative energy, with that of the earth herself, the 10th kala or Muladhara, which is the abode of the material fire snake, as Yesod, the 9th kala or Svadhisthana, is that of the astral fire snake. 31 is the number of Al, the key of the book of the law, and 1/3 of 93, the supreme magical formula of Thelema, love under will. In reverse, Al, meaning God, is La, meaning not or newt, and its number 31, also in reverse, becomes 13, the number of unity and of the virgin or entranced priestess. 31 thus links the fire snake with the cosmic power zones through the medium of the high priestess who reverses the magical current, i.e., exalts the fire snake to the spheres of transplatonic radiance before flooding the earth, the kingdom, Mawketh, with the light of cosmic consciousness. The final stage of this entire complex formula of kalas is fulfilled, or earthed, in the 32nd kala, which is the complete projection in material terms of the 16th kala which it doubles or reflects. It is in fact the projection of the stone of which the alchemists speak. The whole is summed up in the glyph of the Tau, or sign of the cross, this being the point of return to the source of all. Tau is the sigil of the god set, whose formula has now been completed. The foregoing explanation, long as it has been, explains one use of the tree of life as a magical engine and as a living map of cosmic kalas flowing into the solar system from beyond the veils of the Ein, from voids beyond space. The links and interrelations of these cosmic influences can be apprehended by reference to the 8 marmas or power zones in the human body and the 16 kalas which they generate, also by the 32, 4x8, astral tarots of the Tree of Life no less than by the 64, 8x8, FA of the Chinese I King. In the Tantric system, an analogy to the kalas on the tree may be discerned in the yantra of the goddess Dakshinakālika, where the 15 steps of her yoni represent the lunar kalas which culminate in the central bindu, the 16th kala. The tree of life in its schematic form represents the ganglionic complexity of the psychosexual anatomy of man with particular reference to the endocrine system and its secretions. Initiates have for many ages been aware that this system has a subtle affinity with the chakras referred to by the ancient Hindus and Chinese, by seers or rishis who were able to see clairvoyantly, by the use of the Ajna chakra, the scintillant web of brilliance that coursed through the denser masses of its shadowy physical counterpart. Dion Fortune stressed the analogy. In her novel Moon Magic, she explains the processes of sexual magic through the polarized activity of these glandular secretions. The endocrine system in the microcosm therefore mirrors the macrocosmic marmoset and sand his existing as event acts in extraphysical, non-spatial dimensions. The tree of life, in this sense, becomes an esoteric instrument delineating the transmission of cosmic energies and their condensation and storage in the planetary power zones, i.e., the Sephiroth, which, in turn, act as prismatic radiators through which the culus of the zones ray out for distribution throughout the occult anatomy of man. Michael Bershows, a present-day initiate, has well described the mechanics of such an occult instrument. There are physical machines which serve as anchors or groundings for astral machines. This might take the form of a diagram on paper which shows the outline of an astral machine, or it might be a mathematical formula which gives the operational nature, what it is and how it works, of an astral, mental, or intuitional machine. It is essential to bear in mind this dynamic and magical use of the tree when assigning to the Sephiroth and paths the various formulae of the Tarotic arcana. The designs of the Aedis, for instance, are delineations of the ceaseless inflow and outflow of cosmic energies, and their interrelation with the magical mirror of man's psychosexual sheaths. This is particularly evident in Crowley's designs where the symbolism is patently of an alchemical and psychosexual nature. The use of the tree merely as a filing cabinet or some similar static system of reference is contrary to the whole esoteric tradition, yet this attitude is adopted by all but a few of the so-called initiated cults working with these currents today. In past ages, as in the Tantric cults of India, China, and Mongolia, as well as in the Draconian cults of Egypt, the tree existed not necessarily in the form in which we know it today, as the secret vevers of African cults, the yantras of Indian Tantra, no less than in the ancient Fa symbols of the Chinese which have come down to us as the 8 trigrams and 64 hexagrams of the I Ching. It is the interrelation of macrocosmic and microcosmic forces, and their ramifying course through the subtle anatomy of the human body, that underlies the traditional glyphs of the mysteries now largely stylized to such an extent that their true meaning has been effectively concealed from all but initiates. It is due largely to the works of adepts like Aleister Crowley, Dion Fortune, Austin Spare, and the continuation of their work in the cults founded or inspired by them that the genuine occult tradition was not totally lost to the Western world. On the other hand, the purely passive use of the tree of life proves also of value in illumining the nature of ancient cults and their relation to the present-day manifestations of them. This will become apparent when we consider the primal African cults from which voodoo and obeah emerged to become fully effective generators of magical energy.
Tool: the Afro-Tantric Tarot of the Kalis.
The trio I life has been described as the ground plan of the Western esoteric tradition. It is this and much more in a sense other than that demonstrated in the previous chapter. Its delineations are capable of illumining the arcane systems of classical antiquity by reference to the cults from which they originally emerged, the cults of Africa. Furthermore, traces of some of the most obscure magical languages are yet extant in some of the god names, place names, and ancient dialects of Africa. In the West African fetish cults, for instance, are preserved some of the primal names of magical power that were carried over and integrated with Egyptian and Chaldean traditions at a much later age. The pantheons of these primal cults are replete with names suggesting Enochian, Atlantean, and even earlier rootage. Odujua, the supreme sanctrix, worshipped by the peoples of Yoruba, Dahomey, Benin, and neighboring kingdoms, was undoubtedly the type Narn and the root of the most ancient deity known to man. Later worshipped in masculine form as Od, Ad or Hadit, the Chaldean form of Set. Similarly, Oelaoran or Olujumer, the powerful carries distinctly Enochian echoes, while the name Ogorogo, the most glorious, is reminiscent of Aaro Gogo Ruabruo in the mighty satanic invocation that has been translated as, "Thou spiritual sim, Satan thou I thou lust, cry aloud, whirl the wheel, O my father, O Satan, O Son I. Both these deities, Oleorun and Ogo, are expressions of the Ein, or Eye of the Void, which in the primal African cult was known as Elami, a name which was said to be incommunicable. It was the equivalent of El or Al, continued in the Draconian cults as El Shaddai or Al-Shaitan, the stellar deity worshipped by the Arabs and the Jews and by the earliest settlers in Sumer. Alami or Alam became the Elohim of biblical lore. These gods or cosmic powers pour through the veil of the Ein, the all-seeing eye, which has its human analog in the Ajna chakra, concentrated in the first power zone, Kether, as Obatala. Obatala, meaning the king of whiteness and light, was preserved in the occult tradition of the Tree of Life. One of the titles of Kether is the White Head. In African symbolism, whiteness represents spirit and the light of spirit. During the celebration of the mysteries, the neophyte was plastered with white ash or clay to denote his transformation into a spirit, and his ability thereafter to function in the world of spirits. White was therefore revered in the mysteries as the holiest of hues. Obatala, as the king of whiteness, was a transsexual deity, but when whiteness later came to symbolize creative potency, as the white seed or semen, Obatala then became the equivalent of the masculine component of deity. He is the African logos, and it is the work of Obatala to form the child in the womb, his feminine aspect, Odujua. Odujua is the chief goddess of the African pantheon. Her name means the Black One. An alternative name of Odujua is Aya Agba, the mother who receives, an exact equivalent of the Kabbalistic Bina, the third Sephira of the Tree of Life. Obatala and Odujua, the white and the black, were, in the beginning, locked in copulation and hermetically sealed in a bottle gourd. Obatala in the lid, i.e., the head, and Odujua in the bottom of the bottle, which was engulfed in the great sea and enveloped in profound darkness. The primeval gulf located on the Tree of Life as the abyss between Chakma and Bina. Obatala represents all supernal things, Odujua all infernal things. Obatala is mind, Odujua is matter. Obatala is heaven, Odujua is hell. These concepts are implicit in the whitened gourd, which is provided with a cover or veil in the sacred temples of the mysteries. These twin deities are actually one god, and this idea is conveyed by a statue having a single foot, a single arm, and a tail terminating in a ball or globe. The cosmic power zones, Chakma and Bina, that are assigned to Obatala and Odujua respectively typify the dual currents of magical energy, known as the Ob and the Od. In the physical organism, the control of these two currents of occult electricity implies the inhibition of the usual results of sexual congress. The libido is not earthed, but magically directed so as to incarnate in a form specially prepared for its reception, viz., a talisman, sigil, yentra, or vever that is the vehicle of the deity invoked. The formula of the Ob and the Od, and therefore of Obatala and Odujua, is resumed in the glyph known as the caduceus of Mercury. See diagram. The triple tongue of flame formed by the heads of the twin serpents and the ball of the wand represents the natural and central fire equilibrated by the polarization of the Ob and the Od. Ob is the lunar vibration used by the Magus when he rouses the Chakma power zone in conjunction with Yesod, hence the designation of the Chakma grade in the magical hierarchy of the A is 9 degrees equals 2D, the numbers of Yesod and Chakma respectively. Od is the vibration of the magical light of Set. Our light, the Lux of the Gnostics, is the solar vibration. The sun in the heavens, consciousness in humanity, gold in metals. The secret of magnetism, as of magic, consists in ruling the fatality of the serpent, Ob, by the intelligence and power of Od in order to create the perfect equilibrium which manifests as the magic light, in balanced polarity, vibrating in readiness to create. In the Tantric cults, the globe of the wand equates with the bindu, the concentration in a single point or seed of cosmic creativity. Our is then the Sushumna, the central column of the Tree of Life, the spinal column in man, while Ob and Od are the left and right nerve currents. When polarized, they arouse the fire snake sleeping at the base of the spine. The Kundalini then shoots upward and becomes the central fire tongue of triple flame, the flame of spirit in the caduceus symbolism. This has the form of the letter Shin, the letter of fire and spirit attributed to Shaitan or Set. The word Shin signifies a tooth. It is the typical trident of spirit, the horn or bone of resurrection typified by the phallus of Osiris, the trident of the Indian Shavites, no less than by the fork of Neptune, Poseidon, Dagon, and other ancient gods of the deep. The number of Shin is 300, which repeats the triple or threefold symbolism. For 100 is the sum of the initials of the P, Hallis, and the K, fire, the magical instruments that create the phenomenal world. The number 100 is therefore the number of illusion. The word Ob or Ob is of major significance in the primal mystery cults of Inner Africa. According to Gerald Massey, Dr. Hahn derives the word Ob from a Hottentot root, O, meaning to flow or bleed. The motion of the serpent made it a type of that which flows, water flows, blood flows, and the serpent flows along the ground. Cf. the MQNR IM, or fountain of blood for the feminine pudenda. Lev. 12:7, which is likewise the teft hole of the snake. The witch of Endor was described as a woman with no ledge of Ob, because the witch, whether African, Assyrian, Egyptian, or European, is a pythoness, a serpent woman possessed of the knowledge and wisdom of the Obia or Ophite cult. Sir Richard Burton, in Dahomey, notes the feminine origin of the priesthood, the Danguino or fetish priests of Whydah, whose titles signify the mothers of the serpent. Odujua, the personification of the Ophidian current, was the presiding deity of the city of Adu, where a temple of sacred prostitution was established in her name, not far from Betagri. Adu is a terrestrial power zone similar in kind to the sacred center of the Tantrics in Kamarupa, Assam, where, according to tradition, the earth menstruates. Odujua thus equates with the scarlet whore of Babylon. Next in importance to Odujua is the African Jupiter Shango of Jakuta. He dwells above the firmament in an immense palace with gates of bronze. His brother Ogun, sometimes known as Ogaun Badagris, the bloody war god, equates with the sphere of Mars, Gabura, on the tree of life. Iron is his sacred metal, and it is used in the rites of blood that celebrate his mass. The solar aspect of Shango and his attribution to Tifereth, the sixth Sapphira, owes itself to the fact that, like most mythical beings, Shango was supposed to have assumed human form as an historical king of Yoruba. He was rejected by his people after the usual fashion of redeemers and hanged himself upon a tree called Iron. Having chosen to die, he later resurrects as a fetish or Oricha and becomes the Lord of the Dead. The incident gave to Shango the additional name of Obakoso, king of Ikoso, which is the place in which he hanged himself and was subsequently buried. Ikaso was thereafter hallowed and very soon became a city for people who gradually gravitated to the place and built houses for the priests of the Oricha. Until comparatively recent times, the kings of Yoruba visited Ikoso on the day of their coronation to receive the sword of Shango and the insignia of their executive power. The African Venus, Ifa, is the original of the Hebrew Eva. Nothing was done without consulting Ifa. She was regarded as the messenger and interpreter of the gods, and through her agency alone the fetishes manifested. She established herself at Adu, the city sacred to Odujua, after having been banished from the city of Ife. This is an allusion to the degradation of the Great Mother to the status of the Great Whore of later theogonies. As the central or solar power zone, Tifereth, is always attributed to a god who is slain and whose redeeming blood saves, so the Venusian lunar attribution of Netzach affords the feminine inversion of the primal myth, showing how the goddess gradually became degraded as the god was exalted. In some myths, Ifa is regarded as masculine, and at Adu, the city of prostitution, he planted a palm nut which produced 16 palm trees from the same root. The symbolism of the number 16 is of major importance. The following is a primal myth quoted by Pharaoh which shows clearly the magicosexual origin of the fetish. In the early days of the world, when the human race was few in number, the gods were stinted in sacrifice and so often went hungry and had to forage for themselves. Ifa took to fishing, but had no success and, being hungry, consulted Eshu, who is also called Alegba, who told him that if he could obtain 16 palm nuts from the 2 palm trees of Orangan, the chief man, he would show Ifa how to forecast the future. Ifa could then use his knowledge to forecast the future and benefit mankind, and so receive abundance of offerings in return. but he stipulated that the first choice of all offerings should be his. Ifa agreed and went to Orangan to ask for the nuts, telling him for what purpose he required them. Orangan, delighted at the prospect, took his wife with him and hastened to get the nuts. But finding the trees too high, drove the monkeys to them, who ate the pulp of the fruit and threw down the nuts, i.e., the hard shell which contains an oily kernel. Orangan's wife, Orishabi by name, tied these in her waistcloth, as a child is carried, and so bore them to Ifa. Alegba Eshu then taught Ifa, who, in turn, taught Orangan, and so made him the first Babalawo. Therefore, when a man goes to consult Ifa, his wife always accompanies him, or, if he is unmarried, his mother, and the woman carries the 16 palm nuts. The symbolism of the 16 palm nuts and the 16 ripe dates from which the monkeys began to eat the red pulp which surrounds the stones conceals the mystery of the 16 kalas, rays or emanations of feminine magnetism referred to by the Tantrics and the Tamil Siddhas. Dates are the special symbol of Ifa, who is also known as Bango, the goddess of the palm nut, and 16 palm nuts are used when consulting the fetish and receiving an oracle. The mercurial current of the tree of life is typified by Age Kaluga, god of riches. He is a son of Alakan, the great deep, and his emblem is an enormous seashell. The marine symbolism is continued in the Yasodic power zone by Ayamoja, the mother of fish. She is also known as the foundation, from whence issued all the gods and goddesses. From Ife, that is from the gaping womb 18 of Ayamoja, emerged in great confusion all the deities. Finally, to the earth sphere Moketh is attributed Dada, god of nature and vegetation. Perhaps Odujua as he, the earth, also belongs here. On the other hand, this form of Odujua might more aptly be attributed to the 14th Kala, Ved Infra. The 10 cosmic power zones concentrate the influences of the major African deities that were later to reappear in the West Indian cults of Obia, the Jamaican Mile and Wanga cults, and the voodoo systems generally. But before these influences could become absorbed into the human life wave, they had to flow into the microcosm by the appropriate paths or rays which unite the power zones into the complex network of which the tree of life is a working model. The air ray of the nth Kala is attributed to Afif, the wind, messenger of Oya and one of the 3 consorts of Chango. Oy is described as the genius of the African wind who dwells with the spirit of the locusts in the grand temple of Legba, Alegba, chief of the evil genii. This Kala is also represented by Orangan, the air, raper of his mother Ayamoja. In the tarot of Tahuti, this ray is attributed to the Holy Spirit whose sacred breath impregnates the Virgin. Orangan is thus an African precursor of the Ruach, the Holy Spirit. To the path of Beth, the 12th Kala, is assigned Osanyan, the genius of medicine. He is, of all the genii, the most highly revered and the most frequently invoked. His symbol is an iron rod surmounted by the image of a bird, which reveals his connection with the mercurial Aesculapius. Aroni, another deity of the mercurial ray, is a genius of the forest. He is also skillful in medicine, but mischievous, capricious, and dreaded by those who do not understand his nature. He occasionally appears in human form with a dog's head and having 1 foot. At other times he appears as a whirlwind which sweeps through the forest carrying the leaves before it. The 13th Kala is dominated by the moon and appears in the form of Okosi, a hunter. His symbol is the bow. The full implications of the occult significance of the bow are discussed in Aleister Crowley and the Hidden God, Chapter 7. The reference is to lunar or periodic blood, and this is borne out by the ascription to this ray of the gods of the lagoons, Togo and Once, waters which equate with the Egyptian pool of Punt or Red Sea. These lagoons featured in the administration of law and order from the time of the most ancient African kings. The accused was thrown into the water. If he floated, he was taken into the canoe and declared innocent. If he sank, the demon Togo is said to have slain him, which means that if Togo is flowing, then life is destroyed. The sexual symbolism is obvious. Odujua reappears as a specific Kala, the 14th, which she embodied as the goddess of prostitution, Adu. Her rites or orgies were celebrated in her official temple. To the Ogboni, the African secret society, she was known as Lai, the earth. Champana, the fetish of disease, is connected with this Venusian ray. He is the deformed god whose symbol is a large stick marked with red and white spots. His messengers appear in the form of mosquitoes and flies. Champana is the most dreaded of all the fetishes, and his evident connection with syphilis and other venereal diseases accounts for his association with the 14th kala, of which he is a clephotic reflex. To the kala of Mars, presided over by Ares, belongs the fiery aspect of Chango, and the god Ogaun with his manamana or chains of fire. 24. This kala is of special significance because it precedes the 16th kala. The martial symbolism with its violence, its heat and its energy denotes the feminine power at its peak, and it is all the more emphasized by the fact that it appears between the kalas of Odujua and Ife. The symbolism is easier to understand when it is realized that the goddess Urzali is the gentle aspect of Odujua on its way to becoming, via the martial current of the 15th kala, the demonic Urzali Ban Rouge whose rites are characterized by blood and sexual license. The two aspects are akin to those of Bast, the cat of the north, and Sekhet, the cat or lioness of the south, in Egypt, and of Bhavani and Kali in India. Ife herself typifies the 16th kala represented by the gaping vulva of Ayamoja, from whence the manifested universe emerges. The laboring earth is ascribed to Taurus the bull, and to the hippopotamus, the great carer of the waters. The 17th ray is that of the twins. In the African cults, the Abeji, who were the shadowy companions of twin children, and similar to the genii that inhabit a small species of monkey that infests the forests of Guinea. The symbolism of Gemini, the twins, and of Mercury with its Kaphape symbolism justifies this assignment of the Abeji to the 17th kala. The tempest, Oro, also belongs to this ray, which is that of ominous appearances and screaming winds. Upon his feast day, Oro appears in the shape of a monster in human form with face and lips smeared with blood. His bellowing resounds in all the cities, and the fetish priests celebrate his mass in the groves sacred to him. The terrible voice of Oro is simulated in the mysteries by the rapid twirling of a wooden clapper attached to a string. Loko, the god of the forests, also Abiku, Ellora and Ojhun, evil spirits that inhabit jungle and deserts, are ascribed to the 18th kala. They contrive to enter the human fetus in order to be bomb into the human life wave and take their pleasure among men. This ray has an affinity with the stomach as well as with the occult phenomenon of vampirism and other forms of parasitism. Another form of Ojhun is Opin Ijahin, he who takes part in the food. He has his habitation in the abdominal region and is the genius who maintains the fire of the digestive system. He never permits this vital element, which serves in the preparation of food, to be extinguished. His messenger is named Ebi, hunger. To the 19th kala are ascribed the serpent deities, Dangbi, Idagba, and the python god, Selwanga. At Dahomey and at Porto-Novo, a small non-venomous inoffensive species of boa called Dangbi is consecrated to the goddess Edo Wido and is revered as her messenger. This kala, being under the influence of the constellation Scorpio, is of primary importance in all cults of the shadow. The 19th path is the path of the serpent Dangbi, which has its temples and its Oricha, fetish priests. It is forbidden to kill a serpent under the most severe penalties. This messenger is the white ant. Hillocks of this insect may be seen, even today, surrounded with palm leaves to indicate that the inhabitants are in the service of Dangbi. Massey observes that the reptile was kept in a small hut by an old woman who fed it, and who gave forth the answers when her oracle was consulted. She was the pythoness, the medium of spirit communication. The feminine origin of the priesthood is also indicated by the Dambuino or fetish priests of Waida, whose names signify the mothers of the serpent. The tongue of the serpent is known to be a very peculiar organ of touch. A snake called Ganon Gub by the Hottentots is also said to have genitals and to seek to have connection with women while they are sleeping. Lightning, which symbolizes the dart of the serpent's tongue, which in turn symbolizes the sudden spasm of sexual orgasm, is also natural to the 19th ray. Hence Manamana and Ugin or Ogaun, the African Vulcan, are associated with this scorpionic or Ophidian current.
In the Draconian tradition of ancient Egypt, the hippopotamus was a glyph of the constellation later known as the Great Bear, the 7 stars of the goddess that illumined the waters of space.
lie the earth, and Oricoroco, the fetish of the fields and of agriculture, are imbued with 20th ray, that of Virgo. Chugudu, who inspires terror of a place and thereby protects it, undoubtedly belongs on this path. The 21 St ray, being under the influence of Jupiter, is that of Shango, whose symbolism has been explained in connection with the solar symbolism of the 6th cosmic power zone, Tiferet. Under the influence of Libra comes Egungun lit. Bones of the dead. This is the name and symbol under which judicial power is deified in Yoruba. At the time of his festivals, Egungun's fetish priests appear in the streets in the forms of masked demons fantastically attired. Alakan is the Negro Neptune, the sea, and Olosa the lagoon is his consort. Olosa has a temple under the waters and the crocodile is her totem. Other deities belonging to this ray of the deep ones are Oya, the river Niger, Okan and Oba, 2 rivers of Yoruba, all of which are consorts of Shango. The scorpionic ray is ascribed to Dangbi and to Air, the boa constrictor, the messenger of Edo Weda who embodies the next, i.e., the 25th Kala. Edo Weda or Ayada Edo is the goddess of the rainbow. Ayada Edo, my serpent goddess, when you come it is like the lightning flash. This is the Sagittarian influence manifesting in the form of the female fetish par excellence. Her Oricha is a large serpent that appears only when it wants to drink. It then rests its tail on the ground and thrusts its mouth into the water. It is said that he who finds the excrement of this serpent is rich forever. The excremental symbolism refers to an alchemical formula involving the essences or kullas referred to in connection with the goddess Ife. The 26th ray sounds the demonic level of Priapus and Pan, known in Africa under the names Alegba, Legba or Eku Eshu, and sometimes called Ongago Ogo, the fetish of the knotted stick, i.e., the phallus. Alegba, or Elegbara, means the strong. Achu means the rejected. Elegba is the evil genius who, by himself or with his companions, excites lechery and sexual passion. His principal earthly power zone is at Wuro, near Betagri, in the midst of a grove of palms and other sacred trees. He is usually shown seated, hands upon knees, naked and with a large phallus fully extended. Effigies of him are usually modeled in clay. He has an enormous head, birds' feathers form the hair, shells are set in place of eyes and teeth, and he usually appears in human form. At the time of his worship, he is drenched with hennes blood and palm oil. His messengers are vultures and turkey buzzards. Alegba's feast is named the Odin, which is undoubtedly the precursor of the witches' Sabbath. It is celebrated annually about October Ist. Odin means the year, which signifies a complete cycle of time. The hennes blood and palm oil are symbolic of the kullas relating to the periodic flow of the female, the excrement of that lunar serpent which confers perpetual wealth. The 27th kola is martial and sacred to Ogaun Badagris. The 28th ray manifests Odujua in the form of the wet nurse, hence the connection with Aquarius, the stellar influence that informs this kala. Imoja, the mother of fish, reappears at this level. Raped by her son, Orangan, she fled. He begged her to return, and as he was about to overtake her, she fell over backward. Her breasts, swollen to bursting, became 2 streams which formed a lagoon called Odo Imoja. An identical fetish is Iwa, the mother who changed into a lagoon in order to quench the thirst of her children. After creating the lagoon, Imoja's body burst open. This occurred at Ife, the holy city of Yoruba. Ife signifies an enlargement, a pregnancy. Imoja in her aspect of a bursting womb equates with the Piscean current of the 29th path. From her womb, i.e., Ife, came forth in chaos all the gods and goddesses ever created. Adirana, the hen that guides the mummy to the country of the dead, Oranrir, is also an aspect of the Piscean current. As this 29th kala is connected with magical power zones in the legs and feet of the human body, the fetish Ipari, who abides in the great toe, may also be placed on this path. The solar kala, the 30th, is presided over by Orin and Eleda. Orin is the sun, Eleda the genius who dwells in the head. In the Chaldean Kabbalah, the letter Resh, attributed to the sun, means the head, and Enlosin, a sun god, also finds a place here. To the fire ray, the 31st kala, is allotted to Manamana. The lightning, see remarks concerning the 19th kala. Ornapati, the fiery furnace, the heaven of potsherds equivalent to the Christian conception of hell, and Agungun as the last judgment, are other aspects of this ray. The fetish Bairi, darkness or akasha, synonymous with invisibility of which the 31st kala is the type, also belongs here. On the path of Saturn, the 32 ND, appear the Zangbito, the sacred police or people of the night who come from the other side of the sea. People of the night is an expression that refers to the color of the Zangbito. Black is attributed to Saturn. It is also the color of sex and an indication of the nature of the rites of the primal African cultists. Also under the aegis of Saturn, the dreaded Ogboni. Agungun, bones of the dead, finds a place here. The fetish Buge is also under Saturn. He is ebony black and represents the perfection of beauty, i.e., the beauty of sexual attractiveness. Odin, the year, symbol of fulfillment, perfection, wholeness, the end of a cycle of time, is also charged with this kala. The Rev. P. Bodan was aware of the great gulf dividing the popular conception of primitive African cults and the initiated teachings underlying them, when he observed that the chief fetish priests have a secret doctrine which differs greatly from the popular doctrine. The rationale of the mysteries was based upon the physics and metaphysics of the double cross, the cross of matter and its reflection or projection into the world of spirit. This forms the eightfold cross described in Chapter 1, the cross of 4 points reflected or doubled. The cross as a bridge between the physical and the metaphysical worlds is brought out in the later recent scions of the African cults, those of voodoo, Mialism, Obia, where it indicates the gate of ingress into the spirit world. The eightfold cross is composed of the micro and macrocosmic rays or kalas which form the cross described in the previous chapter. Of the 32 major kalas, 8 formed the basis of the human cross whereupon the adept was stretched or extended in cruciform fashion. The ease with which the later voodoo cults absorbed the metaphysics of the Christian cross into their systems was due to the fact that the crucifixion represented, to the Africans, the transformation of Christ from this world to the spirit world via the gateway of the cross. This was the crossroads or the place of crossing over to the spirit world, and it was when the physical body was deprived of consciousness, either in death, trance, or the magnetic sleep of the serpent, that the transition became possible. Hence the association of death, blackness, and sex in the fetish Geed or Geed, a form of Baron Samedi, Carfor, Kalfu, or Carfax, the lord of the crossroads and king of the dead. Death or trance had a sexual connotation implied by man's extension on the crisscross web of Marmus that literally projected him into the spirit world. It was precisely at the points of intersection at the crossroads that this crossing over occurred. The cross, and the variations of it that appear in the Veverse of Voodoo, indicates the gateway to the spirit world. It conveys to initiates of the cult no such ideas as the Christians, who tried to convert them, supposed. The initiates were unconvertible because they, not the Christians, possessed the true key to the meaning of the cross and of the ritual death, or sacrifice upon it. The sacrifice was a joyous crossing over into the world of spirit in full consciousness, not a morbid and fatal mutilation of the mortal body in a desperate bargain with God for life immortal. No matter where the cross appears, whether it is the original cross of the African mysteries taken over into the voodoo cults, the Tau cross of the Masons, the sign of the cross that was originally the sign of Set, it always was and is founded upon the human cross composed of the secret kolas, the mysterious network of which projected man's consciousness into the spirit world. It ramified into the cross of 8, 16, 32, 64, 256 occult kalas which manifest in the ultimate flowering of the spermatozoon as the brain of the fully initiated adept. The brain is the physical abode of the Ajna power zone. It may be regarded also as containing in miniature the complex network of Marmus that laces the entire organism. A present-day voodoo adept teaches that between the two lobes of the cerebrum, about mid-center in the brain, and almost equidistant from both sides and back and front is located the pineal body Ajna chakra, which is the seat of occult control in the body. The area around the pineal body is divided into 16 sectors, from each of which emanate occult radiations which keep the body, through the brain, in a mentally controlled condition. The occult control of the human body is due to the balance of the various areas, 16 in all, which surround the pineal body, or which emanate from it. In fact, these areas of influence both exist around and emanate from the pineal body. They are 16 or 8 positive and 8 negative, and they must be understood to be the basis of the connection of the 4 dimensions of the psyche as they operate through the cerebrum and the 256 lattices of the cerebral cortex, and the metaphysical idealities which are the true realities of the world of consciousness. The original sacrifice of sperm, followed by the magnetic sleep or trance, was misinterpreted by later cults as the sacrifice of blood and the death of the body. This misinterpretation arose from a misconception of the menstruum of manifestation, which was primarily feminine and which referred to the lunar periodic cycle typified by the goddess. The feminine source was the original cross or crucifixion, the fixing of spirit in matter, hence the use of blood in the rites of evocation and witchcraft. The cross within the circle typified the original rite, and the cross as the square, foursquared, yields the 16 khalas which do not exist until the rite of squaring the circle has been accomplished. This is the great work. The ordeal X therefore involves crossing over in full consciousness. This is the origin of the cross as the symbol of the mysteries of death which were, from the first, of a psychosexual nature. In the course of time the mysteries became confused. The initiated techniques were veiled and replaced in the outer by empty doctrines that had no basis in fact and made matters worse confounded. The Greeks, with their myths unrelated and unrelatable to the genuine gnosis which they obscured in a greater fog, were largely responsible for the loss of the initiated tradition. On the basis of the primal cross of the 8 marmas, it is possible to arrange, schematically, the 8 major deities typical of the khalas which they influence. Oleorun, as the Ein or Ayin, eye of the void, is without the human dimension in much the same way that the Sahasrarachra is beyond the physical organism. Obatala, as Kether and Chakma, equates therefore with the Ajna Chakra, the seat of the will. The Kof power zone is of a dual nature, and to it are allotted Odujua, Saturn, Venus, Iomoja, Moon, Pisces, and their respective rays. Both these power zones, Obatala and Odujua, form the menstrua of the double life force represented by the 2 magnetic fluids of Aquarius, the 11th zodiacal sign, the 2 hands or palms which form the horizontal beam of the cross, and which therefore typify the stabilization of the force upon Earth of the entire complex of forces represented by the complete cross, are assigned to the manifestations in the outer of the secret African cultists. The Ogboni, the Zangbito, the Zobop, which are secret societies relating to death and to sex, all of which are informed by the Agungun, the bones of the dead. This is the region of law, and it is therefore assigned to Libra and the 22nd Kala-, to Saturn, Lord of the Dead, and the 32nd Kala-, and, because of its infinitely vital intersection of the vertical pillar of the cross, to the 31st Kala of fire and spirit. The eye of the Yoni, being twofold, is allotted to Ife as Venus, and the 7th Kala-, also to the 16th, the vital Kala of the Tellurian current represented by Taurus. This Yoni also represents widow who partakes not only of the fire of the 25th Kala, which manifests in the rainbow, but also of the fire of the sun, Kala 19, and to the water one of the 24th ray which manifests as the Ophidian current. It is the fusion of the leonine heat of the 19th Kala and the cold-blooded fluid of the reptile that produces the rainbow. The Ayin, or eye of the goat, relates to Legba, god of the crossroads, the hidden eye of the earth that rays downward into the infernal regions of the 26th Kala. These vibrations arouse Dangbi, whose symbol, the red snake, suggests the fire snake and the draconian serpent of the 24th Kala, which is indeed aroused by the solar phallic flame of the 19th Kala. The cross thus forms a complete resume of Kundalini Yoga in both its physical, i.e., horizontal, and metaphysical, vertical dimensions. It is then easy to see how the voodoo cults emerged from this original complex of khalas, and how their connection with the genuine occult current guaranteed their perpetuation into modern times. The voodoo cults are the only cults of African origin that have survived destruction at the hands of those who lost touch with the gnosis. They survived by virtue of their being founded on natural, not upon supernatural fact, and by the process of absorbing the symbols of Christianity, the keys to which its own followers had lost, or never possessed. The interaction of the circle and the cross, or, more precisely, the fluid identity of the one with the other as the cross revolves and becomes the wheel or circle, a dynamic chakra, alternates as the eightfold or reflected cross of 4 times 4 is equal to 16 khalas, as in the African, voodoo, and Chinese cults of the 8 times 8 is equal to 64 fa, and as the circle of 360 degrees, represented terrestrially in Egypt by the 36 gnomes, each of 10 divisions, and again as the cross and circle combined as in the Tantric cult with its X6. Kalas and Kaula circle. The cross of the 4 quarters, which was ascribed to the elements 51, formed also the original magic mirror, one of the chief instruments of the magician's equipment in later ages. The abyss of space 52 reflected in its mysterious depths the height of heaven. North and south consisted in the vertical beam or upright of the cross. East and west of the horizontal beam represented by the surface of the earth itself. The horizontal beam thus comprehends total extent on a plane surface, the arena of mundane life or waking consciousness. The intersection of this surface represents therefore the gateway to another dimension, to the waters beneath the earth that mirror in their uncertain depths the heights of space above the earth wherein glow the stars, the unborn or unfleshed souls of future states of consciousness, or, simply, life beyond earth. The mortal world spreads east and west, and the world of the immortals or less invisibles lies above and below it in the vertical dimensions of height and depths, north and south, Horus and Set. The point of crossing was the point of entrance to and egress from the spirit world. In Haitian voodoo, the waters beneath the earth typify the birthplace of the human race, viz., Guinea. The foot of the cross is the source of all mundane life, and its summit points to the extraterrestrial home of the Loa, the spirits who spangle the darkness of night with their starfire. The magic mirror reveals its mysterious imagery to the initiate only at the point of intersection, the supreme marma. In this sense is the cross the true instrument of immortality and redemption from the waters. It is the gateway to other dimensions which it creates when it unites the 3 modes of consciousness represented by the watery abyss and the heavenly fire, which are seemingly divided by the veil of earth and air, land and sky. This is the sign of the cross, roads, over which Legba presides in the Radha rites, the rites that are based upon the cross of the cardinal points, the 4 ways or roads. These ways or paths are identified in the names Carfax, Carfor, Carfu, Kalfu, etc., where the Kar or Kader indicates the intersection of the vectors connecting the 4 cardinal points. But there was an earlier meaning of Kar or Kar which signified lower, under, bottom, and this primal meaning is retained in the functions of Carfor or Carfu as the lord of the underworld, the place of the dead down under. The crossroads therefore became, in later symbology, the locus of departed spirits, or rather the gate of egress for departing spirits, and the African sorcerer as well as his West Indian counterpart performs his rites at the crossroads because the point of intersection of the 4 ways is also the point of departure which leads to the Amenta, the realm of the shadow. This realm is black, Kalfu means the black 153, and it is connected with the sexual mysteries because the place of darkness is the place not only of death but also of regeneration. The Osiris in Amenta, no less than the phallus in the vulva, makes the crossing into spirit world by means of the transformation implied in the symbolism of the cross. In the voodoo Petro rites, as distinct from those of Radha, emphasis is laid upon the dimensions or pathways between the cardinal points, and the gateway thereto is presided over by Carfor or Carfax. The 8 directions of space typified by the Asiatic tantrics in their basic yantra of the 8-petaled lotus bears a similar significance. The magic mirror as a means of trafficking with spirits and of seeing past and future events reflected in its depths was based originally upon the mirror of the waters beneath the earth. The subliminal abyss of the subconsciousness typified by the cross and the intersection of space-time present symbolized by the vertical beam of extraterrestrial and clairvoyant vision. The appeal to the earth, either by a battery of magical knocks or knells, or by beating it with the palms of the hands, or by tracing the magical verse upon its surface, is a primitive mode of knocking on the door of the spirit world and of arousing the subconscious entities and evoking ancient atavisms which manifest in the mirror of dream, otherwise clairvoyant vision. In later times, the bell was the most usual means of attracting the attentian of the spirits, and this was based upon the vibrations heard or experienced by sensitivities during trance. The bell of metal was based upon the astral bell, which has a peculiarly sonorous vibration familiar to occultists who have awakened the fire snake and activated the nadis dash. Hence the close association of the bell and its chimes with religious rites and ceremonies connected with death. The Tibetan Lama to this day uses the bell as a means of establishing contact with extraterrestrial or spirit entities, and Buddhist relics of the dead are preserved in bell-shaped sanctuaries or shrines. Chorten. The appended list is a tabulation of the cults described in the foregoing pages. They emerge from the Ein or Ayin, eye of the void. As already explained, p. 24 Oloran, being this eye is virtually beyond the system. The first 10 cults, from Obatala to Dede, constitute the cosmic power zones, and the remaining 22 cults relate to the human subtle anatomy which acts as a prism, diffusing the colors or kolas from the white light of Obatala via the astrological and elemental cults of the rays or paths. The table should be apprehended in relation to the glyph of the Tree of Life on page 9. O. Oloran or Olioran, Olajamer, Oagiogo, Elemi, Emi, Cosmic Power Zones 1, Obatala, 2.
Obatala, Orisha NL, Alamorere, Orisha Kpokpo, Alabalake, Orisha Oginia, Anansi.
3. Odujua, Aya Agba, Lai. 4. Chango, Jakuta. 5. Yugin, Ogaon Badagris. 6. Chango. 7. Ifa, Odujua, Bango, H. Kaluga. 9. Imoja. 10.
Dada, Lai, Orisha Oku.
Microcosmic Power Zones. 11. Afif, Oi, Orangan. 12. Osanian, Aroni. 13. Ashu, the Owl Messenger of Age, Sorceresses, Okosi, Imoja, Adowido, Togo, Anansi, Spider Fetish. 14. Odujua, Lai Champana. 15. Yugan, Chango Martial Aspect. 16. Ife, Lai. 17.
Ibeji, Oro.
18. Abiku, Elera, Ojhun, Opin Ijhun, Ebi. 19. Dangbi, Adowido, Manamana, Selwanga. 20.
Lai Orishioko, Ogoudo.
21. Chango. 22. Igungun. 23.
Olokun, Olosa, Oipsilona, Oba.
24. Adowido Air, Dange. 25.
Aidowedo, Okumare.
26. Elegba, Eshu, Ongago Ogo, Elegbara, Odin. 27. Yugan, Ogaon Badagris. 28. Odujua, Odo Imoja, Iwa. 29. Imoja, Ife, Adi Irana. Guide to Orin Rear. 30. Orin, Aleda, Andan Losan, Ajahuto. 31. Manamana, Orinapati, Egungun, as Last Judgment. Oro. 32. Zangbito, Ogboni, Egungun, Buge, Orinrear, Odin.
Note: the reader may notice several names in this list not mentioned in the text. They are added for the sake of completeness. Their attributes and characteristics are in accord with the kalas to which they are attributed. 3. The Draconian cult of ancient Kem.
The Ophidian cult of Inner Africa was continued and developed in Egypt, Kem, where it achieved its apotheosis in the Draconian or Typhonian tradition. Before considering the major aspects of this vastly ancient magical current in its draconian form, it is necessary to recall several important factors. Firstly, as Gerald Massey has demonstrated, no successful reading of Egyptian mythology, symbolism, thought, or history is possible without first ascertaining to which of the four major strata of evolution it pertains. The four are I, the Sabaean or star cult stratum, which carried over from Africa the primeval and totemic mysteries to which allusion has already been made. These were of a basically zoomorphic nature, hence the predominantly bestial nature of the constellations named by the Egyptians. The Sabaean cult was the cult of the mother goddess of the seven stars plus her child, Sirius, the dog star. Sirius was represented by the god Set, whose symbol was the goddess, his own mother, whom he was supposed to have fecundated, there being at this early stage of humanity no knowledge of the role played by the male in the process of procreation. At this period, time was measured by the risings and settings of certain stars. The lunar cult followed the Sabaean. The stars were replaced by the moon as a more precise mode of time reckoning. The mechanism of paternity was still a mystery, and it was also unknown that the moon did not shine by her own light. It was supposed that she renewed herself in the heavens by giving birth to her self-conceived child with which, periodically, she became full. The moon god Thoth, lord of the double light, then replaced Set as the chief keeper of time. Thoth's dog-headed ape, the cynocephaly, was the continuation of the fennec or desert fox type as a symbol of Set. The lunisolar stratum was achieved when it became known that the intervention of the male was necessary to procreation, although the individualized fatherhood was not established until lunar time gave way to solar time, and the correct length of the year was made out. The solar cult, with its emphasis on the child as son of the father rather than of the mother, caused a major upheaval in the history of humanity. In ancient Egypt, long before monumental times, continual internecine conflicts resulted from these two great divisions: the Draconian or Typhonian worship of the feminine principle, and the Osirian or Ammonite supporters of male supremacy. After many centuries, the stellar goddesses and their progeny were considered disruptive on account of their false timekeeping. This was interpreted at ethical levels in human affairs as evil caused by not keeping time in a sexual sense, and the origin of death and disease was associated with the primal cult. It was consequently cast out by the Solarites, who gradually superseded the Typhonians and exalted the god as child of the Father, first upon the earth and later in heaven. This led eventually to a fanatical glorification of the masculine ideal, which slowly undermined the mightiest civilization this earth has known, and which has continued to exert a baleful influence down to the present day. It is, however, important to realize that the solar cult was already flourishing in Egypt when the era of the monuments began. Time incalculable separated these four phases of the occult tradition in Egypt. Some idea of its length may be gained by contemplating the fact that the Egyptian priests had maintained precise records of astronomical phenomena extending over a period of more than 52,000 years before the death of Socrates in 400 B.C. During this vast period of time, wave upon wave of colonizers left Egypt and swarmed over the globe, leaving in their wake remnants of all four magical traditions. The reader is referred to the works of Gerald Massey for an exhaustive account of this subject. The constant conflict between the cult of Set and the solar cult split Egypt in two, as first one and then the other struggled for supremacy. But although the solar regime appeared to achieve final victory, and the eschatology of the Egyptians merged, later, into the cult of Christendom, there are today signs of a revival, in modern guise, of the more ancient cult which exalted the goddess as supreme. In the Magical Revival, Chapter 3, I have shown how Aleister Crowley, the modern representative of this ancient current, anticipated this revival by assuming again the role of priest and prophet and proclaiming the advent of the Aeon of Horus, the crowned and conquering child. Horus is the Greek form of the Egyptian har, kar, or kart, meaning a child. The term was applied originally to the son of the mother in the primeval and Sabaean cult of the seven stars, and the first son was Set, typified by the dog star. Horus became a name for the sun as the sun only after the cults of the goddess had been superseded by those of the god. The nature of the child was determined originally by astronomical observations, and it varied according to the sun's position at the time of the vernal equinox. As a beam of white light assumes different colors on passing through a prism, so the sun assumed different aspects according to the position of the vernal color. Thus, in an astronomical sense, the har or child was identified with the bull, Taurus, the ram, Aries, the fish, Pisces, the sea-goat, Capricorn, according to the constellation that formed the prism at the time of naming. Massey has shown that the seemingly sudden and unexpected introduction of the worship of the ram-headed Sebekare at the commencement of the Xth dynasty, and its continuance to the end of the Xvith dynasty, marked the change of color which occurred at 2410 B.C., when the sun left the sign of Taurus and entered that of Aries. By such reckoning, it has been possible to date the inauguration of the era of Mina, the first dynasty, by the sun's entry into Taurus in 4565 B.C. The length of time between these two dates, a period of 2155 years, is that which the sun takes to traverse one of the 12 zodiacal signs. Horus, then, symbolizes solar or creative power plus the characteristics of the house in which it stays for a space of 2155 years. Each successive pharaoh was the living embodiment of the Far or Har, as evidenced by the names they adopted. In the case of the Exarcheth or Sebek dynasty, no less than 18 pharaohs bore the name of the ram-headed deity. But the har has also an occult significance. The child and the seed are synonymous. The child denotes, symbolically, the bud will or seed vibration latent in the creative energy of the magician or priest. And the nature of the har was determined by the direction of the priestess will at the moment of its projection into the matrix of the womb. The formula of Horus, the child, is therefore a magical formula involving the use of solar phallic energy. Its full mechanism has nowhere been explained so fully as in the Indian Tantras, and in the West by Aleister Crowley, one of the major exponents of the Ophidian current in modern times. The moments of conception and of birth are intimately related, not only from an astrological point of view but also at the more arcane level of sexual magic. The influence of the sun in the houses of the heavens plays a vital part in determining the nature of the har and of that other child whose magical production has been the aim of occultists of all ages. The Indian Tantras continued the Sabaean cult of the child of the mother alone, probably because the cult was carried out of Egypt at a period antedating the later solar dynasties. But in Egypt itself the patriarchal tradition, with its emphasis on the male principle, developed into the cult of the Trinity, which consists of the father, the mother, and the child. The later Christian version, which suppressed the feminine component, established an absolute patriarchate that distorted the entire mystery tradition and led to the infection of civilization with the unbalanced creeds of total masculine authority and the abolition of all that pertained to the female element in nature. The 7 stars of Ursa Major together with Set, the dog star, as the annual announcer of the goddess, were reflected terrestrially as the 16 sanctuaries of Osiris, 8 in Upper Egypt, 8 in Lower Egypt. It is probable that these sanctuaries were powered by specific currents of the Set Typhon cult. These currents were no doubt determined by the magical significance of the particular member of the god which sanctified the nome in which it was preserved. It is also probable that these cult centers represented a particular model in one organism, i.e., Egypt, of the global power zones disposed in other parts of the earth. Myths and monumental remains in many parts of the ancient world suggest that Egyptian colonizers, after establishing themselves in Sumer, spread far and wide throughout the world, transmitting the draconian current and enshrining their gods in zoomorphic forms dictated largely by topographical and other considerations. The interpretation of the hidden features of the universal mystery tradition masked by Mayan, Chinese, Indian, Druid, and other ciphers reveals everywhere the underlying schism that had its origin in the primal antagonism between the cults of the shadow and the Solarites, those who followed the way of the goddess Varna Marg, and those who denied her and exalted the masculine principle, and supposed themselves superior to all else. The 16 nomes may have been intended to function as a system of remote control, with Egypt as the heart. According to some authorities, the nomes were 14 in number, in which case the 7 stars of the goddess alone were reflected terrestrially in both the lands, Upper and Lower Egypt, constituting the 14 power zones. They constituted the 14 sanctuaries, each of which contained one of the members of Osiris, the moon god who was dismembered by Typhon. Each member represents a digit or day of the half moon, the 15th being symbolized by the goddess herself. The days of the bright and dark fortnights constitute the 28 apartments of the lunar mansion, the house of Osiris, the light in darkness, the lord of the dead in the underworld. As already stated, the initiated magical current manifested in Egypt as the Draconian cult, the cult of the dragon or fire snake. This cult represents the first systematized form of primitive African mysteries, which the Egyptians elaborated into a highly specialized system of occultism that flowered finally in the tantras of India, Mongolia, Tibet, and China. The Draconian cult evolved from a concentration of knowledge derived from careful observation of physical phenomena extending over enormous cycles of time. The knowledge gained was based upon a primitive mode of magnetism, intercourse with spirits, elemental manifestations seen clairvoyantly. The human double, ghost, or astral body was an observed and natural fact. There was nothing supernatural about it. Upon it was based the religious eschatology of spiritual survival after death. This body of knowledge, gathered over many centuries, was embodied largely in zoomorphic symbols that were familiar to initiates of the ancient world. The African, Egyptian, South American, and Far Eastern adepts typified the secrets of nature in forms, floral or faunal, the differences of which were conditioned solely by local topography. It is obvious, for example, that the lioness of Africa that became a symbol to the Egyptians of the ferocious heat of the sun at the summer solstice could not have been used as a symbol by the Eskimo. The African types were carried over into the Egyptian mysteries and appeared, eventually, in the pantheon of Egypt as the animal-headed deities of the Nile Valley. Africa consisted of an agglomeration of tribes warring incessantly among themselves. They had their zoomorphic and other totems, and the transition from primitive matriarchal traditions with their stellar and lunar goddesses had occurred long before the advent of systematic cult patterns such as those of the Yoruba and Benin peoples discussed in the previous chapter. But the conflict between the pre-totemic and stellar peoples and the later cults with their balanced male-female, or overtly male-orientated systems, was carried into Egypt and persisted long into post-dynastic times. It was the conflict between the devotees of the sun and those of the moon and stars that determined the nature of all later cults, however civilized their final forms. The conflicts between Ifa, the goddess, and the later form Ife, the god, were reflected eons later in the Asiatic wars between the Yanakaras and the Lingakaras. In Egypt, this conflict assumed vast proportions and was perpetuated from pre-dynastic eras until the final fall of the Draconian cult around the time of the Xviith dynasty. In later dynastic times, Egypt was divided into 36 nomes of 10 divisions each. This represented a transfer to earth of the celestial symbolism of the heavens as the circle of Nut, the goddess of infinite space. Nut was a primordial deity and was typified celestially by the constellation of stars now known as Ursa Major. The 7 stars of this complex symbolized Night or Typhon and her brood of stars, to which at a later time was added the star of her first male child, Set or Sothis. It was he who manifested in the south the light of the mother who ruled in the north, and who was the first giver of light in darkness and the first keeper of time. The Sabaean mother, Typhon, and her son, Set. Her name in Egyptian was Kept or Keft, from which the word devil derives. According to Massey, the origin of the devil is the result of beginning with the goddess without the god. So Keft, the great mother, furnishes the name of the evil one, the enemy, the devil. The worshippers of the mother were the godless, hence the devilish. So powerful was this primeval African cult of the mother of the 7 stars, and for such long ages did it endure, that Ket or Keft became the name of Egypt itself, and the first of its terrestrial nomes was dedicated to the star Sothis, the dog star which represented the son of the mother, whose oldest form was as the goddess of the 7 stars. The 7 stars gave their names to the first nomes that were mapped out in Egypt at the earliest phase of its development, when time was measured by the stars. Physical geography was therefore established upon the female form, and the whole of Egypt was mapped out after the elaborate celestial uranography had been figured in the skies by the priests who had observed, for incalculable periods of time, the progressions and retrogressions of the celestial bodies. It was during the Sabaean stage of Afro-Egyptian history that the Draconian cult emerged as a magical machine, precise, profound, so true in its foundations that the subsequent phases of Egyptian history were unable wholly to obliterate the Typhonian origins of its pristine wisdom. The primal 7 nomes were added to when the moon replaced the stars as timekeepers, and the 28 lunar mansions were reflected from the heavens above and allotted to the land below. The final allotment occurred during the solar phase of Egypt's history, and this phase was already established at the beginning of the monumental period. In this, the final phase, when the full solar circle had been made out in the heavens, the number of nomes increased to 36. The solar heaven consisted of Sekhet Aru, the Elysian fields. Its 36 gates were founded on the 36 decans of the zodiac. The creation of this region, Sekhet Aru, was in effect the mapping out of the zodiacal circle. But there was a magical or esoteric side to this symbolism which was first celestial and astronomical and afterwards terrestrial and biochemical. The Sabaean goddess Typhon with her brood of 7 souls or stars preceded the lunar mysteries as the 14 steps that ascended to and descended from the shrine of the goddess 15, the days or steps of the bright fortnight and the days of the dark fortnight being divided, on the 15th day, by the full moon. The Sekhet Aru or House of Sekhet 14 was divided into 15 Attis, and these became the Attis of Thoth, who was the lunar form of Set, the son of Typhon. Thoth fashioned the lunar zodiac and established the moon or the month. Thoth, in turn, was supersaid by Khonsu, 15 the child of both sun and moon and the representative therefore of lunisolar time. 14 in this context secret is Shakti, or negative potency. 15 Crowley, as a modem representative of the Draconian tradition, identified himself with a priest of this god who lived in the time of the XXVth dynasty. CP 51 Note 10. 16 Hieroglyphica, BI. 15. Accords on the ancient monuments, the lunar deity, Thoth, represents the bright fortnight or the moon in its first half. The dark fortnight, the waning moon, is represented by the cynocephaly or dog-headed baboon. These images gave rise to the concept of the man in the moon followed by his dog. In this symbolism, it is possible to see the foundation of the elaborate sex-magical metaphysics of the Far Eastern Tantras that were a development of the Typhonian cult. The influence of the moon and its phases, and the cynocephaly that typified lunisolar conjunction are phenomena that resume the entire range of draconian magic. Horusaudiobook observes that the Egyptians symbolized this astronomical event by means of the sacred baboon. For at the exact instant of the conjunction of the moon with the sun, when the moon becomes unillumined, then the male cynocephaly neither sees nor eats, but is bowed down to the ground with grief, as if lamenting the ravishment of the moon. The female also, in addition to its being unable to see, and being afflicted in the same manner as the male, emits blood from the genitals. Hence, even to this day cynocephaly are brought up in the temples, in order that from them may be ascertained the exact instant of the conjunction of the sun and the moon. And when they would denote the renovation of the moon, they again portray a cynocephaly in the posture of standing upright and raising its hands to heaven with a diadem on its head. And for the renovation they depict this posture, into which the cynocephalus throws itself, as if congratulating the goddess, if we may so express it, in that they have both recovered light. To the new moon was ascribed that other familiar of Thoth, the ibis. Again, according to Horusaudiobook, the Egyptians observed this bird administer its own clyster. Ideas of purification associated with the feminine nature and of completing a cycle of time, or period, undoubtedly prompted the choice of symbol. The name of the ibis in Egyptian is tek, the hard form of tesh, meaning a crossing, boundary, or limit. Tek is another name for Thoth, and Teki, the feminine form, is the name of an Egyptian goddess who presided over the mysteries of women, with part 1 killer reference to the monthly period. Furthermore, the ibis was a glyph of the phoenix or Bennu bird, sometimes known as the bird of return, which related to cycles of time. 17 It was Thoth who established lunar time when the Sabaean cult of the stars was superseded, i.e., when it was discovered that the moon was a more reliable timekeeper than the stars, and Thoth was followed by Khonsu, the child of the conjunction of the sun and the moon, and the deity of lunisolar time. The gibbous nature of the moon was represented by the ape of Thoth in the waning half, and by the ibis in the waxing half. The dual lunation was the full circle which had been primarily described by the circumpolar stars of Ursa Major, the goddess who preceded all other forms of deity. One of her names, Tarot, means mother of revolutions, and it is yet extant in the word tarot, or the Book of Thoth, which concerns the mysteries of time and cycles of time and has been used by seers of all ages for purposes of divining the future no less than reading the past. Long ages prior to the establishment of the lunar circle, the name of the goddess was Circe. Her name means the scorpion, and this arachnid was the first zoomorphic determinative of the western equinox as the place of sunset. Circe was the hole or opening of the underworld, Amenta, in the west, and as such she was the first determiner of the place of ingress and egress of spirits, and therefore the origin of the magic circle, which her name implies. The magic circle in the earliest tradition, that of the Draconian, was not a barrier against external forces but a container of those emanating from the magician. It was also the gateway of ingressive influences, Chthonian, Tellurian, and extraterrestrial, for the celestial bodies themselves were seen to disappear into the underworld through the circle of Circe. The dog star was sacred to Circe, which identifies her with the primal goddess, Typhon, whom the Greeks named Sothis, thus combining the mother and son, Set, in one name. The true magic circle marked an actual power zone on the Earth's surface. The gnomes themselves were such power zones, each having a shrine and a presiding deity. The sexual nature of the influences at work within the circle is determined by the nature of Circe, the first goddess of the circle, whose zoomorphic type was the scorpion, which typifies the reproductive forces in man. The fire symbolism connected with the scorpion is an undoubted reference to the fire snake which abides at this power zone. The sexual enchanter, Circe, also comports similar symbolism. Furthermore, it is significant that this sorceress transformed men into swine. The pig or hog was a symbol of Hecht, the lunar goddess later typified by the frog, owing to its power of transformation in the natural world. It was inevitable that Hecht should give its name to the supreme type of all transformers of a dual nature, i.e., the moon. Hecht appears in its Greek form as Hecate, in the German Hex, and in the name of the god of magic whom the Greeks called Haik. Haik was known to the Egyptians as a vital essence which was flown by the Bennu bird or phoenix from an inaccessible and magical region. In a coffin text, the soul triumphant exclaims, "I come from the Isle of Fire, having filled my body with Haik, like that bird, who filled the world with that which it had not known." Long before the Greeks adopted the mysteries of ancient Egypt and turned them into fables, the Hecht or transformer was extant in the Egyptian Ur-Haikau, mighty one of enchantments, the prototype of the magical wand and the sacred instrument wherewith the priest opened the mouth of the dead and transformed the mummy into a living ku, spirit. The scorpion, the hog and the frog gave their names to the magic circle and to the magicianess wand, its power of enchantment and its power to transform. But these were not the only zoditypes to persist in the cults of the later mysteries. The sword or sickle was based upon the imagery of the Great Mother, rather upon her celestial anatomy, for she was limbed literally in the thigh constellation of the polar stars. The mother was the cleaver or cutter, she who divided herself in twain as mother and son. The thigh or sickle-shaped emblem of her celestial origin gave its shape also to the sign of Saturn, her planetary representative, and to the numbers 3 and 5, which by shape suggest forms of the sickle. 3 is a number of the Great Mother as Saturn. 5 is a number of Mars. Both numbers apply to the phenomenon of feminine periodicity. Mars, the cipher of energy, symbolizes predominantly sexual energy. The attribution to Mars of bloodshed in the sense of war and violence is a later development of fundamental symbolism. The earliest bloodletting was sacrificial in the sense that it was sexual. The first cleaver and cleft one was the female who bled on being opened at the time of puberty. These mysteries are of a Kabbalistic and numerical nature and can be explained in depth by one tradition only, that of the Draconian, the mysteries of which were of an essentially physical, not metaphysical nature. The 4 elements from which the magician conjures the 5th, viz., spirit or a spirit, for the sorcerer is primarily a conjurer of spirits, are explicable only with reference to the biochemistry of the Draconian tradition. Water, the mystical fluid of life, symbolizes blood, not arterial blood. No spirit ever took body that way, but menstrual blood, the primal menstruum of manifestation whereby spirit is made flesh. The element earth was ascribed to flesh, as blood congealed, a liquid transformed into solid by caking and becoming the living embodiment of spirit. Hence the symbolic cakes of light of which one ingredient is menstrual blood. To the spirit that energized the primal water with the principle of life, the Egyptians of the solar cult ascribed the element air. But originally, that is before the role of the male in the process of reproduction was understood and generally acknowledged, air typified the second phase of the feminine formula, as water, i.e., blood, characterized the first. Water represented the pubescent virgin, bleeding and wet. Air characterized the gestator, the mother, dry and puffed up or bellying with wind. The element fire was the symbol of the will and an adumbration of the energy of the fire snake, invoked and bound into the other elements by the spell of the sorcerer. The fusion of water, air, earth, and fire resulted therefore in the production or manifestation of spirit, or a spirit. The 4 elements were assigned to the 4 angles or quarters of the primitive home or house, i.e., the earth, and formed the first cross. The hippopotamus, the African apt, was the symbol of the first abode, bed, apt or apartment, the primal womb, as the 4-legged or 4-faceted ark was a primitive form of the mother. This was later stylized in Egypt by the symbol of newt arched or arched over the earth. Thus, the 4 legs of the beast, apt, were depicted in the form of a goddess shaped like a woman bending over the earth, or on all fours in the posture characteristic of bringing to birth. This was newt, from between whose thighs the sun was daily bioem. The word arch or arich, Hebrew, is applied to the feminine period and Arksha in Sanskrit means regulated by the stars, while in the Greek mysteries Ark was the mother of the gods. The most ancient deity was of a Bayun nature and was represented by Typhon, goddess of the 7 stars in the north, and by her son, Set, the dog star Sothis, the ruler of the south. This Bayun god preceded every conception of deity that ever was. It was the prototype in Egypt of Nut and Hadit, both of whom carried on the tradition of the godless child, i.e., the child of the mother before the individualized fatherhood had been established. This initial conception of deity was feminine and therefore literally godless, for no god was at that time known. In later ages, the adherents of the Draconian cult were vilified and abhorred as devilish on account of this godlessness. The continuous and murderous antagonism between the cult of Set and the later solar cults of Osiris and Ammon, who represented the Father in heaven, as man represented the Father upon earth, resulted in Egypt's gradual dissolution. Gerald Massey has shown that the record of strife and bloodshed caused by this initial rift in the earliest religious consciousness of humanity resulted in the total silence of history concerning those dynasties in which the Typhonians held supreme sway. Massey further demonstrates that the so-called shepherd kings were not in fact alien rulers, but indigenous adherents of this most ancient cult, which the later Solarites abhorred for their bestial practices and godless rites. The Draconian cult in its beginnings had appeared in Egypt at a period anterior to Mina 30 by 13,420 years. Nor did its influence cease with the rise of the dynasty of Mina, although during the centuries that ensued the Osirians gradually gained the upper hand and suppressed the rival cult. It was not until the VLTH dynasty that the Draconians again became predominant. From then until the XLTH dynasty, a great chunk seems to have been bitten out of the historical records, a blank due to the avenging Osirians who, in the XLTH dynasty, methodically destroyed every trace, monumental and otherwise, of their rivals. It is not until the reign of Queen Sebekneferre at the beginning of the XHth dynasty that the Draconians again returned in full force. This queen was an initiate of the most profound mysteries of the cult, and her temperament was such that she reveled in assuming the role of the Great Mother. The commencement of her reign marked also the commencement of the XHth dynasty. It was known as the Sebek dynasty because at this time, after a period of 2,155 years, the sun began to rise in the sign of the Ram in the vernal Kalur, having passed from the sign of Taurus into that of Aries. The place of the rising of the sun at the time of the vernal equinox determined its god form, and the constellation of the Ram, which constituted the birthplace at the beginning of the XHth dynasty, supplied the zoomorphic symbol of the sun or sun, of the mother in her form of infinite space, the sky. The Sabaean form of Set, as Sevek, that had been represented as the draconian image of the crocodile worshipped in the Fayum, was now continued in the form of the ram-headed Sebek Abare. Abare, Abra, meaning the lamb or ram of Ra, was a nominal terminal used by the Sebkeps, devotees of Sebek, of the XHth dynasty. Abra means literally the lamb or ram, of the sun, Ra, dash. It implied that the bearer of the suffix was a devotee of Sebek, the son of the goddess of the 7 stars. As a designation of solar phallic energy, Abra survived dynastic times by many centuries and was perpetuated by the Gnostics and incorporated by them in the celebrated word of magical power, abracadabra. Aleister Crowley, who restored many barbarous names of evocation, maintained that by substituting an H for C in abracadabra, he had found the true god name or formula of Had, the Chaldean form of Set, which the Sebkeps once had adored. Furthermore, Crowley identified himself with the great dragon of the deep, of which the crocodile was the symbol, and this zootype was continued by the Christians as the beast of the abyss. Queen Sebekneferre was the perpetuator Nefer of Sebek, the god of the Fayum, in the form of the solar phallic Ra, whose totem was the ram. Sebekneferre was the first royal Sebek on all the monuments, and the reign of the Sebkeps continued until the end of the 16th dynasty. It was during the reign of Queen Sebekneferre that the Draconian cult attained its maximum power. During the ensuing 4 dynasties, it developed its magical doctrines along lines that were later to appear in Asia in tantric form. The temporal power of the cult, however, declined at the termination of the XVIth dynasty. Its power was extinguished when King Apophis was overcome by the Osirian forces led by Ames, a captain general of Marines under the first king, also named Amis, of the Xviith dynasty. The question poses itself as to why the Typhonians clung to their worship of the mother and child in the face of devastating opposition from those who had developed their religious ideas in accordance with later and more accurate astronomical observations and the more accurate knowledge of physiology that accompanied the establishment in society of individualized paternity. This development was apparent only because although the Osirians and Ammonites were responsible for reforming society on the base of the fatherhood, this did not in any way change the profoundly complex magical processes connected with the sexual energies, and these processes were the real cause of the constant persecution which the Draconians suffered at the hands of the Ammonites. In the so-called bestial practices, with which the Draconians were charged lay the fundamental mysteries of their magical formulae, and the Sabaean mode of representing these mysteries had no more connection with the reckoning of time by the motions of the stars than had the solar worship of the Osirians any direct connection with the role of the male in the process of procreation. The priests alone of the rival factions were fully aware of the differences that were fundamental in either case, differences that concerned the mode of applying specific physiological formulae for the incarnation or materialization of extraterrestrial beings, which, as already stated, has even been the aim of magical cults. These differences are thrown into sharpest relief in the Asiatic tantras with their divisions into the left-hand path, which exalts the feminine principle, and the right-hand path, which allots supremacy to the male. The overthrow of the Typhonians in Egypt, however, was anything but complete in the sense that it destroyed the cult or its mysteries. It is true that it wiped them from the face of the land, but, as previously noted, numerous waves of Draconians throughout the centuries left Egypt and spawned the cult far and wide so that it is traceable all over the globe in various stages, either of development or degeneration. In some cases it flowered into strange cults that persisted right down to modern times. But from the point of view of the official religion of Egypt, the Draconian cult failed to regain its ascendancy, although in the Xviith dynasty an attempt was made to effect a revival. Crowley has written about a Theban priest of that dynasty who may have been one of those responsible for the attempt. Brugsby notes that in the Xviith dynasty, a new and strange influence suddenly makes itself apparent. Although he does not specifically say so, this had no other origin than the ancient Sabaean cult of Sirius, the star of Set, another side of the national life, that of the old Egyptian theology and the esoteric traditions of the priestly schools. A new contribution appears to have been made, which was far from harmonizing with the old wisdom taught in the temples. Besides the great established gods of the old Egyptian theology, there now come forward upon the monuments monstrous forms, the demon song of the old man who regained his youth, the hoary one who became young, the exorcisms of thought and the powers of witchcraft in league with him, are the favorite themes which cover the polished surfaces of the monuments of this remarkable time of transition. But the vague stirrings of the Draconian current, noted by Brugsby as an abnormality of the Xviith dynasty, failed to gather momentum. The faint echoes of the ancient cult died down, and in their stead came the flood of grotesque occult lore and debased sorcery that was to wash away the last vestiges of Egypt's glory. The remaining few dynasties saw merely an acceleration of this process of degeneration. It was not until many centuries had elapsed that the Draconian current reawakened, not in Africa but in Asia in the guise of the tantras of the left-hand path.
4. Left-handed Tantra and the Cult of the Fire Snake. 1.
That the Oriental systems of Tantra were based upon the Draconian or Typhonian cults of ancient Egypt may be adduced from the deposit of many Egyptian terms in the texts of the Tantras, particularly in those of India. For example, Shakti, meaning power, the central concept of the Tantras, was known ages earlier, in Egypt, as Sekt or Sekhmet, the consort of the gods. She typified the fiery heat of the southern sun that had its biological analog in the sexual heat of the lioness, a symbol of African origin. Pasht in Sanskrit means animal, and in the Tantras Pashu has a specific connotation with reference to bestial modes of congress, i.e., sexual congress not sanctified by Orthodox tradition. Pashu likewise existed in Egypt as Pasht or Bast, the feline goddess who cat, and whose brood gave its name in later ages to the bastards, which originally signified children bom of the mother alone at a time when the role of the male in the process of procreation was unknown, or when the individualized fatherhood was not recognized. In the Tantras, the animal passions were typified by the Pashu, i.e., one who was disqualified from the performance of tantric rites involving the use of the sexual energies. The card in Egypt was the god Horus as a child, Hor-Parkrat. He reappears in the Indian pantheon centuries later as Kartikeya, the son of the sun god. The god On in Egypt was the sun, and the name was perpetuated in the Vedic religion as Ong or Om, the primal vibration of the creative spirit. Yet another striking example is the name of the goddess Seshita, who typified the female period. In Hinduism, Sesha is the serpent with 1,000 heads. It is also a name in the tantras for the lunar vibration or serpent of darkness that manifests periodically in women. Such examples of the Egyptian origin of tantric concepts could be multiplied almost indefinitely. The Ophidian cults of Africa were purged of their tribal and contingent accretions during their fusion with the Draconian tradition of Egypt. But it is in the Kaula division of the Vama Marg or left-hand path that the most perfect form of this tradition was continued in India and the Far East. Of this division, the Chandra Kala, or moon ray recension, retained some of the primal characteristics of the Ophidian cults. The application to the human body of the Ophidian processes was revealed in 3 principal degrees in which the secrets of sexual magic were demonstrated with the use of suvasinis or sweet-smelling women, who represented the primal goddess and who formed the Kaula circle. The ability to function on the inner or astral planes, and to travel freely in the realms of light or inner space, derived from a special purification and storage of vital force. This force in its densest form is identical with sexual energy. In order to transform sexual energy into magical energy, ajas, the dormant fire snake at the base of the spine is awakened. It then purges the vitality of all dross by the purifying virtue of its intense heat. Thus, the function of the semen in the tantras is to build up the body of light, the inner body of man. As the vital fluid accumulates in the testicles, it is consumed by the heat of the fire snake, and the subtle fumes or perfumes of this molten semen go to strengthen the inner body. The worship of Shakti means in effect the exercise of the fire snake, which not only fortifies the body of light but gradually bums away all impurities in the physical body and rejuvenates it. For the life processes, unchecked, deposit quantities of ash or waste matter in the system. This is governed by the fire snake from her seat in the coccygeal, prostrate gland, the excretory region alluded to in some tantras as the feet of Shakti. The effluvia from this region, when retroverted, have power not only to build up the body of light but also to create new worlds, new dimensions, in which the adept can function as easily as he functions upon the mundane plane. In the non-initiate, the waste matter, not being purged and drawn up by the heat of the fire snake, remains as the end products of catabolism and forms semen, urine, feces, and, in women, menstrual fluid. The fire leaks out of the average person in these substances which, solely because they are imbued with a spark even of this fire, are useful adjuncts in magical work. Their abuse, as in the sorcery of later ages, when they were not properly understood and improperly applied, accounts for the monstrous abnormalities of the pseudo-witch cults and their demonic sabbaths. When the subtle essences, the flowers of these substances, are drawn off and kept within the human organism, they direct their fire within and create the magical bodies that are used in the rituals of the Kaula circle. Initiates have methods of preventing the deposit of semen in the testicles, and urine has curative properties as well as being a stimulant. The tantras give instructions for its use in the rejuvenation of the physical body. Of far more importance, however, is its value as a bisexualizing agent which, if ingested at certain times of the month, creates a condition wherein the initiate becomes androgynous and without fear. The feces incinerated, i.e., burned to ashes, likewise are used in tantric rituals, and the siddhas refer often to the god Shiva smeared with ashes. Behind this symbol, repulsive as it may appear to non-Orientals, or, more correctly, to non-initiates, lies the great mystery of rejuvenation, physical and astral, and the creation of new worlds. When the woman chosen for chakra puja is worshipped as the goddess, the dust, or ashes, are washed off her feet and collected in a specially consecrated chalice of wine which is then drained by the adepts of the Kaula circle. Aleister Crowley, in Liber 7, harks back to the Egyptian origin of this rite of the Panchatattvas or 5 principles. I know that awful sound of primal joy. Let us follow on the wings of the gale even unto the holy house of Hathor. Let us offer the 5 jewels of the cow upon her altar. Il. 37. The 5 jewels of the cow Tentu are the 5 makaras. The Tamil Siddha, Nampi Arur, frequently mentions the supreme goddess whose feet are soft and tender like the tender shoots of leaves, beautiful like soft cotton. Her soft feet are colored red with dyed cotton. The word cow, go in Sanskrit, is a euphemism for the human female, and the secret rite of initiation wherein her maya is consumed is known as the Gomaya Diksha. The sow also is used as a cognate type, for the pig is the only animal known to eat human excrement. It was adopted by the ancients as a totemic type of this initiation. Excrement, in this context, regarded as feminine, refers not to intestinal excrement, but to the emanations connected with the phenomena of menstruation. This is another case of direct inheritance from the Draconian tradition, for the image of the pig was the vehicle of Khonsu, whose image appeared, together with that of the pig, in the orb of the full moon, thus showing the age-old connection between Khonsu and the lunar current manifesting on the 15th day, the day of the full moon. The power zone in the conus medullaris may be opened by the use of these Gomaya kulas. The Virha, pig or boar incarnate tie-in of Vishnu, also conceals the symbolism of the Gomaya Diksha, and the holy abbess of lamaseries in Tibet was, until very recently, known by the name Dorje Phagmo, which means eternal or adamantine sow. The exercise of the fire snake in its physical manifestation at an early stage of the rite is said to resemble the contraction of the anal sphincter in horses and cows after the expulsion of dung. The rhythm of the sphincter movement practiced with magical intent has an effect similar to that of electric induction. It generates a current of energy within the phylum terminate. The internal substances are thus prevented from leaving the body, and their precipitates are drawn up the Sushumna Nadike and mingle with the heat of the risen fire snake. Hence the Tantric Admoni tie-in to seize the serpent woman by the tail, awaken the sleeping one, a direct reference to the fire snake and the woman who is her physical embodiment for the purpose of the Kaula rites. The astroglyph of the magically consecrated priestess is Scorpio. When the exercise known as a kunchanam is performed, the constant contractions of the sphincter muscle act as an attack upon the fire snake, who then rises up and strikes with its tail at the conus medullaris. A kunchanam achieves for the tantric what pranayama achieves for the hatha yogi. As with pranayama, a kunchanam is not exercised while eating or drink ing, or during the higher forms of cunnilingus, I.e., the imbibition of the magically charged kulas of the duty. In the most secret forms of this ritual, as many as 16 women are used as messengers or conveyors of the sacred fluids, 16 being the culmination of the lunar current, which attains its maximum on the 15th day. The chief duty represents the goddess herself. The messenger becomes oracular at the climax of the rite. At such times she is able to confer magical powers, siddhis, upon her devotees, and sometimes high trances and states of transformed consciousness, as when the adepts assume atavistic forms and practice a form of lycanthropy. In the Tamil Siddha's hymns to the goddess, the serpent is described as inseparable from its whole, which means that in this particular form of the rite the fire snake does not leave its natural base, the Muladhara Chakra, or hole from whence issues the Ophidian oracle. At this zone, the members of the Kaula circle achieve total fulfillment of their desires in whichever plane or dimension they happen to project their will. This recalls the witches' Sabbath, which is a travesty of the rite, although some authorities maintain that the genuine witch cult yet survives in the West, with practices barely distinguishable from those of the medieval covens. Hindu religious texts such as the Chandogya and Brihad Aranyaka Upanishads refer to the use of woman as an agent of fertility, but they do not hint at the occult nature of the rite wherein, although used sexually, she forms the gateway to wholly transsexual objectives. The Agamas and Tantras and the Shastras of the South Indian Siddhas contain more specific references, and in the Shivayagapradipika appears the following unequivocal statement. Wine they require in moderate quantities to control the images of their minds, and women to draw out their best nature at the time of sadhana? Worship, my dear, thy auspicious emblem of Shiva, Lingam, always within thine own heart, with various kinds of flowers made of conditioned and unconditioned concepts. Flowers that are the multiform and beautifully colored lotuses, consisting of nerve centers such as Muladhara or the basic plexus, as also those of jasmines that shine brilliantly in the middle of them. In the Tavaram, the flowers are said to be 5 in number, like the 5 jewels of the cow and the Panchatattvas or 5 principles, makaras. They are the 5 flower arrows in the quiver of Kama, the god of desire. When Kama aimed his arrows, Shiva Lingam, opened his eye and Kama was burnt to ashes, a reference to the annihilation of desire and the transsexual nature of the right. The Sanat Kumara Agama declares, "Thou shouldst not worship mere externals only. Such are worshipped by the profane alone. One who worships in the 7 chakras is a follower of the Vedas. He after death will become a mukta." Here again is a clear reference to the fact that these practices and their results are not restricted to the material plane. The use of wine is similarly deprecated if it is not used in a ritual context. Of the Kaula celebrants, it is said the commentators on the Gita, who aligned it with the Vedas, were either ignorant of the Tripura Upanishad or unwilling to take note of the hints freely given in that celebrated Shastra. Innumerable sacred texts and temple sculptures conceal the genuine Ophidian current under a veneer of playfully erotic symbols. Western-educated Orientals read into them a whimsical tendency on the part of their forebears to liken the process of cosmic creation to that of human sexual congress. This is, of course, an erroneous deduction. The bow of arrows and the charming apanga or sidelong glances bestowed by dancing maidens on the objects of their playful attentions are persistent themes interpreted in a romantic manner. In actual fact, they refer to fundamental psychosexual processes of the human body in its relation to the fire snake. The arrow flowers of the senses were to be introverted, and this process was symbolized by the upturned or sidelong gaze of the apsaras who represented Kundalini. Their charm and beauty indicated the grace of the serenity that is attainable only by reversion of sensualities. In this Apangavision, the pranav or creative vibration Om is the flower to be used. The nature of this flower and its creative vibration has been explained. Flowers are the vaginal vibrations of the Suvasini emitted during the ascent of the fire snake in the body of the priest. The 5 arrows of the senses in their new i.e. retroverted function stimulate a flow of nectar throughout the whole system, implying the flowers the fragrance of which emanates from the prostate gland, the urinary and genital secretions other than semen, the fragrance which is instrumental in awakening the fire snake. The process is echoed in Liber 7:3-24. Come, let us irritate the vessels of the earth. They shall distill strange wine, for this region of the Vasa, prostate, is attributed to the element earth. The Raja Yogins interpret the process of reversion in and through the element of air and use, instead of a kunchanam of the fire snake, the pranayama of the breath. The Kaulas or Shakta Tantrics maintain, however, that a pale reflection only can be achieved by this method, and that whereas the Shakta realizes the actual fire snake in the region of earth, the Yogin merely realizes it in the mind, in the vague and ethereal forms of air. He therefore experiences an illusion or imitation of attainment completely divorced from the physical plane. For the Tantric, on the other hand, a kunchanam is the real meaning of pranayama, or control of the vital current. The turning back of the force applies not to breath alone but to fire itself, and that is why, in poetic imagery and in temple sculptures, the priests exhibited the maiden with eyes turned upward in oblique i.e. retroverted, apanga. Apana occurs only when the goddess is suffused with the flow of Amrit, the nectar emitted from the flowers of the entombed sensualities, the fragrance and glow of the elixir of life itself. As in sexual congress, the eyes of a woman turn upward at the moment of orgasm, so in tantric coitus apanga occurs in the Suvasini, and the worshipper is inflamed with bliss. The women trained for service in the Kaula circle are of a special kind. Their characteristics are given in the Havajra Tantra. They should be young, childless, well-developed and healthy. They should be naturally capable of sensual retroversion, and they should be able to control themselves at all stages of the rite and punish offenses committed by male members of the circle. But there is one physical characteristic of prime import and essential to a priestess of the higher mysteries. She should be retromingent. Such an anatomical peculiarity is not common even in African and Oriental women. In European women, it is extremely rare. This physical predisposition is required for the Kaula equivalent of the rites of atavistic resurgence, such as lycanthropy and those practiced in the cult of the spectral hyena. According to Kaula adepts, the fire snake has a personality or ego complex of its own, quite apart from its spiritual constituents. This shows that the woman chosen to represent the fire snake is identified with it to such an extent that she is in herself a powerful personality, with great strength of will and individuality. She is not worshipped as a merely passive instrument or embodiment of the fire snake. She is the fire snake, and she directs the worship and corrects errors of procedure during the ritual. She exerts her most direct influence at the onset of trance, immediately prior to the oracular phase. Austin Osman Spare, who attended many astral sabbaths, noted the peculiarly passive role played by the male members of the assembly, while the witches take the active part throughout, which is one reason he adduces for the dominance of the feminine principle in the earliest cults, symbolized by the witch straddling the besom handle. Various theories have been advanced to account for the division of the tantras into those of the Dakshina and Vama Marg, right and left-hand path. Kaula initiates maintain that the division arose with the need to shut out the unfit, the latter thus cutting themselves off from the fount of truth. The original teaching dealt entirely with the real use of woman to man. By Vama, the so-called left-hand path, or black magic, is meant the use of things generally considered unclean, namely the excretions of the human body, the use of things that provoke disgust. But that is not to admit that these things are useless. The Tamils devote volumes to the subject. By the use of the yogic practice known as Viparita Karani, the senses are retroverted during the sexual act itself. Bodily rhythms are reversed. The Vama Marg concerns itself particularly with the elixir of life or the perfumes of regeneration, and many of its adepts do attain an astonishing degree of physical longevity. They claim that their science of Viparita Karani reverses not only the life currents, but death itself ceases to be the final experience. John Blofeld refers to adepts of Taoist Tantra in China who are known to have achieved relative immortality. But such attainment is not the ultimate goal of Tantric yoga. On the contrary, the adepts of this yoga are able so to control their consciousness that they have no need of preserving intact the physical body in order not to lose the thread of memory. They can die in one body, be reborn, and still retain the traces of their identity. This again is not the ultimate aim of the Vama Marg or any of the great paths. The ultimate aim is total absorption in the goddess, and this is sometimes accomplished through tantric sexual union with the priestess who embodies her. This is the aim of adepts of the genuine Kaula circle. The Kaula path has provoked severe censure, particularly in the past, from those who attach false values to the body and its products. This caused the Vama Marg to withdraw itself, and this made it even more suspect in the eyes of the uninformed. Today there are signs, at long last, that Kaula praxis may be seen for what it really is, a scientific experiment with the psychosexual chemistry of the human body. The Kalagni Rudra Upanishad gives directions for the preparation and imbibition of bodily essences, or kalas. Initiates of the Vama Marg use the actual kalas as they flow from the woman used for ritual purposes. In the Dakshina Marg asterisk, on the other hand, certain alternatives were employed after the fashion of present-day Christians who substitute wine and bread for the bodily products which they symbolize and which were consumed at the agapoi of the early Christian anchorites. This is really the Samaya Marg, championed by the mid-15th century reformer Lakshmidhara, that employs substitute substances. I have suggested in Aleister Crowley and the Hidden God p. 232 that the essential difference between the Varna Marg and the Dakshina Marg is that the votaries of the former worship the fire snake in the Maladhara, while the Dakshinakaras raise the snake stage by stage, unsealing the cities of the power zones as it ascends the spinal column, Sushumna Nadi. It is not at all easy at this distance of time to ascertain precisely how these paths differed in antiquity, but there seems no doubt at all that the Shaktas of the reformed Tantric schools, the pseudo-Kaulas, substituted wine for soma, moon juice, meat for mamsa, flesh, fish for mina, clitoris. Ritual gestures for mudra, the magical passes that unseal the power zones of the Suvasini, and symbolic congress for Maithuna, transsexual magic. These are the celebrated 5 Ms or Panchamacaras, also known as the Panchatattva or fivefold principle. Pancha, 5, Makar A, the letter M. The word Makar also denotes a fish. It is the mythological analog of the zodiacal sea goat, Capricorn, and, as such, specifies the nature of the 5 Ms. They are the 5 jewels of the cow, referred to previously. The 5 basic principles or tattvas represented by the elements earth, air, fire, water, and spirit. These have a special significance when related to the number 5, the number of the pentagram and of the human female as the vehicle of manifestation, symbolized by the 5-day lunar period. According to the Chaldean Kabbalah, the letter M, 40, is the dead number of fixed law. It is the letter of water, i.e., blood, the fixative in flesh of spirit. 40 is 4 times 10, tetragram, and represents man or the lesser countenance, immutable in the heaviness of Moketh, i.e., the crystallization of idea into form, the fixation of the world of dream in terms of solid, wide-awake consciousness of the objective world. 40 is also the number of Gval, a title of Yesod, the cosmic power zone of the lunar current and of the water or kala that it transmits. Soma, or madhya, is an autointoxicant. It is the essence of urine distilled after repeated recyclings through the yogically purified body. This process makes it magically effective. It is the wine of which mere alcohol is the ritual symbol. Its constant imbibition bisexualizes the body and creates in the adept the conditions necessary for the true assumption of the God form, one of the chief purposes of tantric sadhana. It also makes a man fearless, and for this reason the adepts of this path are known as Bhairavas, the fearless ones. The Bhairavi Diksha involves the 5 makaras, madhya, wine, being the element water, earth is mamsa, flesh, or calcined excrement, gomaya. The Bhairavis are smeared with white ash, which has many symbolic references both for Shaivites and Shaktas. In the case of the ascetic followers of Shiva, it symbolizes the giving up of worldly wealth and possessions and the dedication of the aspirant to a life of intense devotion to Shiva, the auspicious one. But Shiva has also a name, Shambhu, which is a cipher for that secret initiation involving the madhya and the mamsa, the wine and the flesh. To the element of water is ascribed Mina, of which the symbol or glyph is the fish. This symbolizes the kalas of the Suvasini at a particular stage of the rite. The mudras are the manual signs or passes made over the body of the Ruvasmi to bring the kalas into manifestation at any particular lotus. It is said that these mudras are closely guarded secrets known only to initiates of the cult. They cannot be communicated unless by word of mouth and face-to-face with the guru, says a secret text. The 5th makara, Maithuna, is the transsexual congress which causes the detumescence that releases the mahakalas, the supreme secretions that contain the magical presence of the goddess. The 5 makaras are produced in 3 stages of the rite, thus forming 15 steps or degrees that attain their consummation in the 16th kala, the ultimate kala of immortality and the elixir of life itself, a draught of such magical potency that he who imbibes it acquires all cities. The great yantra of Kali is the linear formula of the progression of the kalas and their culmination in the X6th. The yantra describes the unfolding of the goddess 15, represented by the 5 triangles symbolic of the 5 makaras. The 16th kala is represented by the seed, or bindu at the heart of the central triangle, yoni. At this place, the bija mantra of the goddess is usually situated. This syllable varies from cult to cult according to which aspect of the goddess is being worshipped. Kali for release from all forms of bondage and for final liberation from the cycles of births and deaths. Sarasvati for poetic skill and the power to charm by mellifluous speech. Lakshmi for wealth, and so on. The syllable determines the nature and order of the chain of letters that form the girdle of the goddess. Each cult has its secret attributions and set of correspondences reminiscent of the Chaldean Kabbalah with its numerical, elemental, tarotic, and other attributions to the paths and sephiroth of the tree of life. In the tantric systems, the sephiroth are equivalent to the chakras seen in clairvoyant vision, or during trance, as whirls of multicolored lights revolving at varying speeds along the spinal column, the lesser lights glowing and pulsating like stars throughout the ganglionic network of nerves which constitutes the subtle anatomy of man. These rapidly revolving wheels of light emit a vibrant humming that is translated in terms of the various letters of the alphabet attributed to each chakra according to the pitch of its sound. In this way, the goddess manifests not only in the form of sound and vibration, i.e., as mantra, but also in the form of vectors of energy, the yantras denoting her presence at the several power zones in the subtle body. If it is realized that both priestess and priest blend these vibrations in a single power sound, it may be appreciated how subtle and how complex is the science of Shabda sound when studied in relation to group workings in a fully functioning Kala circle of 8, 16, 28, and sometimes as many as 43 participants. Sir John Woodroffe has treated the basic principles of Shabda in his translation of the Varnamala or Garland of Letters. Sound creates electricity and magnetism and electromagnetic fields. Thus, the yantra of the goddess is formed of the network of vectors connecting her power zones. Her mantra is the blent and ultimate vibration generated by the action of the kulus coursing through this ramification of nadis, nerves. Her tantra is the bringing down SL of these potencies to the mundane level of consciousness for utilization in the Kaula circle. The latter is, in fact, the outer lotus, the cosmic enclosure in symbolic form, that bounds the goddess and all her Shaktis energies, as typified by the Y-antra of Dakshiнаkalika with its 5 triangles, 15 steps, and the hidden bindu in the central yoni, the whole girt by an 8-petaled lotus typifying not only the 8 directions of space but also the primary cross of 4 points and its reflection in the body of the priestess. The chakras become fully energized only when the fire snake arrives at their several loci during her ascent. Descriptions of the chakras, as given in textbooks on yoga, are misleading because the power zones come into being only when the fire snake is active. The letters, colors, sounds, and shapes attributed to them vary according to the disposition of the practitioner and the degree of his spiritual competence. It is unlikely that any 2 maps of the subtle regions would tally, though there may be a general similarity in some cases. Great stress is placed in Kaula doctrine on that complex machine, the human brain. As with the greater body which surrounds it, as the macrocosm surrounds the microcosm, so to the brain are allotted various areas that are affected by the action of the fire snake and which, in their turn, influence the kulus released into the bloodstream of the Suvasini. The 4-faced image of Brahma is taken by the Kaulas to symbolize the corpora quadrigemina, the 4th ventricle of the brain. This region is affected powerfully by the kundalini on its upward march. The pituitary body, 3rd ventricle, and the pineal body, 5th ventricle, are similarly sensitive. They have been described as the master chakras in the brain, and they have their corresponding centers in the Muladhara, Manipura, Svadhisthana, etc. The power zones corresponding to the elements earth, water, and fire. When the fire snake emits its luminous venom, it gushes over and permeates the entire body. This overflow contains ajas, the magical current that electrifies the cerebrospinal fluid in the region of the Sushumna, spinal canal. According to the Kaula Tantra comment, this overflow from the kundalini is primarily an overflow of semen or of the female fluid, as the case may be. This is the nectar or moon juice, the ambrosia of the gods that is consumed by the fire snake during the ritual. When not expelled from the body, as in sexual detumescence, the ajas transmutes and gradually rejuvenates the organism. It emanates from the very feet of kundalini at the coccygeal gland, or Luska's gland, as some call it. It is not from the brain, as the Samians 34 claim, but it is influenced and controlled by the master chakras that use the brain as their physical means of transmission. The supreme kala, Mahakala, from the feet of the goddess is the so-called elixir of life that is emitted with the urine, the menstrual fluid, and with the secret or 16th kala that is identified with the root vibration of the woman selected for the part of the goddess in the Kaula rite. The Sri Yantra, the most sacred chakra of the goddess, is a complex of lines and angles, a map of the power zones in relation to the body of the goddess. Wherever 2 lines meet, a sandhi is situated. Where 3 lines intersect, at that place exists a marma. Sandhis are points in the human body that control the mechanism of tumescence. Marmas, those of detumescence. There are 24 sandhis and 28 marmas, and to each is allotted 1 foot of the 52 letters of the Sanskrit alphabet. So sensitive are the marmas that the slightest pressure on them causes changes in the chemistry of the body and can, in certain cases, cause death, or, on the contrary, such an access of the life current that the body is recharged with vital energy. Some of these spots are known and used in the art of jujitsu, which is to the Sri Vidya what fortune-telling is to the occult sciences. The erogenous zones, sandhis, as well as those of detumescence, marmas, are carefully avoided during the invoca tie-in of the fire snake. Their exact location varies with each woman. For this reason, the tantras do not classify them. To make an error in their location can be exceedingly dangerous. As each woman maps out her own periodic cycle and is familiar with its pulse, so do the practitioners of the Kaula cult make a study of the women used for ritual purposes and ascertain their times and dispositions. In order to ascertain the precise loka tie-in of the sandhis and marmas, the Kaulas employ a form of zone therapy, which enables them to make a graph of the rise and fall of each woman's lunar pulse. The Tamilian Siddhas claim that It is into the sexual organs of the healthy young female that the lady of our world has entered to conquer all the world for us that serve her. The Saundarya Lahari, wave of beauty, describes the state of ecstatic frenzy which seizes women during the ritual. They appear like bacchantes possessed, posturing lasciviously, disrobing themselves provocatively and exhibiting all the characteristics of rut. Yet the men remain old, unresponsive, coldly indifferent to all blandishments. This is symbolic of the stage undergone by the neophyte when the fire snake begins to rise and streak up the spinal canal. The neophyte is the old inert jiva, individual soul, but within him dances the cosmic life force of flame with immense creative passion. The fire of her passion assumes alluring forms, houris of paradise, apsaras of incredible loveliness that tempt the neophyte to release the sexual fluid. It is at this stage of the rite that he must not relinquish the akunchanam and unleash the fire which would then jet outward instead of remaining within to consume the impurities that lurk in his system. It is at this stage too that he is tested in his ability to desensualize the senses, for by this means alone may he obtain the amrita or nectar of the goddess. At this juncture the apanga is brought into play. The usual direction of the fire snake is downward and outward, therefore the apanga, or direction of vision, must be reversed and directed upward and inward. This action is reflected in the body of the priestess. When the apanga within the neophyte begins to reverse the flow of the fire, the Suvasini's eyes slant upwards as her ecstasy approaches its climax. From this moment her vaginal vibrations become of positive magical value, and normal kansai usness altogether ceases in her. She becomes oracular, and the words that flow from her mouth no less than the fluids that flow from her vulva are charged with supreme potency. Then the Suvasini disrobes herself, quite naturally, as if her lover were there. But no further advances are permitted, as the worshipper is too aged and far too wise to respond. When these signs of tumescence begin to appear, it will be time to wait and watch for the detumescence and the secretions which follow it. Whether they be bindu or nada, or even any of the minor fluids, they are of value as having originated from the kundalini of the inflamed ruerant. Philip Rawson suggests the probability that in ancient times the special potency of the Tantra was transmitted along a female line of power holders. By ritual intercourse with them the initiation was diffused. But in the Kaula circle, adepts have no physical contact at all with the Suvasini dash. Even the madras, magical passes, are applied astrally, and the energies that are drawn off are of an etheric, though material, nature. According to the secret tradition of the Kaulas, the Kala chakra or wheel of time is identical with the Shri chakra or yantra of the supreme goddess. In other words, the woman's body, the repository of the electromagnetic kalas, is diagrammatized in the form of a time chart. As there are 365 days in the year, so also are there 365 kalas or rays of effulgence emanating from the path of the goddess. 53 According to Tantric lore, these rays emanate from the feet of the goddess after she has reached her abode in the head, the region of the Ajna chakra and of the supreme chakra beyond. There are 64 rays from the pituitary region, mind, Ajna chakra. There are 72 rays from the fourth ventricle region, Akasha. Visuddha chakra. There are 54 rays from the cardiac region, Anahata chakra. There are 52 rays from the lumbar region, Manipura chakra. There are 62 rays from the sacral region, Svadhisthana chakra. There are 56 rays from the prostate region of the spinal canal, Muladhara chakra. 360 full circle. Of this full circle, 118 degrees or rays are apportioned to fire, 106 to the sun, and 136 to the moon, 360 degrees in all, denoting the 3 stages of the ritual and the 3 divisions of the spinal cord. The Kaula commentator here notes a curious point. Only 360 rays or days are given. The reason may well be that the 5 missing days refer to the eclipse of the moon, for the number 360 is applicable to any cycle, not only solar and annual but lunar and monthly also. The 5 missing days are therefore the occult degrees of the circle and, as such, are not disclosed to the profane. Their secret formulae are not revealed to the uninitiated. Rawson notes, for certain rituals it is also important that the woman's own vital energies should be at their peak, and that she should be menstruating. Indian tradition has it that on different days of the month a woman's sexual sensitivity, which is related to cosmic movements by her own periods, needs to be triggered by special attention to different parts of her body. Diagrams illustrate these trigger points and relate them to the phases of the moon. The distribution of the 360 rays of effulgence to the days of the bright and the dark fortnights forms a science as complex as the interrelations of the vectors of force connecting the Sandhis and Mar-Mas of the Sri Chakra. To each of the days and nights are allotted specific god forms which the astral bodies of the Suvasinis assume. These god forms dispense a subtle nectar consonant with their nature. The intricacies of the subject can merely be hinted at here, but it is important to understand that these interiorly located deities are, in a sense, the guardians or familiar spirits of their respective female vehicles. The ancient Tibetan Bonpa utilized these demons, and they were perpetuated by the Buddhists of the Tantric and Mahayana schools as the Dakinis or witch queens. There would be little point in listing here these so-called Nitya deities, but the more important ones may be noted. In the genuine rituals of the left-hand path there are the Vasinis and the Arkashanis, and where a full Sri Chakra is worked, there is also the full complement of yoginis, one for each yoni or triangle. Each yogini represents a letter which, as previously explained, embodies a vibration consonant with the effect which the yogini has upon the stages of the fire snake's ascent. It is from the class of priestess known as Vasinis that the Yajaka, high priest, selects his material for each stage of the worship, and the Vasinis alone may serve him in the innermost 8-yonid area around the Suvasini herself. The yoginis are an altogether different kind of priestess. They are specially selected for their natural aptitude where certain physiological practices are concerned. More specifically the Olis, Sahajoli, Vajroli, and Amaroli, these three being the most celebrated. But the adepts of the Kaula circle do not practice the Ophir after the manner of the Hatha yogins. The actual formula is never disclosed. This much can be stated about the yoginis, that they are women who do shed their radiance or elixir or perfume, which implies that in other types of practitioners these essences are not necessarily manifested. The women chosen for the office of Suvasini, the actual embodiment of the fire snake, are drawn from the classes of Vasinis, yoginis, or Arkashanis. The Vasinis are the reflective, suggestible types of a mainly lunar disposition. The yoginis are aggressive, intensely sexual, scorpionic types. The Arkashanis are of exceptional charm and fascination. Care must be taken that they do not bewitch. The Arkashanis are said to be best for regular working despite their tendency to cast a spell upon the worshippers, towards whom they act in a highly positive manner. The yoginis rarely achieve orgasm without the use of the olis. They are therefore avoided by all but the most experienced priests, those who are able to retain their energy during the period of intense sexual provocation. Within the actual circle, the Arkashanis are placed in the outermost ring, the yoginis next, and the Vasinis nearest of all to the actual pitha, or seat of the goddess represented by the Suvasini. When initiated males are present in the circle, they occupy the remaining yonis and dalas.
The Hatha Yoga Pradipika, when speaking of the olis, says, "The yogini is she who has practiced akunchanam of the apana, air element, and thereby is able to use the genital outlet as a catheter, i.e., passing the urine. Rather, she has been trained to absorb the semen of the male, but also she is capable of preventing her rajas, or red fluids, from appearing, and can control the menstrual flow very well. A Kaula commentator observes that such yoginis are used in Shakta ritual, but they are not used for coition at all, nor is anyone in the circle permitted to have intercourse with them for days after the puja, i.e., ritual worship." Fine. Left-handed Tantra and the Cult of the Fire Snake. 2.
The Shakta Tantra manuals abound with texts dealing with the qualifications required of the three classes of Suvasini described in the previous chapter. The 4 elements are assigned to them together with a corresponding sense faculty. The Akarshanis are trained to conquer the sense of smell, attributed to air. Perfumes and incense are employed, and her organism is steeped in the particular fragrances which it is desired that she should emit during the ritual. The Sparsh Akarshanis are chosen for their conquest of the power of touch or feeling, the faculty attributed to the element earth. Their sensitivity is such that the slightest touch by a male causes detumescence. The Rasa Akarshanis, whose menstrual fluids are potent to congeal mercury, are used by the Sadaka to conquer the sense of taste, attributed to water. This he does by the imbibition of their urine, which is pure and of great magical value. The conquest of the sense of vision, related as it is to the element fire, may be achieved only through the medium of the Supreme Suvasini, the high priestess of the circle, who is the veritable embodiment of the fire snake during the period of the ritual. The retroversion of vision, reflected in the subtle slanting apanga that manifests as the sidelong glance of the woman's eyes, occurs as she enters into the profound trance induced by the ascent of the Kundalini. A master magician or high priest alone has power to magnetize the Suvasini's body to the highest pitch of its power, so that cosmic vision replaces human sight and the oracular stage is entered upon. The risen fire snake generates what is known in the Tantras as the chaya or shadow. This expression occurs in the sense in which we have used the term to denote the cults that employ the Ophidian current in its psychosexual phase, for energizing that shadow, and also in the sense of its being the halo or double that glows like a nimbus around the risen fire snake. The blazing radiations of the fire snake are so intense that this glow, although in itself as effulgent as a million moons, appears shadow-like beside it. It is this aura that protects man against the influx of psychic forces that the fire snake draws to itself like moths to a flame. Also, it is the glow that holds at bay the denizens of the cliffeth that are attracted to the vast magazine of cosmic energy, one spark of which would confer immortality upon them could they nourish themselves upon it. In terms of mediumistic phenomena, the chaya is the shadowy phantom of the subjective mind that assumes the forms impressed upon it by members of the circle. Paracelsus, among others, has described the ill effects resulting from rents in this protective aura. Dion Fortune, who was attacked by clephotic forces that pierced her aura, lost vital energy to such an extent that she became dangerously ill and was saved from death only by the ceremony of initiation that admitted her to the Golden Dawn. In the non-initiate as well as in the adept, the shadow frequently assumes alluring forms. The sexual temptations experienced by the Christian anchorites were due to the heavily charged psychosexual magnetism of the shadow activated by the stirrings of the fire snake which, on lending some of its heat to the images engendered, is potent to create ravishing succubi. Competent occultists even have been known to succumb to their blandishments. In the East, these forms of the shadow are known as huris. Methods of evoking them are sedulously avoided by all but black magicians or persons completely enthralled by their animal propensities. In his book, Tantric Yoga, Marquez Riviere writes derogatively of the Vamakarans, as do most Western authorities. However, in a footnote he refers to a class of practitioners which would undoubtedly be disowned by the genuine left-hand tradition. I was able to know personally the absolutely depraved and abnormal sexual appetites of these false yogis. The method used is called the prayoga, through which it is possible to visualize and animate certain female entities who are called succubes. In his introduction to the Serpent Power, Sir John Woodroffe also describes these false Vamakarans. Those who do practice magic of the kind mentioned work only in the lowest center, i.e., the Muladharakakra, have recourse to the prayoga, which leads to Nayika City, whereby commerce is had with female spirits and the like. In the process of the fire snake's ascent, the shadow or chaya assumes various forms, the most usual of which resemble the medieval concept of succubi. They are known to tantrics as apsaras, of which the apsara Tilotma is supreme. The apsaras manifest in sparkling purple and generate the voluptuous imagery that accompanies wet dreams. Such visions, however, cannot affect the practitioner whose chaya has been rendered impregnable by some magical process analogous to the rite of the flaming star. Other alluring disturbers of yogic practice are rumba, a ceaseless weaving of reverberant dreams that fade into one another, korvashi or urvashi, which are subconscious sexual desires parading as lascivious auru, and Menaka, a goddess of fantasy and daydreaming of an exclusively sexual nature. These names denote the shadow or double, known as chaya in Sanskrit, as Irvan by the Parsis, and as korvashi in the Puranas. The latter refer to her merely as a huri. The shadow survives the bodily death of the individual for a comparatively long time. It lives on as the pitris or manis, ancestral spirits that respond to magical evocation. If the shadow is strongly developed and is under the control of a black magician, it can be projected into the aura of sleeping people, and obsess them with sexual fantasies that can drive them to madness and suicide. It is then withdrawn by the vampire who dispatched it, and he nourishes himself on the energy which the shadow has collected. As this energy is of a predominantly sexual nature, the vampire becomes increasingly charged with sexual obsessions that lead to his inevitable destruction. But he may prolong his mortal existence for many years beyond the normal lifespan, and after death he becomes an even greater menace when his shadow is no longer bound to a physical body. The kundalini partakes of the element fire when it is a whack aimed at the basal center. When it rises through the sushumna or hollow tube of the spinal column, and until it reaches the region of the throat, it is identified with the sun, and from the throat upward, it is identified with the moon. Its final resting place is at the Sahasrara chakra, the lotus of 1,000 petals at the crown of the head. Profound meditation on the ascent of the fire snake induces a form of inebriation, because this is the manner of obtaining the soma juice from the lunar region. The Book of the Law, a Western Tantra, gives the precise procedure. I am the snake that giveth knowledge and delight and bright glory, and stir the hearts of men with drunkenness. To worship me take wine and strange drugs whereof I will tell my prophet, and be drunk thereof. And elsewhere in the same text, I am the secret serpent coiled about to spring. In my coiling there is joy. If I lift up my head, I and my newt are one. If I droop down mine head and shoot forth venom, then is rapture of the earth, and I and the earth are one. The madhya or wine that intoxicates is released when the fire snake achieves its apotheosis in the lunar sphere. The nectar is churned up, overflows and permeates the entire organism by the persistent use of a kanchanam. This liquor is known as amrit, ambrosia of the gods. According to the tantras, those who drink any wine but this are mere drunkards. This is the substance of the elixir of life, and it flows from the feet of the goddess, i.e., from the genital outlet of the woman chosen to represent her. This fluid is charged with power only when a kanchanam is practiced, as the fire snake flashes back and forth between the prostate region and the brain, i.e., between Muladhara and Brahmarandra. The following account of raising the fire snake is excerpted from the magical record of Frater Iadnamad, a member of the Urdu Templi Orientis, an order which uses the Book of the Law and Liber HHH as basic grimoires, or sex magical manuals. After reading part of the Temple of Solomon, the king I went to bed. Immediately, I noticed that the voices of the Nadi were extremely loud, and there was an undertone of unfamiliarity about them which resembled a combination of seals barking on a roaring coast and the shrieks of Doverous gulls. I decided, caught up in the beauty of the sounds, to concentrate on them. They became throbbing and revolving as vibrations rose, and my whole body was caught up in a frenzied blast of prana. Suddenly, I was caught up in a rain of liquid fire, immersed in a sea of bliss. My subtle body jackknifed into the fetal position. Diana! The orgasm fled and turned again to rend me like a mad bull. I scream aloud the name Harupar Kroth. Again I am crushed in the jaws of ecstasy. I can bear it no longer and intentionally bring myself down. Curiously, there are no astral hallucinations upon awakening. I fall back into the arms of slumber and it begins again. I put my body of fire into a vertical position when the shower of bliss falls on me again. I try to force kundalini up the spine. I have had at least 5 dhyanas by this time, and the ecstasy is so vast that I am overcome by fatigue. My bewildered mind stumbles into sleep. There was something concerning a particular spot in the brain which I had learned to control. It was just below the uppermost point of the cranial suture. Following this, as seems to be the case after each of my occult successes, there occurred a period of extreme dissociation and agony. November 22nd, SSS comment, excellent. Brought snake up, path of Tau to moon? A bright orange. Great amount of creative energy released which has obliterated my apophis. Body quaked and there were violent muscle spasms. The energy released is extremely pleasurable and electric. A gentle zephyr of prana caressed my body. November 28th. The volume of the nadi vibration increased until they were positively deafening. My attention was soon drawn to the fact that these sounds seemed to emanate from the ajna. The sounds were of 2 basic types: the shrill shriek resembling that of a frantic bird, and a sort of reverberating nasal twang. I entered Ajna briefly in the god form of HPK and beheld a vast, misty yellow sun. I made my way back and tried to sensitize myself to the current that was flowing through me. I could feel all of the chakrams plainly and also Sushumna. November 29th. Early on this morning, I performed some SSS, pranayama, and Uddiyana Bandha. Upon falling asleep afterwards, the following occurred. I was soon awakened by Kundalini. The energy was the most violent that I have experienced yet. It seemed to me that it lasted for several hours, and I found, as I became more and more exhausted, that I could not shut it off. I tried all manner of experiments. Listed below are all the memories that I can summon up. Intense activity in Ajna. B. Felt Sushumna plainly and saw it as a blade of white light. See vague memories of seeing Ajna.
D. Extreme Ananda e Astral Projection.
SSS comments. Sharp spasm of Ananda in 6 or 7 adjacent vertebrae in the middle of back. The sensation was that of a charge of energy traveling down from Sahasrara, while the prana from inhalation seemed to be coming up from Muladhara. This continued and increased until the entire lower half of the spine was vibrating intensely during inhalation. I could feel each individual vertebrae vibrating. There was great activity in Muladhara and increased nadi volume throughout. December 1st. SSS comments. Vibrations in upper Sushumna. December 3rd. SSS comments. Mulabandha K, spontaneous and violent radiating energy throughout organism. Muladhara became aggravated and penis became very erect. Mulabandha corresponded with a sensation similar to a slight orgasm. Muscle contractions due to adrenal activity. There was also a marked temperature rise localized in my back. December 5th. SSS comments. During this practice, I saw Ajna as an orange sun. December 8th. SSS comments. Reality is deprived of its verity. December 17th. SSS comments dash. Muladhara became extremely active, and each time it throbbed, a wave of bliss engulfed my body. It started with a ruddy glow and soon became a flaming scarlet. I brought Kundalini up sacrum, and Manipura responded with sharp twitching. December 20th. SSS comments. I got a better vision of the anal center. It is a dull red with a flaming scarlet middle. As concentration increases, the scarlet expands to engulf most of the lotus. December 29th. SSS comments. Very good. Brought Kundalini up Sushumna in its entirety except for the union with Nut, and could feel most of the vertebrae plainly. Could feel each chakram, especially Muladhara and Swadhisthana, up to Visuddha throb with bliss. Nadi voices are of 3 types. A. The bells. B. The crickets. C. The tambura. December 31st. SSS comments. I found it intensely difficult for quite a while to even get up through sacrum, but after the first time I got the snake completely up, the task became progressively easier. I extended her, say, half a dozen times. One very good sign was on one occasion when I got her to the upper thoracic region, I seemed to detect a curve in the spine. My attention had been so completely absorbed in the practice that I had neglected posture, and I was slumped over in that region. This proves that the ascent of Kundalini in this practice is not mere imagination. I note that Mulabandha spasms take place only when Kundalini is in the sacral zone. This is probably due to the vicinity of the very volatile Muladhara. This session was very satisfactory. I ascended the Sushumna vertebrae by vertebrae and felt each plainly, although the individuality of each could not be retained distinctly. I now want to give a brief analysis of the varieties of nadi voices that I am now able to hear. 1. The cricket resembles the chirping of numerous crickets. 2. The tambura resembles the drone of a tambura. Very superficial. 3. The bell, an extreme intensification of tambura. 4. The gull, very rare. It occurs during Kundalini ecstasy and astral projection. 5. Sht, this is the one that sounds rather like the sea. It occurs in deep meditation and is somehow connected with ego loss. January 2nd. SSS comments. In the beginning it seemed hopeless. The Sushumna was congested, or so it seemed, and I had to imagine Kundalini going up and down the full length several times to get the kinks out. Sacrum is child's play. There are, however, certain areas, sometimes 3 to 4 vertebrae in extent, that are nearly impossible to penetrate and require intense concentration. Any slump in posture creates these lions in the road. Sometimes, before I have ironed them out, the Kundalini would jump the kinks entirely. For example, Kundalini is moving up Sushumna and hits a cul-de-sac in the lumbar area, but I feel it continue its upward course starting from somewhere in the thoracic region. An apt analogy would be that of a locomotive entering and emerging from a tunnel. Some vertebrae are much more responsive than others. If there is any nervousness, it provokes a physiological reaction in the manipura region. This tightening creates a kink that is almost impossible to pierce. When a vertebrae is absorbed by the ascending Kundalini serpent, it responds with a tiny orgasm. January 25th. Last night, the Kundalini arose. I had been lying in bed for some time. By the time that I was on the verge of sleep, Kundalini arose. The nadi, while I was trying to fall asleep, had been exceptionally loud, clear, and sweet. The shutter of the ajna flipped open and I got some glimpses of the interior planes. I assumed the god form of Harpocrates, HPK, which increased vibrations 100-fold. No discomfort, only extreme pleasure. January 29th. The voices of the nadi are constant now. January 30th. Nadi still continues, but louder and refined. February 2nd. Last night I had a willed Kundalini blast. Here there was a terrible interlude of dissociation during which regular work was stupidly abandoned. February 27th. Last night several things occurred. I went to sleep in the god form of Harpocrates. Nadi were very loud and clear. The memory of what actually happened is blurred, probably a very profound dhyana. All I remember is the light, intolerable and infinite, that I was immersed in the light, that I was the light. There was also the sensation of rising at an incredible velocity, like a super-accelerated rising on the plains. Beyond these few inconsequential echoes, the mind is a complete blank. March 20th. I went to bed this morning with tambura, bell, and SHT very loud and clear. After falling asleep, I was soon awakened by high vibrations. Kundalini was ascending the Sushumna. I assumed the god form of Harpocrates, HPK, and this boosted the vibrations and auditory phenomena tremendously. These auditory phenomena were just incredible. I find them nearly impossible to describe. A million concentric whirlpools of sound fantastically wound around one another like an orgy of copulating serpents. Tremendous thunders and shrill cries, which increased as the queen ascended the royal path. Perhaps this is the meaning of the loud, frenzied procession of Maenads that accompanied Dionysus as he danced across Asia. Each vertebrae was an orgasm. Each step the breaking of a seal in the book of sound and vision. I decided to help the serpent, which appeared as a phallus composed of indescribably brilliant scintillating orange flame. As I willed, she rose up easily. There was no discomfort. The result was sublime. A violent and unsurpassed orgy of holiness. I cannot find words to describe the beyondness of it all. There is no comparison that can be made with any other bliss. The last thing I am able to remember was the serpent's head at the base of my skull. It took several days after this experience to recover the full use of my mental faculties. It was only after having fully recovered that I remembered, an inappropriate word, but it is the closest, that samadhi had occurred. This account has been given at length, not because it is unique but because it is typical of many similar accounts of the ascent of the fire snake. There are in all three great fires, and they are known in the tantras as fire, sun, and moon. These three fires manifest A as the digestive force, the heat of oxidation or metabolism, B as the experience known as the solar fire, and C as the kulth of the moon fire. The Christians allude to these bodily fires as the glories of the sun, moon, and stars, which symbolize the various stages of the fire snake's progress as she ascends the spine. The various experiences that accompany these stages in the inner world of the practitioner activate the Ajna chakra, third eye, and this reveals the inner spaces or dimensions of cosmic immensity beyond phenomenal space and time. These visions confer the state of availability necessary for the influx of the supreme elixir, by which is meant that they charge the psycho-sexual fluids of the Suvasini with magical potency. When the risen fire snake attains to the realm of the moon, the overflow of cerebrospinal fluid calms all feverishness and removes all toxins, thus strengthening the physical sheaths and cooling the entire system. This is a result also of the imbibition of urine. Tantris have for centuries used these means of assisting the ascent of the fire snake, for they have long known the magical value of the urine and of the vaginal essences which are charged with vitality because they contain the secretions of the endocrine glands. Pranayama and akunchanam both affect the endocrine system and stimulate the subtle nerve centers or chakras which form the ramifying network of power zones that act as lightning conductors for the cosmic energies. The Kaulas claim that puja alone is real which is offered at the feet of the mother, i.e., the goddess, whether these feet are imagined to be at the crown of the head, as when she is arisen, at the coccygeal gland as where she now is by akunchanam, or at the conus medullaris when she arrives there on awakening. This means that at whatever power zone the fire snake rests, she emits the supreme effluvium that manifests at the genital outlet of the Suvasini. The Kaula adepts, rather than directing worship at the crown of the head or to the region of the throat, prefer to offer it at the vulva itself, whereto it ultimately descends, charged with magical power. And in the Kaula circle itself, the sacred source of this elixir is not actually handled by the priest, but a burja leaf is laid beneath the Suvasini in order to receive the magical elixirs. If the Suvasini is so much as touched during this transcendental state, the fluids are darkened and become venomous. These are sometimes used in black magical rites performed for the purpose of collecting death-dealing potions. If the Suvasini becomes heated in any way, her secretions are similarly affected. It is therefore essential that she be kept cool and tranquil. The three gunas, sattva, rajas, and tamas are equated respectively with the calm and cool ambrosia, or silver wine of the moon, the blood-red wine of the fiery rajas fluids, and the thick leavings of red wine, or black lava, of the cliffith. There are volumes of verses about these three wines in the tantras of the Tamil Siddhas. On the plane of the fire snake, tamas or night, characterizes her first stage, the black chaos of the night of time and the serpent of the slime. When the fire snake stirs, i.e., is awakened, she then sheds the red dust or perfumes associated with rajas. This is the dust of the feet of the mother that manifests in the menstrual effluvia of the second and third day periodic flow. Finally, she attains the calm purity of her lunar sattvic essence as she reaches the brain, above the Visuddha power zone. It is on her backward journey that she collects these essences into one supreme elixir and discharges it through the secret eye of the priestess. The full moon, therefore, represents the goddess one lunation, for she is symbolic of the point of turning back, creating, as she does so, the 16th kala or digit of supreme elixir, the perkala. Rajas, tamas, sattva are represented in the Western occult tradition by the alchemical principles sulfur, salt, and mercury, and it is unlikely that the art of alchemy had an aim other than that which has always preoccupied mystics and magicians, viz., the attainment of cosmic consciousness via the psychosexual mysteries of the fire snake. This trinity, rajas, tamas, sattva or sulfur, salt, and mercury, appears in the tantras as the tribindu, kamakala, literally, the flower or essence of desire. According to the Vairavaja Rahasya, these three essences are known as Shanti, Shakti, and Shambhu, peace, power, and plenty, and they flow from the feet of the goddess. This is why the tribindu is situated, diagrammatically, in the trikona or triangle yoni that symbolizes Kali. Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas are thus the three gunas or principles represented one in each comber of the triangle by the letters of the Sanskrit alphabet that contain the root vibrations of their relevant potencies. According to the specific orientation of the cult, one or other of the gunas is exalted. In actual practice, the disposition of letters makes little difference. It is the collecting of the essences from the feet of the goddess that has given its name to the Vama Marg or left-hand path. For in this context, Vama means both to generate and to throw out. The practitioners of this path are concerned with the secretions as they flow from the female genitalia, and not with the mere verbal utterance of the letters of the alphabet, which, apart from their mantric use in charging and directing the fluids, are otherwise of little value. The mantras that form the girdle and necklace of the goddess, the sacred garland of the letters which form her secret names, are known only to initiates. It has been said that all mantras origin ally were words or sounds uttered by the entranced Suvasini, hence great care was, and is, taken to note down exactly what escapes her lips during the critical stage of the rite. It was considered impious to communicate to outsiders any oracle uttered within the chakra. Not only were her most casual words revered as mantric, her gestures also were regarded as sacred mudras indicative of the power within her and of the state of tumescence she had attained. The skilled operator could tell at a glance which fluids were available merely by observing the mudras she assumed. During the period of possession, care was taken to see that the Suvasini did not lie down prematurely, also that she did not seek relief from the great inner tensions by terminating the rite in sexual congress with one of the participants. Such a failure on her part would vitiate the entire ritual. When such a situation arose, and it was not uncommon, she was instantly replaced. Where this was not possible, however, the entire ritual had to be performed again and the power built up afresh. A work, possibly, of many weeks. The whole procedure, from beginning to end, is viewed and interpreted as a lila, divine play, of cosmic energy within the body of the priestess. The temple sculptures and carvings exhibit the ecstatic dance of Shakti in various of its stages. The sculptures have been viewed merely as examples of erotic art within a vague and rather dubious religious context. This they are not. They depict precise stages in one of the most complicated mystical rites ever devised, the Kaula chakra of the Varna Marg. Prominence given to the breasts, in tantric sculpture, may well due to the fact that they symbolize the Tatanka, a term signify the sun and moon as time markers. These are called the breasts of the mother. The Tatanka are also said to reside in the eyes. In this way, the neophyte is led to meditate upon the periodic flow of time as manifested in the Suvasini, and his attention is drawn, via the upturned eyes, apanga, to the cerebral areas where the ganglia of the pineal gland link up with both ears and eyes beyond the fifth ventricle of the brain. The sun and moon control the flow of vital fluids in the body of the Suvasini, the rhythmic pulse of which manifests at the various erogenous zones, especially at the genitalia, the breasts, and the eyes. The Tamil Siddhas have given precise directions for obtaining the vital fluids at the culmination of the rite. 3 major prastaras are adopted by the Suvasini. These are the Bhuprastra when the Suvasini is spread-eagled on the ground with the burja leaf in place to receive the Amrit, the Meru Prastra, when she is seated upon the dais in the circle, thus representing Mount Meru, and Kailasa Prastra when she is tumescent, and the technique of Viparita Karani is employed to melt her snows. The fire snake in its dormant state is equated with the dark fortnight, Krishna Paksht, or that phase of the monthly pulse indicative of the new moon. The Shukla Paksh, bright fortnight, denotes the full moon, and it is during this fortnight that the fire snake may be awakened successfully. The Tantrics have mapped out the ascent of the fire snake in relation to these lunisolar phases. In the basal, Muladhara chakra, the Kundalini is known as Amavasya, new moon, for at that place the sun and moon are conjoined. Hence the Muladhara is a dark power zone. The next center, Svadhisthana, is flecked with the sun's rays. Hence it is a region of twilight, i.e., mixed moon and sunlight. The third zone, Manipura, is likewise of a mixed nature. On attaining the stage of Anahata in the region of the heart, Kundalini is bathed in effulgence, and continues to be effulgent until she reaches the place of the moon at the Visuddha, the Kof center. The Ajna chakra, which represents Kundalini in exaltation, is the pure palace of serene brilliance. And so the ascent occurs from darkness, through Chui light to sunlight, and finally to the cool lunar region of eternal snows which is bathed in the perpetual radiance of the Shri chakra itself. Applied to the Yantra, this system of classification equates the trikona of the goddess with the Muladhara, the 8 triangles with the Svadhisthana dash, the 10 triangles with Manipura and Anahata dash, and the surrounding girdle with the Visuddha dash, while the 2 petals and double circle gate triads, known as the Shiva chakras, are equated with the Ajna power zone. The Ajna chakra is the abode of the 15 kolas and of the shadow of the 16th. Altogether, there are 16 lunar kolas. The sun has 24, fire has 10, which, together with the moon's 16, total 50. The number of vibrations represented by the 50 letters of the Sanskrit alphabet. The science of Sri Vidya demands intensive research into the periodic pulse as it manifests in the Suvasini. Each day of the bright and dark fortnights correspond to certain phases or digits of the moon. The careful disposition of apparently meaningless strings of letters in the triangles of complicated yantras are no mere crossword puzzles. On the contrary, they are secret ciphers, indices of psychosexual vibrations as they manifest in the human body in accordance with cosmic law. It has not been left to Westerners alone to regard these mysterious word graphs and elaborate diagrams as fatuous throwbacks from an era of magic and superstition. Orientals also, in the mass, have lost touch with the roots of their own mystery traditions, exceptions being those who adhere to initiated traditions such as the Kaula Marg of the Anataramnaya. These mysteries of line, angle, and name do not even begin to make sense unless it is understood that the diagram known as the Sri Chakra is meaningless without reference to the body-mind complex of which it is the map. To mistake the diagram for the reality which it symbolizes is like mistaking the diagram of the tree of life for an actual tree in nature. That the 16 kalas were once known throughout India is proved by their mention in the celebrated Manual of Sexual Love, composed by Nandikshvari in the 2nd or 3rd century A.D. Although he does not disclose the location of them all, he reveals general knowledge of their existence. In some cults, the Sri Yantra is worshipped qua diagram, but always with the body of the goddess in mind. Thus, whether the worship is actual or imagined, woman supplies the basic motive power and pattern for the mechanics of the rite. But no rite whatever is effective that does not generate the vital current imbued with the magical kalas in the body of a living representative of the goddess. It is the woman, not the diagram, that is the true image of the supreme circle or Mahachakra. Western science has isolated as many as 14 of these kalas, not as such, but as bodily fluids secreted by the human female. In the East, the entire 16 have been known in their true form since time immemorial. The kolas differ in chemical composition according to the phases of the feminine cycle, the age and konditiyan of each woman, and also according to the phases of the moon itself. It is evident that tabular or classified information concerning them may be acquired only by each individual pujari 3s during the rituals which he directs and within the limits of the material available to him. With so complex a science, there is no occasion for wonder that an adept such as Aleister Crowley, living in modern Western conditions, had many failures. What is surprising is that he had any success with it at all. Yet he claims to have discovered and to have isolated the principal kalas, although he nowhere distinguishes them precisely. Attention has been drawn to this aspect of his work in Aleister Crowley and the Hidden God, chapters 7 and 11. In the West, the science of Sri Vidya, known under various names, fell into abeyance with the onset of Christianity, though there are indications that it was known to the Gnostic sects and to the early Christian fathers who veiled their knowledge in the symbology of their agape love feasts. The Arabs were also acquainted with these secrets, and Muhammad advised the keeping of 4 wives expressly for Shakta purposes. The most closely guarded secret of the Kaula cult is, perhaps, the 15-lettered mantra that affects the gradual release of the 16th Kala, which is generated and built up during the Tantric rites. This Kala bisexualizes those who absorb it in a certain prescribed manner, and it is because of this that the gods of the Shakta cults are represented as androgynous. Such was the Baphomet of the Knights Templars, and the reason why Crowley identified himself with this concept and frequently assumed its god form during his sex-magical rites. The 15-syllabled mantra contains 1 letter, or vibration, per kala, the 16th being uttered in the creative silence that follows detumescence. According to the Tantras, the fire snake is itself the creative mantra Om. The reverberation of this mantra, as taught in the Kaula cult, strikes upon the coiled power at the base of the spine and causes it to rise and flood the body with light. The secret is concealed from the profane, yet openly revealed to all who can interpret the symbolism, in the Ardhamitra and above the glyph, which is itself a sign of the number 30, or completion of a cycle. Thus the sun and moon, in relation to this cycle, compose the sign of this Maha Mantra, which is the supreme glyph of cosmic creation. It is the magical manner of vibrating the mantra Om that constitutes the real secret of pranayama. Inadequately translated, control of breath. The breath in this instance is the vital force itself, not the element air but the magically charged fluids that circulate in the body of the Suvasini. The Upanishads describe the disposition of the 3 lights, or fires, in relation to the body. Bindu, as the moon, is equated with the left nostril, and Ravi, as the sun with the right nostril, while the fire of the Sushumna central pillar is generated by the fusion of these powers. The Tripura Upanishad equates the moon with the creative seed, the sun with the menstrual fluids, and the third light with the fire snake herself, as she combines all three lights in her upward sweep. The use of pranayama, in its usually accepted sense as breath control, is referred to the process whereby the fire is fanned into activity. The whole subject tends to be confusing because the terminology and symbolic equivalents vary with almost every sect, even within the Kaula cult of the Vama Marg. The initiate alone is fully competent to sift the various meanings and apply the right ones to the symbols employed. The one great fallacy in these matters is to accept a single interpretation of any specific process, whether of pranayama, the sun and moon and their relation to the nadi, the right and left nostrils, male and female fluids, and so on. It is above all important to remember that these frequently conflicting interpretations concern only the theoretician, for when the sadhaka is actually working in the circle with the woman as the goddess before him, there is no doubt in his mind as to what is meant by these processes in their relation to the various stages of the rite. It is claimed for the science of the Bhairavas that it is the only science that can reveal the secret of samarasa, the nectar that not only bisexualizes the human organism but which makes it also the fit vehicle for the cosmic forces that flash through it. The word Bhairava gives a clue to its esoteric significance. It means fear less, and its god form is the dog. In ancient Egypt, the dog or jackal was the guide of the souls in Amenta, i.e., the souls of the dead, and the dog star or star of Set was its celestial analog. The dog, as a symbol, is cognate with that of the jackal and the fox, which are co-types and have a single name in Hebrew, shgl, shugat, meaning the howler. The number of Shugal is 333, which is also that of Coranzan. The mode of sexual congress associated with the dog is typical of that Viparita Maithuna, retroverted coitus, that implies the retroversion of sensuality. Similarly, the full moon, associated with witchcraft and the howling of wolves, signifies the point of turning back. Liber Al contains a verse that is directly applicable to these mysteries. Is a god to live in a dog? No, but the highest are of us. The curious sense implied by the reversal of the word God, as dog, is the key not only to the formula, but also to the mode of its working. Accordingly, the Kaula commentator describes the Bhairavas as the dog-faced deifications that have been from the time of ancient Egypt, dog so-called because they valued the excretions. The science of the Bhairavas treats of the genital organ and its secretions. It values what the world, alas, does not value: the urine, the feces, and menstrual fluids. The urine and feces are of value because of their effect on the prana and the kundalini. Only persistent practice with these substances and other such acceptedly unclean things can impart the secret of the door in the conus medullaris, which opens, as if by magic, the instant the culpa carrot enters the system. And the true culpa is manufactured in the body of the man who practices the Bhairava yoga, for which women and the genital outlet and the secretions therefrom are of the utmost value. It is these secretions that were meant when they wrote of the 5 makaras. The passage of the fire snake and the precipitation in the suvasini of the various secretions that have their analogues in the tattvas, or elements, are discernible to clairvoyant vision. Accord ing to the usual classification: earth, water, fire, air, and spirit. The secretions are correspondingly solid, watery, hot, gaseous, sometimes a mere perfume or fragrance, and, when the fire snake attains the ajna chakra, the subtle equivalent of thought, a kind of hypertenuous vibration that is discernible as flickering brilliance resembling summer lightning. Commenting upon this aspect of the work, Frater 165, 7 degree OTO USA, writes, "One of the interesting things I have observed in regard to the raising of the serpent power when a female tantric is around is that the fire uses the water in her body and accounts for a considerable loss of weight. My own Shakti would lose 15 to 20 pounds in a night, and this also occurs with others I have known. There is a saying, the end product of water is fire. Conversely, the imbibition of the fluids of the suvasini helps to offset the parching heat of the fire snake in the sadhaka's body as the kundalini rises up the sushumna. The danger of its burning up all the fluid in the body is thereby avoided at this critical stage of the rite. The worship of the fire on the hearth or altar, mentioned in the Vedas and other religious texts, is emblematic of the fire at the vaginal power zone of the suvasini. This chakra has a dual function in that it can both receive impressions and transmit vibrations that can destroy or create, according to the type of influence brought to bear upon it. This is the reason for the extreme gentleness enjoined during the rite. The Suvasini is served with flowers and other pleasing things so that she remains cool and receptive. If irritated, either physically or mentally, the Suvasini becomes agitated and the vagina emits poisonous emanations. It is accordingly dangerous to have any contact with it either through the lips or the tongue. Kaula Tantrics daily worship the fire snake at the basal power zone, which is of two kinds: the triangle of the Sri Chakra diagram, the vagina of the woman chosen to act as Suvasini. The former is worshipped by the Purva Kaulas, the latter by the Uttara Kaulas. Both these kinds of worship are external. At the basal power zone, the fire snake is known and adored as Kalaini. Their worship is said to be black or dark. When she is awakened by such worship, the adept is instantly released from the bondage of phenomenal existence. In this way, he attains mukti, salvation. Hence, Kaulas of this cult are known as Kshanika Muktas, freed in an instant. The cult of the Kaulas is characterized chiefly by the fact that its votaries worship the fire snake in the power zone, face downward. Of the Digambaras and Kahakanas, on the other hand, worship it face upward. The differences are not essential but consist rather in modes of approach to the Suvasini, modes adopted according to preference and to facilitate the collection of the vitally charged kalas. In the Samaya Marg, where the worship is confined to the ideal or metaphysical interpretation of symbols and does not deal with living essences, the fire snake is visualized as ascending the spinal canal and is identified in turn with the 6 power zones from Muladhara to Ajna. In this form of worship too, the vital seed or root vibration is located in the trikona of the Sri Chakra. But for the true adepts, the Kaulas, mukti is a reality and it is immediate, instantaneous. By just one act of Akunchanam, the fire snake flashes up the Sushumna and joins her lord Shiva at the place of the 1,000-petaled lotus. There is no stopping on the way.
6. The Cult of the Beast. 1. Aleister Crowley.
The Book of the Law Liber al vel Legist is the basis of Aleister Crowley's cult of Thelema, of which the formula is love under will. Al was communicated to Crowley in Cairo after a ritual invocation of the god Horus, performed at the suggestion of Crowley's wife, Rose. Full details of the communication, which was received clairaudiently from a discamate intelligence named Iwaz, are given in the Confessions of Aleister Crowley. Al was transmitted at a point in time, April 8, 9 and 10, 1904, which coincided with an astronomical change of equinoctial color, a change known technically as an equinox of the gods. This expression means that the sun, previously having shed its influence through the constellation Pisces for some 2,000 years, now radiates through the star complex known as Aquarius. This means that if one looks up at the sun at the vernal equinox, it appears with the first degree of this constellation as its background. The solar emanations are therefore particularly affected by the influence of Aquarius during the period of time, approximately 2,000 years, during which it appears behind the constellation Aries in the Earth-S ecliptic. With the advent of the vernal equinox in the year 1904, Crowley was therefore able to claim that the new era or aeon that had dawned was ineluctably associated with the revelation that he received in Cairo at that time, and, because of certain passages in Al, he named it the Aeon of Horus. There are divergences of opinion as to when the new era actually began. According to one system of computation, the end ing of the old era and the commencement of the new occurred with the rare lunar and planetary conjunctions on March 3, 1881, and there are on record other similarly divergent datings, all within 50 years this or that side of the turn of the century. According to Crowley, the Aeon of Horus, like its two predecessors, the Aeon of Osiris and the Aeon of Isis, will persist for approximately 2,000 years. We are experiencing today the death throes of the old and the birth pangs of the new. The dying exhalations of the cult of historic Christianity, the typical religion of the Aeon of Osiris, are now considered poisonous. Its rituals, black, its magical formulae obsolete. This etiolated current is represented symbolically by the cults of the dying god, such as Hades, Witoba, Christ, etc. It is necessary to an understanding of Crowley's cult to grasp the occult implications of the eons. The Aeon of Isis may be compared with the pre-Christian era of pagan cults in which men recognized and worshipped a multiplicity of gods. Man, as such, was indistinct from the herd. It was a period of men and gods, or more precisely, of goddesses, because the matriarchal line of descent was the only line recognized in primitive society. Hence the mother goddesses of the stellar and lunar pantheons which made their appearance in Egypt in pre-dynastic times. Then followed the Aeon of Osiris, represented by the Judaistic cults of which Christianity was the final form. Man was discrete from the herd, and he worshipped his god via the ritual of self-sacrifice. It was the era of atonement by the spilling of blood, the era of the patriarchal systems, a period wherein religion was apprehended as a mystical experience between man and God. This was an advance on the previous aeon in that religious consciousness involved not a multiplicity, men and gods, but a duality involving man and God. Man worshipped God. It was therefore a religion of duality, the duality of the god and the worshipper, of subject and its object. In the Aeon of Horus, this dualistic approach to religion, i.e., union, will be transcended through the abolition of God and the establishment of unity. Man will no longer worship God as an external factor, as in paganism, or as an internal state of consciousness, as in Christianity, but will realize his identity with God. Hence the slogan of the Crowley cult, "There is no God but man." Blood and agony characterized the magical formula of the Aeon of Osiris, but the formula of the new Aeon involves the magical use of semen and ecstasy culminating in the apotheosis of matter. Man will no longer die to his body in order to experience everlasting life. He will realize that he never was the body, and, realizing that, he will realize also that he was never born and can therefore never die, that the body is a mere play of spirit undergoing ceaseless transformations, that the spirit endures forever, triumphant, changeless, yet ever new. Subject and object will be realized as one. Death, as understood, or rather misunderstood, by all previous cults, will be finally and experientially transcended, abolished, nullified. In the Equinox of the Gods, Crowley describes Aiwass, the channel of extraterrestrial and new Aeon forces. He seemed to be a tall, dark man in his 30s, well-knit, active and strong, with the face of a savage king, and the eyes veiled lest their gaze should destroy what they saw. The dress was not Arab. It suggested Assyria or Persia, but very vaguely. I took little note of it, for to me at that time Aiwass was an angel such as I had often seen in visions, a being purely astral. I now incline to believe that Aiwass is not only the god or devil once held holy in Sumer, and mine own holy guardian angel, but also a man as I am, insofar as he uses a human body to make his magical link with mankind, whom he loves, and that he is thus an ipsissimus, the head of the A. In a footnote to the above passage, Crowley goes on to say, I do not necessarily mean that he is a member of human society in quite the normal way. He might rather be able to form for himself a human body as circumstances indicate, from the appropriate elements, and dissolve it when the occasion for it is past. I say this because I have been permitted to see him in recent years in a variety of physical appearances, all equally material in the sense in which my own body is so. In the Equinox, published in Detroit in 1919, Crowley published The Voice of the Silence with his own comment. One of his curious drawings forms the frontispiece to that work. It may be a portrait of Aiwass in one of the several guises in which he appeared to Crowley, or it may be a portrayal of the elemental dwarf soul typified by the phallus, or the head of the spermatozoon which, in the symbolism of Thelema, is identified with Hadat, the inner light of every man and the instrument of his true will. The esoteric doctrines concerning the inner light or holy guardian angel, Aiwass, in Crowley's case, are simple and sublime, though easily distorted by ignorance or malice. They have offered Crowley's detractors many opportunities of accusing him of devil worship or Satanism, in the old Aeon sense of black magic and the black mass. The doctrine of the true will embodied in the 11 words, "Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law, neither encourages nor permits licentiousness. On the contrary, it comports the severest discipline of the only kind that is not utterly pernicious, i.e., self-discipline. The corollary of do what thou unit is, thou has no right but to do thy will. Until knowledge of the true will has been attained, no man or woman is capable of appreciating the true nature of freedom, much less of exercising the powers which it unleashes. Freedom is the path of those who spontaneously express their true natures, and it follows that those who remain in ignorance of their true wills remain ignorant also of the meaning of freedom. Freedom for non-initiates is therefore the most acute form of bondage and usually results in the swift destruction of both mind and body. The unenlightened are incapable of controlling their senses when swamped by the sudden access of power that freedom bestows. This is patent in mundane situations involving money, fame, authority, etc. How much more devastating is the result in cases of unbalanced spiritual illumination will be appreciated by those who have successfully performed even the simplest magical exercise. Success inflates the ego seizes more than it can properly assimilate, and the resulting implosion is correspondingly catastrophic. This is why neophytes are cautioned against practicing magic without expert guidance and under proper conditions. They are cautioned also not to attempt to awaken the fire snake unless the power zones in the subtle body have been properly prepared and purified. The true will, the holy guardian angel, and the fire snake are veils of Hadit, described in Al as the secret serpent coiled about to spring. In my coiling there is joy. If I lift up my head, I and my newt are one. If I droop down my head and shoot forth venom, then is rapture of the earth, and I and the earth are one. There is great danger in me. Crowley opened a direct path which it is now possible for humanity to pursue for the first time without undue danger. This is largely due to his researches and the records which he left, containing formulae for arousing the fire snake via sexual magic. In a similar manner, though by very dissimilar methods, the Advaitin Rishi Sri Ramana of Tiruvannamalai, South India, made available an approach to the supreme reality via his own unique contribution to the science of Atmavikara. Self-inquiry. In yet another way, the Bengal Bhakta Thakur Hernath opened a path of spiritual culture for people leading ordinary householders' lives as distinct from those who had taken vows of poverty, i.e., non-attachment to illusory phenomena. Hernath thus completed the work he had initiated in a previous incarnation as Krishna Chaitanya 400 years earlier. In much the same way, Crowley may be said to have completed the work he began as Eliphaz Levi, 1810 to 1875, who died the year Crowley was born. The classical example of a master opening a new path for humanity is that of Jesus Christ, who sought to make attainment a realizable ideal for the masses through a doctrine of vicarious atonement. In that aeon, when dualism prevailed, man supposed himself to be essentially separate from Godhead and merged therewith only by the sacrifice or denial of his natural impulses. In the new aeon, this conception has undergone a fundamental change, for these natural impulses are the key to an understand ing of the true will. One of the best definitions of the true will and its function is contained in a letter which Crowley wrote to an aspirant on April 6, 1923 EV. We conceive of you and of every other conscious ego as stars. Each has its own orbit. The law of any star is therefore the equation of its movement. Having taken into account all the forces which act to determine its direction, there remains one vector and one vector only in which it will move. By analogy, the true will of any man should be the expression of a single definite course of action, which is determined by its own characteristics and by the sum of the forces which act upon him. When I say, do what thou wilt, I mean that in order to live intelligently and harmoniously with yourself, you ought to discover what your true will is by calculating the resultant of all your reactions with all other individuals and circumstances, and having done so, apply yourself to do this will instead of allowing yourself to be distracted by the thousand petty fancies which constantly crop up. They are partial expressions of subordinate factors, and should be controlled and used to keep you to the main purpose of your life instead of hindering you and leading you astray. And in Magic Without Tears, he says, no act is righteous in itself, but only in reference to the true will of the person who proposes to perform it. This is the doctrine of relativity applied in the moral sphere. Elsewhere he writes, the true will is the resultant of the totality of the forces of the universe expressed through the individual. That will is moreover the final necessary component of the equilibrium of the universe, without which it could not be. As no two individuals can ever be born under exactly identical conditions, each individual is therefore unique, although the conditions may be so close in innumerable circumstances that the distinctions are difficult to appreciate. The invocation of the true will necessarily automatically invokes its opposite, and this manifested to votaries of the cult of Thelema as the vision of the demon Crowley, the beast. This curious phenomenon was a reflex mechanism integral to the great work. Whenever a person approached Crowley with a view, consciously or unconsciously held, to initiation, it was not long before the demon Crowley appeared to him. The candidate for initiation approaches the guru, spiritual guide, with awe and reverence as if he were superior to all others. This distinction is false and the cause of bondage, and the false image of difference, duality, projected onto the guru becomes transformed into a demon that appears to mock the candidate, not as a beneficent demon but as a malevolent demon bent on his detraction. The devil, diable, or double is merely the personification of the duality projected onto the guru by the candidate. The guru appears as a demon because his job is to destroy the candidate's ego. The demon Crowley therefore appeared as soon as an individual sought contact with the 93 current over which Crowley presided as the supreme initiator. If a candidate's aspiration were destroyed or swayed in the slightest degree by the impact of this experience, his moment of initiation had not arrived, nor was it likely to arrive until the vision had been banished by the power of the candidate's unswerving dedication to the work, and by his total indifference to the personality aspect either of Crowley or of himself. The ipsissimus alone is free of all fetters. One who has attained to the knowledge and conversation of the holy guardian angel, although having passed far beyond the average state of human consciousness, is yet vastly remote from the pinnacle of attainment represented by that of the ipsissimus. Even so, the adeptus minor has so far stilled the agitations of his personality complex that he receives glimpses, veiled and fleeting, of the ultimate goal that requires the total abolition of personality and egoidal consciousness. Literally his own very self. The grade corresponding to this, the highest degree of spiritual attainment possible to man, is represented in the order of the silver star A. By the formula 10 degrees equals ID. This refers to the identity of Moketh and Kether on the tree of life, which, in the Oriental systems represents the realization of the identity of Samsara and Nirvana. See Magic, Appendix 2, for a description of the grades of the A. That grade of the A. At which the adept enters into the knowledge and conversation of the holy guardian angel, i.e., he is made aware of his true will but is not as yet fully equipped with the necessary instruments or faculties for its accomplishment. At this stage of his spiritual ascent he is known as an adeptus minor, 5 degrees equals 60A. The ipsissimus is described as having no will in any direction, and no consciousness of any kind involving duality. But he who is truly to possess no will must first have identified himself with all will, and must thereby have transcended it in the ultimate union of newt and hadit, which liberates him forever from the necessity of event. Crowley hints but once only in his published writings at this supreme initiation which he underwent in the spring of 1924. In his magical record, however, he reveals that he took the oath of an ipsissimus on May 23, 1921, and, for the following 3 years, the great initiation ran its course. The climax of the dealings of the secret chiefs with their ion came in the weeks immediately preceding and following the spring equinox of 1924. At this time he lay sick unto death. He was entirely alone, for they would not even permit the presence of those few whom they had themselves appointed to aid him in this final initiation. In this last ordeal the earthly part of him was dissolved in water. The water was vaporized into air, was rarefied utterly, until he was free to make the last effort, and to pass into the vast caverns of the threshold which guards the realm of fire. Now, naught human may come through these immensities. So in the fire he was consumed wholly. As pure spirit alone did he return, little by little, during the months that followed, into the body and mind that had perished in that great ordeal of which he can say no more than this: I died. In Liber LXXII, the urn, Crowley alludes to this death when he says that his present life came to an end in 1924. All the forces which had till then acted upon him having been worked out. This book was incorporated by Crowley into his voluminous Confessions, QV. The continued existence of a realized soul Jivan in the body and mind, an existence which is no longer apparent to the Jivan Mukla because it is illusory, but which appears to the world at large to go on acting, thinking, living, etc. Russell, An Outline of Philosophy, London, 1927. The path which Crowley made accessible to those able to dissolve the veils of illusion is the path once pursued by the devotees of Shaitan, the antique god of Sumer, the selfsame path that was pursued by certain Gnostic sects until Christian persecution drove them underground during the 6th century. Although this path is the most ancient, it is also ever new in the sense that since the time of Shaitan eons have passed away and enormous advances have occurred in the field of scientific knowledge and research. This knowledge forms an incalculably vast potential of magical energy in the human race. The advantages of this accumulated power, combined with the psychosomatic modifications attendant upon evolution, have made it possible for man to penetrate nature's inmost sanctuaries, so far with impunity. The mysteries of time and space. Fantastic concepts such as those adumbrated in the works of Louis de Broglie, Helsenberg, and Schrödinger will be revealed in the Aeon of Horus. Bertrand Russell observed that owing to the work of Helsenberg and Schrödinger, the last vestiges of the old solid atom have melted away. Matter has become as ghostly as anything in a spiritual stance. In a letter dated August 7, 1945, Crowley wrote to Frater Ptaa. 38. The atomic bomb is interesting not only because of Liber Al. chapter 3 verses 7 and 8, but because one of the men who were working on it was for some time at the Abbey in Cefalu. In 1953, Marjorie Cameron, 40, who claimed to be the Scarlet Woman prophesied in Al., supposed that the war engine men Tionied in Al. was the flying saucer. Crowley, however, in a diary entry dated August 7, 1945 wrote, "Alleged atomic explosive. Query the war engine of Al. 3. Scientific developments since Crowley's death in 1947 confirm the supposition that Al contains more than vague hints of things to come. Advances in space exploration make it highly probable that time also will yield its secret, time and space being twin aspects of a single continuum which is not, as may appear, an entity known as spacetime, but an objectivization of the perceive ing of the observer, and therefore a wholly subjective phenomenon. The assumption of God forms practiced in the Golden Dawn and Austin Spare's formula of atavistic resurgence are magical explorations of space and time. They are aspects of ancient sorceries, once performed in Atlantis, that will be developed during the course of the present aeon and will ultimately transcend both space and time." Crowley describes Aiwaz as the god first dawning upon man in the land of Sumer, and he describes his work as the rediscovery of the Sumerian tradition. Although little is known about this tradition, historically speaking, it is known that the worshippers of Shaitan in Lower Mesopotamia received an inspired writing, known as the Black Book, through their prophet, Yezid. In this book Shaitan says, "Speak not my name nor mention my attributes, lest ye be guilty, for ye have no true knowledge thereof, but honor my symbol and image." The symbol of Shaitan is the peacock, the occult symbolism of which I have explained in Aleister Crowley and the Hidden God. His image is the serpent, a symbol of the fire snake whose magical formula is resumed in the name of Set, Shaitan. Crowley refers to Sumer in Lower Mesopotamia as the earliest home of our race, but this is not correct. Gerald Massey has shown that the god Shaitan was preexistent as Set, or Sut, in ancient Egypt. Sut means the black or burnt one. When this name was given to Osiris at a much later period, the neophyte, during the celebration of the mysteries, heard the epopt declare, "Osiris is a black god." It is the god Osiris in his primal form, i.e., as Set, that is the god of black magic, and because of the sexual nature of the earliest rites, and the use of woman as the living type of deity, both the left-hand path and black magic were terms used, long ages later, to denote the unsavored debasement of mysteries that were originally both exalted and profound. During the period of migration to Sumer, the worshippers of Set took their god with them, and his name became corrupted to that of Shaitan. The Ixodai, like the Jews, were forbidden to utter or vibrate the name. In consequence, the true name was lost. Crowley's work was crowned by his discovery of the talisman of Set, the lost word or phallus of Osiris, the vital power that over-energies. This, the most important aspect of Crowley's work, will be explained in due course. Crowley maintained that Al was not an automatic writing, nor was it in the class of inspired creations, such as those produced by Austin Spare under the control of Black Eagle. Crowley regarded Al in much the same way that the Yezidi regarded the Black Book, which their prophet received as Crowley received Al, from an intelligence possessed of superhuman power and knowledge. It is probable even that Crowley regarded Al as the fulfillment of the promise given in the Black Book of a book written from eternity, i.e., from some extraterrestrial or transcendental source. The transmundane entity that used Yezid as a vehicle for the reception of the Black Book also used the Master Therion as a focus for Al. This frequently caused intense confusion in the human consciousness of Aleister Crowley, as proved by various entries in his magical record. It took almost 30 years for Aiwaz or Shaitan to become established in Crowley consciousness. Towards the end of his life, he had but to invoke Aiwaz mentally in order to get an immediate response, and although, after his attainment of the grade of Ipsissimus in 1924, Crowley became indifferent to the acceptance by others of his own personal achievements, he was tireless in his endeavor to prove that a praeter-human intelligence, independent of human Sir Bradion, had communicated vital knowledge to mankind, using himself as the transmitter. In his magical record he writes, "Spiritual attainments are incompatible with bourgeois morality." His detractors invariably judge him by so-called Christian standards of morality. Crowley is not the only writer to have given valid reasons for regarding these as false. Thomas Henry Huxley in his essay Ethics and Evolution pointed out the antithesis between these two ideas, i.e., ethics and evolution, and concluded that evolution was bound to beat ethics in the long run. He was apparently unable to see, or unwilling to admit, that his argument proved ethics, as understood by Victorians, to be false. The ethics of Liber Legis are those of evolution itself. We are only fools if we interfere. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law, biologically as well as in every other way. The question of evolution and ethics leads inevitably to the problem of reincarnation. Crowley remembered fragments of previous incarnations, very few of which were outstanding in a worldly sense. For the most part, he was the subject of abortive lives during which he suffered excessive miseries and humiliations. These were concentrated in a few lifetimes in order that he might continue the great work unhampered by karmic commitments. It is not possible to assess the nature of his progress in these lives of worldly failure in which he usually died young and unfulfilled. His otherwise successful lives throw an interesting light on the psychology of the man, Crowley. The list includes the names of Ankef Nakansu, a priest of the XXVth dynasty, Pope Alexander VI, Count Cagliostro, Sir Edward Kelly, and Eliphaz Levi. The Paris working contains an account of one of Crowley's previous lives as a Cretan priestess named Aia, and in Magic, he mentions a Roman incarnation of which he appeared as a man named Marius Aquila. But more remarkable than the recollection of any of these experiences is that which occurred to him in Tunis on August 8, 1923 at 5:55 p.m. This afternoon I caught myself thinking, when I was Cromwell. I analyzed at once. It had nothing to do with any reincarnation speculations. It was simply that Aleister Crowley's mind was spontaneously acting as the instrument of the spirit of mankind. I regard this apparently trifling incident as one of the landmarks of my spiritual wandering through the wilderness. If by the expression, the instrument of the spirit of mankind, Crowley was referring to Aiwaz, the incident is one more indication of the intimate relationship between that intelligence and the man, Aleister Crowley. Of the numerous theories of reincarnation, Crowley had the following to say: the heliocentric theory is right. As we conquer the conditions of a planet, we incarnate upon the next planet inwards, until we return to the Father of all, the Sun. When our experiences link together, become intelligible, and star speaks to star. Terra is the last planet where bodies are made of earth. In Venus they are fluid, on Mercury aerial, while in the Sun they are fashioned of pure fire. In a paper on ethyl oxide, Crowley wrote, concerning his own experience of reincarnation, tradition asserts that we forget our previous incarnations because the shock of death erects a barrier. Without assenting to this theory, I will say that having trained myself to face the fact of death without mental disturbance, I found myself able to recall my last death, and so to pick up many memories of my previous life as Eliphaz Levi. Also, that having overcome the first obstacle, it became progressively easier to recall lives previous to that. This hypothesis is supported by the fact that I find it difficult to remember my magical mistakes, and am, in particular, barred even now, 1923, from remembering the details of a tremendous magical catastrophe in the remote past whose effect was to hurl me from a series of incarnations in which I was a high initiate, and of which I remember many incidents, to climb painfully once more to my present state. There is thus a definite gap in my magical memory, a shape of shame and horror which I have not yet found courage to unveil. In Liber LXXII, Crowley enlarges upon this matter. I was involved in the catastrophe which overtook the order of the temple OTO, and as Alexander VI, failed in my task of crowning the Renaissance through not being wholly purified in my personal character. An apparently trivial spiritual error may externalize as the most appalling crimes. Crowley remembers that he was Kosuin, a disciple of Lao Tzu, the author of the King Kang King, the classic of purity, which, by the way, I translated into English verse during this retirement. Somehow or other I made a great miss, forfeited my mastership, and had to climb the ladder again from the bottom. It is the shame and agony of this which have prevented me from facing the memory of that incarnation so far. A peculiar and complex ingredient seems to have characterized most of the lives remembered by Crowley. This is a certain grotesquerie, a penchant for perpetrating subtle, and sometimes not so subtle practical jokes, and a sexuality powerful and perverse. The life of Alexander VI exhibits perhaps the most extreme manifestation of this ingredient, which also made of Edward Kelly a tiresome companion, of Cagliostro so enigmatic a rascal, and of Levi so subtle a deceiver. Crowley's penchant for practical jokes is notorious. Yet in most cases, as he observes of swiftest outrageous persecution of the innocent partridge, at a moment's notice cruel and apparently pointless malice could turn to genuine concern if the victim stood in any actual danger of bodily harm. From his previous lives there emerged a pattern of sexual behavior that attained its acme in Aleister Crowley. Those lives, it seems, had been necessary to the formation of a subtle psychomagical complex that formed the focus through which extraterrestrial intelligences such as Aiwaz were able to communicate with mankind. Or perhaps Aiwaz is the current of energy that insidiously pervaded and thereby identified all these Eves, making of each incarnation a more or less perfect vehicle of his intelligence. As Dion Fortune notes, the gods are made by the adoration of their worshippers. Crowley, as the final flowering of this current, was not, strictly speaking, in the category of humanity. He was a cosmic spirit generated by a massive concentration of magical energy. This energy, focused and directed by the initiates of the earliest mystery cults, inevitably assumed the form or reflex of primeval atavisms which coordinates and concentrates the true will of humanity at the present stage of its development. This is the libido, the unconscious or sexual force in man. Freud and his school had an inkling of this fact but condemned it as disruptive and in need of sublimation. Psychology, following Christianity in this respect, considers it as the devil. Crowley, as the embodiment of universal libido, appeared therefore to psychologists and Christians alike as the incarnation of the devil, as that concept is interpreted in the light of their respective creeds. It is not surprising that Freud, and to a certain extent, Jung also sought to circumvent the impasse into which his researches had led him, by the use of therapies designed, not to release the true will, but to cure the individual of the ills caused by the libido. But such a cure serves merely, even when successful, to make of him a cog in a society already sickened by centuries of wrong conditioning. Crowley, and to a lesser extent Austin Spare, who in his lighter moments referred to these eminent psychologists as fraud and junk, were among the first modems to realize the nature of this impasse, and, like Wilhelm Reich in the realm of experimental psychology, had the courage to face the problem publicly. As Crowley claims, AL contains the sole and sovereign remedy with its simple yet profound precept: "Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law." An almost total disregard for the physical vehicle and the ability to assess the true will of an individual were constant factors in Crowley's psychology. They frequently placed him in difficulties which he attributed to the fact that he invariably took a person at his word and was accordingly surprised when he did not live up to it. It has been said that Crowley was a poor judge of character, which is undoubtedly true. But such criticism misses the point. It was not character that Crowley sought to assess. He was concerned only with the core of an individual. It is stated in AL that every man and every woman is a star, and Oswald Crowleyus, centuries before AL, observed that in every grain of wheat there lies hidden the soul of a star. It was the soul, star, or kala with which Crowley established contact, and if the star were obscured by cloud and its light dimmed by the veils of personality or character, then he had no option but to let it collide with the adverse circumstances which, in ignorance of its true will, it had invoked. Occasionally, the resulting smash destroyed merely the incrustations that darkened its light, but in some cases it destroyed the vehicle in which it had incarnated. Crowley was poignantly affected when self-invoked disaster overtook those who were drawn to the work. Yet the knowledge that one more veil had been torn from the face of a star reconciled him to the loss of a friend or a magical partner. This is an aspect of his character that has been conveniently overlooked by his detractors. It is not surprising that few were prepared to withstand the full impact of the current which he embodied and transmitted. He was a fully charged powerhouse of Thelema. By virtue merely of contacting him, one invoked Iwas and unsealed cells of occult power within oneself. Crowley represents, or incarnates, a facet of that cosmic consciousness wherein man may find himself through the unhindered exercise of his true will. In the closing chapters of his Confessions, he declares that he is henceforth no longer Aleister Crowley, for the ultimate Ainitiatian has dissolved the last vestiges of that which had once constituted a human personality. The person, Aleister Crowley, died at Tunis sometime between the winter and spring of I-923-4, from the winter solstice 1923 to the spring equinox 1924. I underwent a supreme initiation. At one period it was necessary for me to ascend from the most tenuous regions of pure air through a series of vast caverns so devised that nothing human could possibly pass through them into the regions of pure fire. To accomplish this was necessary that I should be exhausted physically to the utmost point compatible with continued life. I was further furnished with a guide. The guide was of a kind which I had never before met in the whole course of my explorations since 1898 of the worlds beyond the material. It was in the form of a fox. The above extract is taken from a memorandum on the Fox of the Balkans written by Crowley and copied by Frater OPV. Norman Mudd, into his magical diary on October 20, 1924. In his own magical record on February 21, 1924, Crowley recorded the following: Adventures in the Upper Realms of Air. With the aid of a spirit fox whose earth consisted of immeasurable caverns, some of fine ice, all vast beyond imagination, I came into the lowest spheres of fire, and on February 24th, I am beginning to realize faintly of how many and gross deceits I have been cleansed in my ascent into the sphere of fire. In particular, the invincible love which Frater OPV discovered in me is now quite unassuaged of purpose, and delivered from the lust of result, flowing forth freely under will as it should. Now therefore on its waters there shall bloom deathless the lotus of purity whereupon Horusaudiobook may sit and glow with silence. Now am I wholly entered within the sphere of fire, the Empyrean, and no other shall say nay. It has been a terrible ordeal, but I shoot up vertically like an arrow, and become that above. But it is death, and the flame of the pyre. Ascend in the flame of the pyre, O my soul! I have came hither through grave paths, but mine holy guardian angel has burnt within me as a pure flame without oil, and I am wholly pure before him. I am his virgin unto eternity. Crowley sums up the passing of the pylons on the path of the ultimate initiation into the zone of the fire snake in the passage quoted on page 113, Q.V. He transcended the grade of Magus and was reborn as the son of the lion Leo, after which he ascended to the grade of Ipsissimus through the pylons of the final initiation. The zone of the fire snake is illumined by the magic light, or electrical fire, OD, AVD equals U. 11 is the number of magic, or energy tending to change. The snake or serpent is Ob, AVB equals G. 9 is the number of the lunar or yesodic power zone. Ob is therefore the shadow or dark aspect of the fire snake and the true Couleuvre Noir, the aeon of Isis glorified matter, the mother, the body. The aeon of Osiris in denying the body glorified spirit. The balance of these extremes is affected by the realization of the identity of matter and spirit, body and mind, female and male. Such realization occurs through the passionate union of opposites. Isis and Osiris combine to produce Horus, who is not a mere projection or reflection of his parents on the same plane but, because of his twin brother Set, hidden within him, is a projection in a further dimension of the powers of I and O, Isis and Osiris. There is thus a movement out of the horizontal and into the vertical direction. The movement of the fire snake is of a similarly spiral nature. Zoroaster asserts in his oracles that the God of the universe is eternal, limitless, both young and old, having a spiral force. In the Book of Thoth, The 15th key depicts the goat of Mendes, the great god Pan, the spiral shape of whose horns is an allusion to the highest and most remote things. Evolution also progresses spirally, hence the periodic resurgence of atavisms during the course of its unfolding, each resurgence recurring on a higher arc and tapping proportionately deeper strata of the subconsciousness. In the old aeon, the child remained upon the plane of its generation and manifestation. No progress was possible other than through the normal channels of evolution. In the new aeon, at this point, the Hierophant interceded, adjusting and accelerating events in accordance with the degree of attainment possessed by adepts who have availed themselves of the words vibrated by successive Hierophants. Humanity is therefore free to take advantage of the word of the aeon and advance accordingly towards the attainment of cosmic consciousness. Or, alternatively, to resolutely turn its back as it now appears to be doing and bring about a cataclysm such as that which submerged Atlantis. The apotheosis of the new aeon thus bears a direct ratio to the ability of those who, having realized within themselves the possibilities which attainment makes accessible, achieve unity with the god Horus, i.e., cosmic consciousness. This achievement dissolves the illusion of a universe existing independently of the observer. Not through catastrophe terminating in oblivion, but through explosive ecstasy culminating in the full realization of the continuity of existence, independent of matter and spirit. Cosmic consciousness, objectified in time and space, concentrated itself in the image of Aiwass, the god first dawning upon man in the land of Sumer, because at that remote period there appeared on earth for the first time an adumbration of human Ito's ultimate goal. Aiwass is not, therefore, the demon, genius, or angel of the person, Aleister Crowley. The mystery of identity resolves itself ultimately into one of relationship. Either we can, or we cannot conceive of Aiwass in terms of our own particular path of spiritual culture. For the savage, Shakespeare is but a source of unintelligible verbosity. In the same way, Einstein's calculatians remain unintelligible to the ordinary individual. The interplay of Aiwass and Crowley cannot be fathomed without an understanding of the cosmology of Al and its three chief protagonists: Newt, Hadit, Arehorquit, Horus. Horus is the magical logos or child of Osiris. In order to express this word or child, Osiris had to die and remain inert, mummified, until gestation had been accomplished. The mummified Osiris was known in ancient Egypt as Osiris Teshtesh, Osiris in bandages, the one who wept tears of blood. The image of Osiris Teshtesh merges into that of Isis bound up or pregnant during the period of the inner workings of the blood that is charged with life, prana. This image was continued by the Gnostics under the form of the bloody sweat in the Garden of Gethsemane. In that phase, the Christ of the Gospels and the Charis of the Gnostics are identical, for it is in the form of the female, long-haired and gentle, that the image of the Christ was first represented. Osiris in his bloody sweat, or Isis bound up in linen, is the prototype of the Scarlet Woman in the later biblical recension of the myth. Blood was the basis, the formula of the magical operation of the Aeon of Osiris, as semen is the basis of the Aeon of Horus. The red and the gold, or simply red gold, is emblematic of matter and spirit which the alchemists blended in their great work. It is matter vivified by spirit which, unless directed by the formula of love under will, is merely reproductive of the parents whose expression it is. To introduce a new dimension, a further regimen is required. This added dimension is the will of the adept, which is potent to impress its subconscious imagery upon the passive menstruum, the fructified blood. The whole process is implied in the 11-fold precept of the cult of Thelema. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law, and in its corollary, love is the law, love under will. The first half of this formula dissolves the three alchemical substances, sulfur, salt, and mercury. The passive element, salt, refers particularly to the salt of the earth, which is nature's first rubric upon life itself, viz., blood. The blood is the life, but only when fructified by the active principle represented by the alchemical element, sulfur. Yet this combination produces noth ing of a higher, or even of a different order than the principles embodied by salt and sulfur. They must combine explosively or under will in order to effect the proper mutation. Their explosive conjunction is symbolized by Mercury, which is the secret cipher of the magical will itself. Mercury is the Kundalini Shakli, which comprises the electrosexual serpents entwined about the wand of the magician, as in the caduceus of Hermes or Thoth. This tripartite formula is further glossed by the three gunas of Hinduism, Rajas, Tamas, Sattva, which equate with sulfur, salt, mercury. Tamas is referred to the element earth, Rajas to fire, Sattva to ether or pure spirit, or, in terms of Thelema, Nut, Hadit, Arehoarquit, Isis, Osiris, Horus. Initiated consciousness alone can survive an end of the world or change of aeon, whether this occurs through deluge, conflagration, or other means. In the myths of Atlantis, allusion is made to certain classes of adept that survived the catastrophe. Of such were the initiated seed of Aaron. It is immaterial which tribe is implied by the symbolic imagery of these myths. Matter remains matter and spirit remains spirit. He that is righteous shall be righteous still. He that is filthy shall be filthy still. Deem not of change. Ye shall be as ye are and not other. Therefore the kings of the earth shall be kings forever. The slaves shall serve. There is none that shall be cast down or lifted up. All is ever as it was. Initiation fuses spirit and matter in a transcendent unity that partakes not at all of the qualities of either. As Crowley observed in his magical record, 1932 initiation is never what you think it is going to be. The process is well described in Liber Aleph. Initiation is the enactment, in the sphere of the Ruach, of the explosive union of opposites which is the peculiar characteristic of the Aeon of Horus. By repeated marriages of equal and opposite ideas, a new faculty of consciousness is developed, because the process arouses the fire snake or magical power in man. The aim of purging consciousness of the dual polarities of spirit and matter is to arrive at a state of mindlessness that prepares consciousness to retain its equilibrium in the flood of illumination characteristic of samadhi. Crowley frequently emphasizes the danger of illuminating the unprepared mind. The occult and mystical paths are strewn with wreckages due to insufficient preparation. Not until every idea, every concept, every thought has been married and thereby annihilated by its contrary. Not until every particle of dust has been swept from the sanctuary and every drop of blood drained from the cup of Babayan, is the onset of samadhi not fraught with peril. The one particle, the one drop, the single unresolved idea becomes inflamed beyond control and acts as a lightning conductor for the sum of energy informing the illumination, which, even in the lower trances, is enormous. The ego flees for refuge from the flood of light that threatens to dissolve it, and, brooding in that particle, is swollen to infinite magnitude. Obsession results and the aspirant becomes, not an adept but a megalomaniac, a zealot drunk on the power of that which he imagines to be supreme initiation. In his insane fervor, he believes it to outshine the attainment of anyone who has preceded him. He sees the one unreconciled idea in everything and fanatically determines that everyone else shall see the universe in the light of his own unbalanced attainment. It is not long before he encounters difficulties of which insanity is but a shadow. The history of the proselytizing creeds is replete with examples of this kind of failure to make the grade. In order to offset such disasters, rigorous ordeals are imposed upon candidates to the higher initiations. Some of them are referred to in A.L. Crowley or his Scarlet Woman, Aleister, did not consciously institute these ordeals except in rare cases, and comparatively few of the more drastic kind were engineered by him personally. In a letter to Frater OPV. Norman Mudd, in 1923, he wrote, Aleister's policy was to put every newcomer through the ordeal of personal contact with me. If he comes out saying he is a king, the mock ordeals, such as those through which the candidate is passed in Masonry, Crowley knew to be useless. Writing to an aspirant in 1925, Frater OPV, on behalf of Crowley, wrote, All initiation must begin with an act of truth, an act which affirms the aspirant's faith that success in the great work is of a higher order of value than any other possible aim. It is therefore an absolute rule in this work that every aspirant is compelled, right at the start, to make an important decision, yes or no, on the instant without adequate information and without security. The slavish clinging to safety must be simply broken. This is the first necessity, and the first ordeal is designed to produce it. And it must be understood clearly that unless such a test is passed on the spot, the gate is shut once and for all. No proposal to reconstruct the situation will be considered. Another letter of the same period, also written by OPV, on behalf of Crowley, contains the following interesting variations. It is therefore an absolute rule in this work of establishing the kingdom of Horusaudiobook that every aspirant is required, right at the start, to make an important decision and take an irrevocable step, without the information commonly considered necessary, and without security. The clinging to safety in one form or another is the mark of the slave. To break it quite simply and completely is the first necessity, and the first ordeal is designed to produce it. It must be clearly understood that unless the test, as the priest of the princes, the beast 666, may have willed to appoint is passed forthwith, the gate is closed once for all during the current incarnation, having been accepted or, more correctly, having proved himself a king by undergoing the ordeals successfully, it then became imperative for the candidate to initiate others. To this end, the whole complex machinery of the OTO, with its mysteries culminating in Ophidian magic, was transformed by Crowley from an order scarcely distinguishable from many similar quasi-Masonic bodies into a powerful engine fueled by the 93 current. Some of the major mysteries of the OTO, in its new Aeon form, will be discussed in the next chapter.
Sam. The Cult of the Beast 2. Aleister Crowley.
The two main cults of importance in the new Aeon are the A.A. and the OTO. The former was evolved by Crowley from the debris of the Golden Dawn. The latter is the continuation of the Order of the Illuminati inaugurated in the 18th century by the Bavarian adept, Adam Weishaupt. It was revived towards the end of the 19th century by Dr. Karl Kellner, an Austrian adept who died under mysterious circumstances in 1905. The OTO was the first great order of antiquity to accept the law of Thelema, and although Crowley introduced into the higher degrees the teachings of Tantric magic that had been transmitted from Kellner via Theodor Reuss, degrees 1 to 6 remained, until after Crowley's death, mere copies of Masonic rituals having little magical value.
Note 1. Argentium Astrum, the silver star. This star is identical with the dog star, Sothis. It has 11 points, as the Tree of Life has 11 Sephiroth, each point or ray being a vector of occult energy symbolized by the 11 planets culminating in Pluto, which is ascribed to Kether and which is the gateway to transplutonic ethers, dimensions, symbolized by the planet Isis. The German occultist Eugen Grosche, Distav in 1964, expounded the esoteric principles of this transcosmic influence, and Kenneth Grant, New Isis Lodge, propounded its practice. Sec. Aleister Crowley and the Hidden God, Chapter 10. Note 2. Ordo Templi Orientis, the Order of the Temple of the East being the locus of the rising sun, the solar phallic energy, resurrecting. The one, the East, denotes any point or direction in space selected as a gateway through which extraterrestrial and cosmic energies are invoked.
The A, or Order of the Silver Star, contains a system of grades and a scheme of initiation having as its prime Tantra, the Book of the Law Liber Al. The next Aeon, that of Mot, will have another Tantra, for, as it is written in Al, another prophet shall arise and bring fresh fever from the skies. Another woman shall awake the lust and worship of the snake. Another soul of God and beast shall mingle in the globed priest. Another sacrifice shall stain the tomb. Another king shall reign, and blessing no longer be poured to the hawk-headed mystical lord as the OTO, on the other hand, is powered exclusively to generate Ophidian energy and to transmit the 93 current. It promotes the law of Thelema as this is embodied in Al and Oz, not through lodges, as in Crowley's day, but by means of a far-flung network of power zones controlled by the perfectly aligned Ajna and Muladhara chakras as embodied in any given priest and his priestess or scarlet woman. The center of will, Thelema, source of solar phallic energy, is centered in the priest, while the fire snake or elemental cosmic power has its seat in the vaginal vibrations of the priestess. The interplay and polarizing of these two centers constitutes the magic of the OTO, and its formula is LASHTAL. This formula, which plays so vital a role in Crowley's cult, consists of the battery 31, XXXI, 31 equals 93. When this is reverberated according to the secret praxis taught in the OTO, it awakens the fire snake in the priestess and renders her oracular and endowed with siddhi, magical power. Before discussing this praxis, it is necessary to understand that the A and the OTO are two distinct orders having their own range and their own methods of attainment. The A/A is the major order. Being cosmic in scope, its purpose is to prepare humanity for the next stage of its progress, its initiation into solar consciousness. The OTO is the minor order, having a limited range in time and a function restricted to the biochemical and psychomagical expansion in the human body of the transcosmic power zones. The A is macrocosmic and deals with the greater universe. The OTO is microcosmic and deals with the relationship of the lesser world of man to that great universe. The one is a vast storehouse of cosmic energy, the other a powerhouse or dynamo that harnesses that energy in psychosexual human dimensions. The initials OTO, beside their obvious phallic reference, by shape and disposition, stand for the twin terminals between which flash the lightnings of the Tao, creative force. These two terminals, 00, have the Kabbalistic value of 140, the number of cathedra, the chair or seat typical of the god set and of the transplatonic Isis. It is also the number of NTZ, a hawk, a symbol of the god Horus. The magical identity of these terminals is thus Kabbalistically established. Furthermore, the letters ISIS also have the value of 140, yielding added proof of the aptness of this symbolism and of a precision that can be no more ascribed to coincidence than any other series of ineluctable identities. The left eye, that of Set, is the abode of the fire snake and is embodied in the scarlet woman. The right eye, that of Horus, is the solar phallic eye of the beast embodied in the priest. Between them rears the Tao, the will tree whose branches transmit the lightnings of these two poles of the left and right-hand paths. According to the Oriental symbolism of the chakras, this trinity constitutes the Kamakala or Tribindu, the threefold seed of desire consisting of will, knowledge, and action, Icha, Jnana, and Kriya. The conjunction and crisscrossing of these rays causes the circulation of energy which results in the awakening of the fire snake at the base of the spine. The OTO is thus a form of the Tribindu, expressed in the cult of Thelema by the formula of LASHTAL. La Newt is the void or vacuum that generates the vortex of attraction which causes the hidden fire SA to leap forth as a serpent of flame, T, SHT, Set. To consume the god Al utterly, the god whose shrine is the body of the priest. LASHTL is in fact the name of that ancient god whose symbol was the fire tongue adored of the Ghebers or fire worshippers of Persia. It is perhaps significant that the spirit which presides specifically over the cult of the fire snake was described by Crowley as appearing in a guise that was not Arab. It suggested Assyria or Persia. LASHTAL is, then, an alternative expression of the forces symbolized by the letters OTO, which, apart from being the initials of the Urdu Templi Orientis, or of the equally apt Occidental Tantric order, resume the formula of the fire snake. LA not equals O, SHT Set equals T, AL not in reverse equals O. The adepts of the OTO are therefore masters of the formula of LASHTL, a name of that god Iwas, whose number is 93. During the ritual invocation of the fire snake, the initiate applies to the body of the priestess 3 metal instruments in the form of 2 discs and a cylinder sealed by a short crossbar having both its ends open. The discs, magnetized by the priest, are applied to the Kof and Maladhur power zones of the priestess, while the T-shaped cylinder is used in a manner that releases the ajas of the power zones and energizes the fire snake. The priestess, until that moment deeply entranced, awakes and becomes oracular and magically potent. This rite of awakening the fire snake was used in Atlantean times. The formula is so secret that few hints of it even have appeared in print. A recently published book, however, contains a brief but unexplained account of an occult experience undergone by Joan Grant, author of several novels treating of reincarnation. In the light of preceding remarks, it requires no comment. She was looking down at what appeared to be an Egyptian mummy on a ritual bier. But this woman was still alive, and her body was being used as a kind of battery. There had been a tremendous buildup of libido by various means, including an unguent which worked like the witch ointment of Europe, moss sage of a peculiar kind, and the cumulative effect of bandages. The face was masked as a corpse would be, and over the genitals was a gold plaque inscribed with the cartouche of Sekhmet and other gods of the shadow. The climax of the repulsive ritual released accumulated energy in such a way that it was available for projection at the will of the priests. In an ancient Chinese version of this invocation, the Scarlet Woman is awakened by the soundless reverberations of specially constructed gongs, the vibrations of which operate beneath the threshold of normal audible receptivity. Blavatsky's Sastral Bell acted on a similar principle, but for a different purpose. Where the Chinese used infraliminal vibration, the Egyptians employed the manipulative techniques of sexosomniferous magnetization. The ultimate object of the OTO was, and yet is, twofold. The OTO, in the outer, aims at preparing humanity for the next step on its journey towards the awakening of cosmic consciousness. This end it is achieving by producing initiates who are able to awaken and control the subtle energies of the fire snake in the human body. One of the secret methods of achieve this has just been described. By its use, the adept will achieve also the establishment upon earth of the law of Thelema. On the other hand, the OTO, in the inner, aims at using the subtle energies of the fire snake for establishing a gate in space through which the extraterrestrial or cosmic energies may enter in and manifest on earth. The sex magical techniques and the astrosexual tarot of the formula of LASHTAL raise magic to a new level. The formula of the Scarlet Woman, as the gateway par excellence, is the means whereby this magic is achieved. After the fire snake has been aroused in the basic chakra of the priestess, it can be led to any of the power zones according to the kind of energy required. The ritual impregnation of the woman then ensues, and the resulting child becomes the embodiment of the force initially attracted. Crowley's novel, Moonchild, contains an account of a very ancient kind of magical operation designed to bring to birth a transterrestrial intelligence of lunar origin. A similar formula can be applied to any other planetary or stellar seat of power. In one of the lectures delivered before the Theosophical Society in 1894, C. Vu. Leadbeater made the following statement concerning the terrestrial manifestation of non-human intelligences. The occasional appearances of very high adepts from other planets of the solar system and of even more august visitors from a still greater distance are not referred to, since such matters cannot fitly be described in a paper for general reading. And besides, it is practically inconceivable, though of course theoretically possible, that such glorified beings should ever need to manifest themselves on a plane so low as the astral. If for any reason they should wish to do so, the body appropriate to the plane would be temporarily created out of matter belonging to this planet. Leadbeater then makes a statement which, even from a theosophist, sounds fantastic. There are two other great evolutions which at present share the use of this planet with humanity, but about them it is forbidden to give any particulars at this stage of the proceedings, as it is not apparently intended under ordinary circumstances either that they should be conscious of man's existence or man of theirs. If we ever do come into contact with them, it will most probably be on the purely physical plane, for in any case their connection with our astral plane is of the slightest, since the only possibility of their appearance there depends upon an extremely improbable accident in an act of ceremonial magic, which fortunately only a few of the most advanced sorcerers know how to perform. Nevertheless, that improbable accident has happened at least once, and may happen again. No theosophist with whom I have discussed this remarkable statement has been able to offer any clue as to the nature of this magical operation, as to when and where it occurred. Nor, to my knowledge, has any explanation of it, satisfactory or otherwise, appeared in works written since the lecture was delivered, although I have seen it quoted once. Concerning the last 4 words of Leadbeater's statement, it is known to me that this operation was performed by Aleister Crowley nearly 20 years after the lecture was delivered. Furthermore, the ceremony involved the type of magic summed under the formula of LASHTAL, the magnetization of the fire snake and the use of the Scarlet Woman as a channel of ingress for extraterrestrial forces. The ceremony described in Moonchild was based upon an ancient grimoire which treated of the creation of an homunculus. This ritual was incorporated into the secret instructions of the OTO X degree. The 10th degree concerns itself with administration and government, and was assumed by Crowley and his predecessors in the order to apply to the administration or governance of the order itself. But its real application lies elsewhere, for government, in the specific sense of the 10th degree, refers not to any earthly administration but to an extraterrestrial seat of power relating to the plane of beings about which Lead Beater spoke. A plane from which entities like Iwas transmit their influence through highly receptive terrestrial channels such as Crowley. In Magic Without Tears, Crowley expresses the following view: "My observations of the universe convinces me that there are beings of intelligence and power of a far higher quality than anything we can conceive of as human, that they are not necessarily based on the cerebral and nervous structures that we know, and that the one and only chance for mankind to advance as a whole is for individuals to make contact with such beings. The chief protagonist in Moonchild is a character named Lisa Law. Jeffria. This woman is prepared, magically, to incarnate the lunar intelligence that has been invoked by the ceremony. But the complex web of ritual orbiting round La Jeffria is a blind, a mere device designed to divert the reader's attention from the real focus of influence, Sister Cybele. It is Siliel who gives birth to the Moonchild. Similarly, Crowley's life also was a great diversion, a magical Lila designed to throw dust in the eyes of his contemporaries, for the Moonchild was brought to birth. From no expected house it is amongst humanity today, though Crowley himself perhaps was unaware of the successful accomplishment of the rite. The reason for this is that he may have been looking in the wrong direction or dimension. Verse 76 of the second chapter of Al begins with a series of numbers and letters that made no sense to Crowley, although he tried many times to interpret it. Both Frater OPV. Mudd and Frater Akkad Jones expended a considerable amount of time and Kabbalistic ingenuity in an attempt to solve the conundrum. There is in this verse a clue, a hint, perhaps even a pointer in the right direction. Crowley was enjoined to follow the love of Nu in the starlit heaven. Yet it is also expressly stated concerning the Kabbalistic cipher in question, that thou, i.e., Crowley, knowest it not, nor shalt thou know ever. There cometh one to follow thee, he shall expound it. For many years Crowley imagined, understandably, that Frater Akkad would be the one to expound it. But this prophecy was not fulfilled. This recondite matter has been introduced here merely to show how complex are the ramifications of the Crowley cult. Today, as in Crowley's time, even his closest followers do not realize the cosmic scope of the message of Al. Research into the enigmas of this mysterious book indicates that this verse, 276, is more likely to contain a formula relating to basic psychomagical techniques than any merely personal or historical prophecy. Al is at all times basic, fundamental. In its brief span it comprehends every vital issue relevant to New Aeon magic. No words are wasted, no space allotted to anything that is not directly, even urgently, germane. What more reasonable supposition then than that the hitherto inscrutable conundrum of 276 constitutes a cipher relating to specific power zones of humanity's magical battery, the body-mind complex. All tantras, all initiated and esoteric texts, embody formulae only of universal, cosmic, and non-historic significance. Truth is beyond the range of personality. The mystifying series of numbers and words, for so the combination of letters is described, indicates the chakras and the kulas. The chakras relating to the loci of the power zones of the male, the kulas to the alchemical secretions or vaginal vibrations of the female. The numbers are not Kabbalistic ciphers but astrochemical references. The words relate to the biological secretions referred to in Al as the love of Nu in the starlit heaven. The Kabbalistic value of Nu is 56, the magical key to the production of the kulas, for 5 and 6 are the male-female essences forming the 11 rays of the silver star. It is worth noting that 76, the number of the verse in question, is the number of Chbivn, a secret or hiding place. Also Khna, a priest, Kvn, to erect or create. Kvn is also the name of the pudendum. These concepts point unequivocally to the hidden, sacred, secret, or sexual nature of the formula. The injunction to the beast to follow the love of Nu in the starlit heaven, to tell them this glad word, confirms this interpretation. The word glad supplies further confirmation. Its numerical equivalent is 38, which, multiplied by 2, the 5 and the 6, yields 418. The word of the Aeon 38 is also the number of GLH, to make naked, be revealed, manifestation. It indicates the primeval mode of revealing the visible word, the Keru of ancient Egypt, which denotes the true voice. It is applied to the male when he attains the special powers associated with puberty. The secret cipher of Al involves the primal mysteries in a manner that has baffled intensive research, part of the secret having been lost in the mists of time, the other part, concerning subtle energies of the body-mind complex, having not yet been fathomed. It is one of the aims of the OTO, in the inner, to discover a way of applying this cipher combination so that it will yield the key to man's conscious intercourse with the denizens of extraterrestrial and cosmic dimensions. There is another sense in which the central T of the initials OTO may be interpreted, a sense that has special reference to chapter 3, verse 22 of Al. I am the visible object of worship, the others are secret. For the beast and his bride are they, and for the winners of the ordeal X. What is this? Thou shalt know. Applying this to the OTO glyph, we find that the cross X or tau is the visible object of worship, while the two OS, one on each side of the T, here called the others, represent the beast and the scarlet woman, the two eyes of Ra. The ordeal X, or the ordeal of the tau, is the ordeal of the cross or the crossing. According to Hislop, the sign of the cross was at first the emblem of Tammuz. At last it became the emblem of Titan or Shaitan himself. On inquiry, it will actually be found that while Saturn was the name of the visible head, Titan was the name of the invisible head of the beast. Titan is just the Chaldean form of Shaitan, the very name by which Satan has been called from time immemorial by the devil worshippers of Kurdistan. The ordeal X, therefore, is the ordeal wherein the candidate for initiation realizes within himself the identity of Shaitan and Osiris. This explains why, in the ancient mysteries, Osiris was known as the Black God. Set, or Shaitan, means the black or burnt one. This ordeal was undergone in secret because of the sexual nature of the crossing, which was enacted between the beast and the scarlet woman. They were typified in this ordeal by an actual beast in congress with a woman. An example of this rite was mentioned by Herodotus. It occurred in Egypt at the temple of Het Baint in the Mendesian nome of the goat god. The purpose of the crossing was to produce a non-human being with supernormal powers and intelligence. In the mysteries, the color black is synonymous with death, represented by Osiris, and with sex, typified by the ithyphallic chem, with the tau erect. Crowley endeavored to reproduce this rite in his Abbey of Thelema in 1921 when he offered the body of Babylon to the virgin he-goat, but he refused her. The goat is symbolic of reification and therefore, by inference, of the scarlet woman whose mythical number 7, when multiplied by 2, the number of magic, becomes 77 or Oz, which means a goat, being the sublime and supreme septenary in its mature magical manifestation through matter, as it is written, and he-goat also. A curious reversal of the roles of beast and woman occurred during the course of Crowley's initiation into the grade of Magus, 9 degrees equals 2n40 AA. He was in New York at the time, and his initiation had been underway for many weeks. Its climax revealed the fact that he had been having magical dealings with various women, all of whom played the part of officers, charged by the secret chiefs with the task of enabling him to transcend the ordeals necessary to his final acceptance as a fully fledged magus. In his Confessions, Crowley writes, "One further point with regard to his initiation must be mentioned, though it sounds so fantastic even to myself that I can scarcely smother a smile. In the ancient ceremonies of the Egyptians, the candidate was confronted or guided on his journey by priests wearing the masks of various animals, the traditional character of each serving to indicate the function of its wearer. Quaint as it sounds, I found myself discovering an almost stupefying physical resemblance to diverse symbolic animals in those individuals whose influence on me, during their appointed period, was paramount. There was the Gat, Jane Foster, the owl, Gerd von Kotek, the monkey, Rutten Devi, the snake or serpent officer, Apophis, Helen Hollis, and the scorpion or dragon, Olin, Marie Rolling Ney Lavrov. Of the cat and the snake, Crowley wrote, "The cat was ideally beautiful beyond my dearest dream, and her speech was starry with spirituality. The snake glittered with the loveliness of lust. but she was worn and weary with the disappointment of insatiable desire. A magnetic current was instantly established between the three of us. In the cat, I saw my ideal incarnate, and even during that first dinner we gave ourselves to each other by that language of limbs whose eloquence escapes the curiosity of fellow guests. It was the more emphatic because we were both aware that the snake had set herself to encompass me with the coils of her evil intelligence. The cat was destined to be the mother of Frater Acad, Crowley's magical son, who, in 1917 discovered that the word AL 31 was the key to the Book of the Law. Crowley described Helen Hollis, the snake, to whom he was to propose marriage, unsuccessfully, 5 or 6 years later, as an actress and a streetwalker. He goes on to describe his relationship with the animal officers. At the beginning of the 8th day of the initiation appeared a monkey and an owl. Once again I was confronted with the necessity of choosing between two ideas. The monkey had all the insensate passion, volubility and vanity of the less developed primates. She was a great artist and a great lover. Yet in each of these functions she displayed the utmost inanity of conceit. The owl, on the other hand, was incapable of sublimity and at the same time free from affectation. She was as pleasant and sensible as the monkey was excruciating and absurd. Through the dragon or scorpion, who was also known as Olin, Crowley got into communication with an extraterrestrial intelligence named Amelantra, from whom he received magical instruction that enabled him finally to attain the grade of Magus. Other magical officers, also with bestial affinities, were the dog-headed Anubis, or simply the dog, one Catherine and Miller, a Pennsylvania Dutch girl and the only member of her family not actually insane, and a near artist of German extraction named Roddy Miner, whose magical mask was that of the camel, by which name Crowley called her. She was physically a magnificent animal. And last, but by no means least, Leah Hersig, the ape of Thoth, who assisted Crowley to the supreme attainment, that of ipsissimus io degree equals IOA. A. With these women Crowley practiced a form of sexual magic appropriate to the nature of the animal which they represented, e.g. with and Miller, the dog, he used the mode of congress characteristic of that animal. It is not always easy to determine the formula used because Crowley has left no complete record of these workings, although many of them are described in detail in his magical record, QV. In the symbolism of subsexual esotericism, the cat denotes the use of the lunar current during the catamenial flow, as does also the owl, the messenger of sorceresses, in the primal African cults. The snake, with its flattened head and flickering tongue, suggests oral sex and the higher forms of cunnilingus. The monkey is a glyph of manistupration, while the dragon or scorpion presiding as it does over the genitalia of the female denotes ordinary sexual congress. Crowley had a particular yen for the type of activity connect with Scorpio. He says in his magical record, March 13, 1924, talking of my love for putrefaction. This is the root of my love for the lowest whores, negresses, Alia of the broken nose, and so on. Up to the 10th impurity, the skeleton Leah. Alia appears in Crowley's novel The Diary of a Drug Fiend. Leah is Leah Hersig, the Scarlet Woman who played a prominent part in Crowley's major initiation at Cefalu. He likens her to the Buddhist meditation on a skeleton corpse, from which it may be gathered that necrophilia also played a part in his love for putrefaction. It will be seen, by comparing the zones involved with those described in chapters 1 and 2, that they fall into place naturally under apposite subsexual symbols, viz. the dog for the anal zone, the scorpion for the vagina or penis, according to the sex of the operator, the monkey for the hands, the snake for the tongue or zone of the word, and the owl for the Ajna chakra, the seer by night. All these variations, singly or combined in one working, were used by Crowley to awaken the fire snake in the body of the Scarlet Woman. The dog star or star of Set resumed the formula of the dog, jackal, or desert fox. The dog as a glyph of a particular kind of sexual working has a more than symbolic value, for it comports not only anal congress but congress involving retromingency, a rare anatomical peculiarity in Europe, although not so rare in Oriental and African women. It is evident from Crowley's magical record that he used the formula of the dog in a literal sense. In Aleister Crowley and the Hidden God I have shown that the unmentionable vessel referred, in ancient usage, not to the anus but to the vessel of black or red wine that is of lunar origin and the basis of the vinum sabati that separates Jekyll from Hyde. There is a further refinement of this formula, namely that mentioned above, and the peculiarity in question is one of the magical signs or indications that the woman who bears it is particularly suitable as a priestess or scarlet woman. This fact was known to adepts of the medieval witch cult. The so-called witch mark, the supernumerary nipple etc., were fatuous echoes of a once meaningful tradition. Furthermore, the familiar spirits which manifested in bestial form were of similar origin. This is further proved by the sabbatic symbolism of the backward way, or way of the black dog. It is possible that Catherine Ann Miller was thus consecrated to the service of magic in precisely this manner. In the case of Crowley's initiation into the grade of magus, the inversion of the formula of the beast and the woman is thus made plain. The zootypical officers were projections or exteriorized facets of Crowley's magical personality, manifesting in the psychic auras of the women concerned. In other words, they acted as magical mirrors into whose depths he projected the subconscious atavisms of an entire series of past selves. These manifested in various animal forms, union with which, in the manner consonant with their nature, dissolved and absorbed that particular atavism within himself, thus integrating his human and bestial components. The adepts of ancient Egypt used this formula, of which the most celebrated and enduring monument is the Sphinx, which combines the woman and the beast in a single form.
8. Frater Achad and the Cult of Mayon.
One of the most interesting cases of magical obsession in recent years concerned Crowley's magical son, Frater Achad. A summary of the case is given in the Magical Revival, Chapter 9, but its more occult levels can be fathomed only with reference to the Aeon of Ma, or Maion, which, according to Achad, commenced on his 62nd birthday, April 2, 1948. As is well known, Aleister Crowley was the transmitter of a singular message from superhuman dimensions, and Achad was the living embodiment of the proof of it insofar as the part he played in Crowley's life was foretold in the book several years before they were aware of each other's existence. A detailed account of the matter has been published in Crowley's Confessions, and allusions to it abound in various other works by Crowley, both published and unpublished. The other side of the story, that of Frater Achad, who parted ways with Crowley before the 1920s, has yet to be investigated. Frater Achad's most important discovery was undoubtedly that the number 31, which in the Chaldean tongue is written Al, was the key to the Book of the Law. It unlocked many, though by no means all of its obscure passages. Apart from its literary application, 31 had also a major Kabbalistic significance, for thrice 31, 93, is the key number of the cult of Thelema. Furthermore, Iwaz, the name of the being who communicated the book to Crowley, also has the value of 93. So also does the word of the law, i.e., Thelema, will, and the word agape, love, which is the magical formula of the Aeon of Horus, inaugurated by the transmission of Al in 1904. 93 is, again, the number of the word which Achad vibrated in 1926 and which he considered to be the true word of the Aeon. Crowley, according to Achad, having failed to receive a word from Iwaz. The prime function of a magus is the utterance or proclamation of a word of the Aeon which he inaugurates, a word containing within itself the entire magical formula of the Aeon. Achad maintained that Thelema was not such a word, that it was, precisely as described in Al, the word of the law, not of the Aeon, and that abrahadabra also was not the word, but the key of the rituals. This being so, neither Thelema nor abrahadabra fulfill the requirements exacted by magical tradition. Frater Achad undoubtedly had a point in that when Al was received by Crowley in 1904, Crowley had not at that time attained to the grade of magus, 90 equals 2d4a. A. He did not, in fact, do so until 11 years afterwards, i.e., in 1915. It is then not surprising that Crowley could not utter the word of the Aeon. With the advent of a new Aeon, a new word has to be uttered, and before it may be uttered it has to be received. A magus, and none other, is able to receive and utter it. This is the occult tradition. Achad's claim, therefore, to have remedied the omission necessarily implies that he considered himself to have attained that grade in or before 1926, when he vibrated Alala, a word with the value of 93, thrice al, 31, meaning God is not. This word, as is evident, comprises in various ways the key word, al. But there is another view of the matter, which is that in 1904, Crowley, for the 3 hours during which the Book of the Law was being transmitted to him, was exalted magically to the grade of a magus for the sole purpose of receiving the law of Thelema, and, with it, the Word. At least, this is what Crowley claimed, although on the quiet he seems to have had his doubts, as will be shown in due course. In 1906, Crowley attained to the grade of a Master of the Temple and became what is known in technical magical terminology, an inhabitant of the city of the pyramids under the Night of Pan. This is represented in the A. By the third Sapphira, Bina, the cosmic power zone of Saturn, which is the planetary representative of the god Set. In the A, which depends for its existence in the outer upon a strict hierarchy, no grade could be attained, or rather no grade could be claimed by an adept unless the grade immediately preceding his own had been attained by his chela. In other words, until Akkad had qualified to take Theranos' place in the city of the pyramids, Crowley was not in a position to claim the grade of magus and utter a word. In order for him to be able to do this, Akkad had to assume the most serious responsibility which it is possible for any mortal to take upon the path of magical attainment, i.e., he had to take the oath of the abyss and successfully cross it. This Akkad achieved, and such was his thoroughness and spiritual integrity that he claimed not only to have taken the plunge for the sake of enabling Crowley to advance to the grade of magus, he also claimed that he had remained in the abyss, with all the horror that this implies, for an entire cycle of Saturn, i.e., 29 years. Even so, Crowley remained dumb. No word came to him. Akkad wrote, in a letter dated 1916, just after he, Crowley, found I had jumped into the abyss on his account so that he could get his full 90 is equal to 2D, which he claimed was due to him, he wrote to me, am still in profundis. I wrote an essay on God being a sadist 2 days ago, and yesterday went through a magical ceremony. But nothing seems to revive me. I can learn to wait for the word properly. I believe if I could only do that for 10 minutes, the word would come. But, according to Akkad, the word did not come to Crowley, and, in 1926, during a series of ordeals that continued intermittently right up until 1945, Akkad himself received it. During this period he made several attempts at acquainting the Rayon with the progress of his prolonged initiations, but each time he was repulsed. That is when Crowley bothered to take any notice at all, for he supposed Akkad to be still in the throes of his 8 degrees equals 3-0 ordeal, and consequently paid little heed to Akkad's declarations. Crowley's attitude to the situation is on record. In a letter to Frater OPV. Norman Mudd, dated 1925, he wrote, I am treating Akkad as in the midst of a long ordeal and so quite blind, although in one aspect 8 degrees equals 3 degrees. Hence care should be taken not to jog his elbow, in the hope he will come through. It was in 1948, April 2nd at 1:11 p.m., to be precise, at Deep Cove, BC, Canada, that Akkad announced the incoming of MAION just 4 months after Crowley's death in England, and 44 years after the advent of the Aeon of Horus, which Crowley had announced in 1904. Akkad maintained also that April 2nd, 1948, marked the true beginning of the Aquarian Age. This event had been prophesied by him in his book QBL, or The Bride's Reception, privately issued by him in 1922, having found that the key to the Book of the Law was LA, or not, symbolized by the goddess Nut. Akkad proceeded to describe her utterance as not talking. He demonstrates that not talking, or eulalia, refers to that which neither Jesus nor Crowley took into account in their symbolism, viz., the primitive ape-man hypothesized by Haeckel, to which the Greek name Alalis was given. Such a being was quite incapable of uttering a word. Perhaps it was done through a minister, cl.I.7, and to one who, while he became a magus, was unable to utter a magical word of his own, the Beast 666. But proper provision was made in Liber Legis I, the Book of the Law, that such a word should in due time be uttered by the one undergoing the test and ordeals of initiation set out in Liber Legis. In a sense, Akkad was right, yet not in the way that he supposed. The magical reflex of the Aeon of Horus is Horpar Krat, Harpocrates, god of silence, or speech in silence. The minister of this god is Iwas. Horparkrat is a particular form of the god Set, and his word is vibrated in silence, as shown elsewhere. This mystery of Set is disclosed in Liber a Ash vel Capricorni Nematosi. Horus leaps up thrice armed from the womb of his mother. Harpocrates his twin is hidden within him. Set is his holy covenant, that he shall display in the great day of Maat, that is being interpreted the master of the temple of A, whose name is truth. Akkad suggests that the beast has reference to the ape rather than to the lion with which Crowley identified himself, or to the lamb identified with Christ.
Achat sait ser.
Buck, whose book contains a diagram of certain facilities carried over from prehuman phases of consciousness. The later, more developed faculties, such as shame, remorse, etc., derive from the anthropoid ape and the dog, the latter being, according to Akkad, the higher and chosen vehicle. Both these beasts are combined in one image in the cynocephaly or dog-headed ape, which played an important part in the mysteries of ancient Egypt. It is the Kaf ape, or cynocephaly, that overshadows the magician in Crowley's design of the tarot key of that name. The comment on the vision and the voice quoted on page 142, note 36, is a literal enactment of the magical formula of the 11th key of the tarot lust, in which the woman and the beast are conjoined in symbolic sexual congress. Concerning the anthropoid ape, Akkad notes the following passage in Edmund Sekelius' Cosmos, Man and Society. With the appearance of the vertical position, biped, we find two very important changes: progressive disappearance of the pineal bone in man and progressive appearance of the hymen in woman. Akkad uses this point to illuminate the ancient myth concept of the woman conjoined with the beast symbolized by the 11th tarot key. At the point of natural evolution, according to the great purpose when the body of a certain anthropoid ape was fit for it, the logos, i.e., the word, descended into its flesh, that is, into the flesh of an animal incapable of speech. The development of the power to utter the word must have taken a very long time and much bitter struggle. But when it came, true man lived on earth, and the link died out and is now missing, or in perdition. At this same point, the first anthropoid female ape had formed a hymen, and thus became true virgin. This unusual affliction may have worried her. She therefore sat up on the beast, received from him the logos bestial seed, and in this sense became the great whore who received in her cup the result of fornication in the animal kingdom. It was thus that the word was vibrated in the astroerotic ether of primal atavisms, transforming into man, and not in a merely superficial sense of one historic individual pronouncing a word that adds up to 93 and its Kabbalistic equivalents. Crowley uttered no word because the aeon of Horus, being the aeon of the beast conjoined with the woman in the vibrant silence typified by the psychosexual formula of Set, has no merely verbal formula. The act itself is the word, or rather the act creates stresses in the ether that the adept can mold into any image he wills. It is in this sense only that we can understand the magical succession of eons, atavisms, or words. It is in this sense also that we might fathom Akkad's riddles concerning the word of Maion, and his abstract interpretation of the Tun. Akkad based his cult of Mayon upon a revelation which he had concerning the last verse of Al. The manifestation of Newt is at an end. Taking this literally as Akkad took it, the end, that is, both ends, of the word manifestation yields Maion, which he claimed to be the true name of the Aeon of Ma or Mot. But, notwithstanding the Kabbalistic proofs he amasses to establish the formula of manifestation, the fact implies virtually nothing in terms of practical magic. That he came very near the mark is shown by his observations concerning the word ion, which he recognized as a Kabbalistic synonym for aeon. To go, or the function of going, was the particular characteristic of the gods of ancient Egypt, and it was typified by the ankle strap, a form of the crux ansata. Ion, as a name of Hermes, the god of magic, is identical with Thoth, and therefore with the cynocephaly which symbolized Thoth as the utterer of the word in silence. Concerning the meaning of ion with reference to physics, Akkad observed that the electric particle has been broken in this atomic age, but Newt said before the wording was changed in Liber Legis, and the sign shall be my ecstasy, the consciousness of the continuity of existence, the unfragmentary non-atomic fact of my unmolestability. Thus the virginity of the ether remains intact, for in it were deposited the spermatic logoi by the plenum from the beginning of manifestation of this finite universe. The daughter is the virgin aspect, i.e., that entity that is a whack-eened by the beast or cynocephaly when he vibrates his word. The daughter too is the crowned and conquering child. The daughter darkness, Nut, complement of the sun, had it. Thus the Aeon of Ma, the daughter, runs parallel with the Aeon of Horus, the sun. Akkad discovered the name of the god and the mode of his formula, but he did not apply it or find it in the right word. That word is not manifestation, which is meaningless in a context such as this, for all eons at all times show themselves forth in manifestation. Otherwise, of course, they would not be an expression of Kala, time. They would remain latent in the ally potential state of noumenon, as distinct from the dynamic or active state of manifest appearances, i.e., phenomena. The word which does satisfy more than theoretical and Kabbalistic requirements and which does, in fact, contain a magical formula of the highest potency, is the word secretion. And the secret ion is indeed the manifestation of Nut, and it is truly at an end, not only in the sense that it terminates the word, i.e., secret ion, but also in the sense that it is latent in the end tail of the goddess as the ultimate Kala or manifestation. The word secret is mentioned 21 times in Al, and not only in the English, for it appears also in a hidden or Kabbalistic form. What is of importance, however, is that the English word seekertian has the Kabbalistic value of 365, which is the number of a full cycle of manifestation, symbolized by the year of 365 days or parts. This is the full manifestation of the circle of time, as the circle of 360 degrees is that of space, the 5 days being, as previously explained, the especial degrees of the goddess and of her mechanism of manifestation. Crowley had an inkling of this interpretation of the word secret. In a letter to Frater OPV, dated October 30, 1923, he writes, "I doubt whether the word secret is used in Al in its vulgar sense. I assimilate it to ideas in secretion. This in fact is the meaning of the word and the meaning that Frater Akkad came so near to discovering. It is probable that, had it not been for Akkad's marked antipathy to Al in every way other than that in which it proved him to be the child which it prophesied, and, as he thought, the magical heir of the beast, he might have been able to see beyond the personal implications of these mysteries. But Akkad was perpetually historifying and personalizing the mysteries, and such was his obsession of identity with the child prophesied in the book, that he saw himself in the light of a new Messiah potent to redeem man from the calamities of the Aeon of Horus which he read into the text, and which, to judge from his private correspondence, he attributed to the baleful machinations of Aiwass. Akkad's mania for reversing everything led to his turning upside down the tree of life itself. He considered the traditional order of the paths to have been rendered obsolete by the onset of the new Aeon of Ma or Mot, which he announced in 1948. Crowley alludes with sarcasm to Akkad's new arrangement of the paths in magic. In similar fashion, Akkad reverted to Moketh, I degree equals Ion after he had aspired to Kether, Io degree equals LDM when he had successfully transcended the ordeal of the abyss. In like manner, he reversed his motto VIOIV to OIVVIO, and used the same technique of reversal or reflect tie-in with the word Al God, which he then saw as LA not, which in this particular case proved infinitely productive when applied to the Book of the Law. Through the technique of reversal he discovered his word, Alala. In a spate of hate against Crowley, Frater Akkad wrote to an ex-disciple of the beast. The final word, of course, meaning God is not, Alala equals 93, simply goes to show that El Shaddai is not to be played with by such fools as deny him and try to set up in his place a 93 such as I was. El Shaddai lets nature testify to the fact in no uncertain terms, vid infra, and Akkad in writing repudiate the satanic forces. Thus, we may hope, the situation is now cleared up to the final discomfiture of the enemy of mankind which has caused so much trouble since the beginning of this century. This dirty black magical bunch needs thoroughly to be smoked out, but that does not lie in human hands. We are mere witnesses and recorders of observable facts. The reference to nature testifying in no uncertain terms concerned various meteorological phenomena which had resulted in fierce storms over British Columbia, near the place of Akkad's residence. He noted that during the major phases of his initiation, particularly in 1917, 1935, and 1948, a place named Chilliwack had seemed to be the focus of hurricanes that twisted and turned around it, reminiscent of the cosmic disturbances described by H.P. Lovecraft and the freak meteorological phenomena recorded by Charles Fort. It was during one of Akkad's major initiations that the mechanism of reversal first occurred to him. He describes the experience in Liber, the book in which he first made known the key to Liber Al. The English language alphabet seemed to rush back to the beginning, and reversed as Hebrew, which is written the other way, and this was a great mystery. Akkad traveled back in space-time until, suddenly, a new creation. He had reached the beginning, and out of the old elements he had witnessed on his return to the source, was formed a new design, the same material but in a different order. The same material but in a different order. This describes precisely the relationship of Akkad's cult of Mayan to that of Crowley's cult of Thelema. Not a new creation but a rearrangement of that which already existed. The doctrines underlying the cult of Mayan rest upon the magical formula of IHVH, or tetragrammaton, the fourfold name. In order to understand this formula, it is necessary to have grasped the significance of the Egyptian god forms of Isis, Osiris, Horus, and Set, whence it will be seen that there are various interpretations of tetragrammaton. Interpreting it microcosmically, as Crowley did, it assumes a sexual significance. Interpreted mericosmically, it involves the transformation of body into spirit, and the further manifestation of spirit in matter. Taking the macrocosmic formula first, its mechanics are as follows. Isis is the body of earth or matter. Upon its death, it transforms into the mummy, symbol of Osiris, the spirit body in Amenta. The Egyptians maintained that the first part of the mummy to revive after death was the phallus, meaning by this that the solar phallic, the creative force or spirit, ascended from Amenta, and the Osiris was transformed into his eternal image, double, or son, Har i.e. Horus, the child. Whereas Osiris is the soul or double in the Amenta, Horus is the creative spirit exalted or resurrected in the spirit world, or in everlastingly repeating cycles of time. Horus, the child, remains in the spirit world until a further process, the process of reincarnation or remanifestation in matter, occurs. This constitutes the second coming, or birth of the child in matter, symbolized by Set, the twin brother or double of Horus. Har or Hor means child, that is to say, it is the spirit of Osiris as reproduced in the spirit world, and the true name of that child is Set, represented by the Egyptians as the star Sothis, which was the light in darkness and the manifester, not of Osiris the father, but of Isis the mother. The Hebrews represented this magical process by the sacred name IHVH, a name or word which they were forbidden to utter. It may be understood best as a sexual formula. The initial I or Yod is the secret seed latent in the body, Isis. He or H is the matrix or receptacle of the seed, communicated to it by the act of copulation represented by V or Vav, the son, i.e. Set, who formulated his father and made fertile his mother. The resultant manifestation is represented by the final he, the daughter, who manifests again the original body, Isis Nut, plus the spiritual experience that it has gathered in the process. The earlier expression of this formula was threefold, for the Egyptians omitted the final phase of manifestation and left the spirit in its own realm. This was the formula Iao. I, Isis, which represents the body which has to undergo death, the A or apophis stage, before it can achieve the eternal state of O, Osiris, the mummy stage. The deities Isis, Osiris, Horus, relate to two different dimensions, and care must be taken to keep the symbolism of the planes distinct. Isis, being matter or nature, represents time. Osiris, the mummy, represents eternity, i.e. timelessness. But Isis, as Nut, also represents space, and Osiris, as mummy, represents duration. It is the identity of space-time or its realization that generates the consciousness that illumines the universe and shows it to be phenomenal, a mere appearance in consciousness, because there is then no subject in relation to which any object can exist. This mystical interpretation is analogous to that of Cha and Buddhism, wherein mountains and streams are first seen as objective facts, then not seen at all, then seen again as mountains and streams, not as such in themselves, but as appearances in consciousness. In the blank interim, an initiation has occurred, analogous to that which occurs in the apophis stage of the Egyptian formula of Iao. It is this void or blankness that must be illumined before the new Isis, the daughter, the newly created and ever-virgin vision of non-objectivity may be apprehended. This is that into which the formula of Set Horus ultimately resolves itself. The appearance of the daughter is not to be confused with the reappearance of the original mother, the body that initiated the process. Frater Akkad realized the nature of this formula in a technical sense as applying to the initiate and his work in the temple, but he confused the issue by making of it a macrocosmic formula and hailing the cosmic appearance of the daughter when he announced the advent of Ma or Mot. The Aeon of Horus is a transitional phase in this process of regeneration which will not pass into its manifest phase until humanity has transcended the ordeal of physical death by the cultivation of continuous consciousness. To recapitulate, I, the seed, H primal, the matrix, V, the act, H final, the manifestation. This interpretation of Tetragrammaton reveals the identity of the death posture with that of the mummy, the first part of which to revive is the creative spirit, the Har or son whose name is Set, the son of the mother Isis or Nut. His reemergence from Amenta in the flesh is symbolized by the advent of the daughter, the reflection or manifestation of the mother. The great mystery is that there is no male component at all in the entire process, for the apparent action of copulation by the sun is merely a stimulation of the kullas or essences concealed in the matrix, the woman. Nevertheless, the process does not imply a reversion to the pre-solar or stellar tradition, because the middle or solar phase was an illusory phase, and a veil of confusion was thrown over the process by a misinterpretation of the nature of Osiris. The mummy when stretched out horizontally symbolizes the Osiris active in Amenta, but when the mummy is upright, erect, i.e., when that stage of the formula was reached where the priest stood the mummy up on end, the soul became the spirit, Har or child, who was exalted to the place of enlightenment. It did not reincarnate, but used the mummy as a physical base when it took its pleasure among the living. With the change of Aeon, however, the Osiris transformed into the Horus or child, and suffered no break of continuity in death and was able therefore to assume a completely new body for its manifestation upon earth. Hence, in this Aeon of Horus there are infinitely more mortal bodies upon earth than ever there were in the preceding eons. When the Aeon of Ma supersedes the present Aeon of the child, or continual remanifestation, man will have achieved a state of biune sexuality represented, not as previously by the androgynous deities such as Zeus Orinothalus, Baphomet, Bacchus Dipyus, but as the new Isis, the daughter or reflection of the mother, Mot. Then only will occur the apotheosis of the cults of the shadow. There is thus no masculine element in creation, the only son or male, being the light of consciousness itself. The Vaishnavas of India are the only ones, to my knowledge, to have expressed this conception precisely in their doctrine of Krishna consciousness, as the sole masculine element in a play Lila, of forces that are entirely feminine, and therefore phenomenal, receptive of his light alone. He is the sole subject of all objects. Krishna himself is the Dark One, Set, the son of the mother. Frater Akkad, who discovered the key of it all, formulated, in his way, this pattern of Ionic development, but he erred insofar as he telescoped the process in time, and imagined he had thereby accelerated human evolution and established solar consciousness on Earth. Because he had understood a part of the mystery in and through his own initiations, he made the mistake of supposing that humanity as a whole was ready for, or had actually made, the transition. Certain disciples of Akkad claim that a similar transition to this stage has been reached, or that it is imminent, and they have tried to connect the higher degrees of the OTO with the process. But they have not understood that these degrees are specifically microcosmic, and that the OTO, like the Book of the Law, applies to the transitional phase of the formula alone. In Chapter 4 of Aleister Crowley and the Hidden God, it is shown that the Aeon of Horus refers to the formula of disintegration, analysis, the transitional stage that precedes the Aeon of Mot where the final reintegration or synthesis will occur. And in Chapter 5 of that book, the reader will see that whereas the A provides for the ultimate and eternal aspects of spiritual evolution during the major cosmic cycles, the OTO is concerned exclusively with the lesser Ionic cycle, that of Horus, and its magical formula SHTL. It has already been shown how Frater Akkad interpreted the AL and LA phases of this formula of SHT set. The Aeon of Horus is truly a secret ion, and the manifestation of Nut is truly at an end, as Akkad discovered. But it was not in the word manifestation, but in the word secretion that the ultimate ion or enkala was concealed by Aiwas, and not only in the English. It is interesting to note that in Hebrew, the word svd sad means secret, and that the ninth Sephira Yesod is the place of the ultimate secret ion or kala. Yesod is the sphere of the moon and the secret sanctuary of the Yezidi of Mesopotamia, who adored Set under the form of Zivo or Aiwaz. Oivz, Aiwaz, and Zivo are identical as 93. The eons of the mother, Isis, and of the father, Osiris, have given way to the aeon of the crowned and conquering child. Horus in one phase, Set in another. The formula of Horus is Are-Hor-Quit, that of Set, Hor-Parkrat, whose minister is Aiwaz, Zivo. Horus and Osiris are one. Set and Nut are one. The product of these twin forces is a certain secret ion that will prove to be the manifestation of Nut, which will occur at an end of time. Time is a synonym of Kali, the ultimate Kala, the ion at an end, which culminates as the 16th or last digit of the moon. This ion will manifest as the daughter, the new Isis, the hue-lidded daughter of sunset, mentioned in Al. The adumbration of this perhaps not so far distant ion or aeon of Mot may be sensed in the ideas now manifesting behind what is popularly referred to as the woman-s liberation movement. For it is woman who contains within her body-mind complex the true kalas, ions or eons, and she alone can manifest them, once she has been impregnated, in a magical sense, by the priest of Horus. This was adumbrated in the Book of Revelation in the symbolism of the woman clothed with the sun, having the moon at her feet. But for all Akkad's claims that the ordeals and initiations had been successfully transcended by him, that the word had been uttered by him, and that the baleful current of Aiwas had been repelled by his superior attainment, both he and his cult of Mayan seem to have been founded on hollow ground. Instead of revealing a practical key to the mysteries of Al, he punned and played with Kabbalistic ciphers that boil down to nothing at all. If one subtracts from Frater Akkad and his writings the cult of Thelema, the Aeon of Horus, all that Crowley was at pains to record and preserve of magical ordeals, visions, and communications with extraterrestrial entities, there remains not even the magical child of the beast who was unable to utter a word.
Brian, the cult of the black snake, La Couleuvre Noire.
With Michael Berchoz, the voodoo Gnostic master of the cult of La Couleuvre Noire, we step into the heavily charged atmosphere that lingers on in the wake of the mages of the French decadence. The revenants of the decadence live on, and their present-day equivalents in downtown Chicago are stalked by the shades of Joseph Pelledin, Stanislas de Guaita, Pierre Vintras, J.K. Huysmans, and the sinister original of Canon Doker, the Abbé Bullen, with whom Berchoz claims to be in direct astral communication. Yet this atmosphere of nostalgia surrounding the Monastery of the Seven Rays, which Berchoz also directs, is redolent not only of the strange and diabolical rites performed by a Gaufridi, or by a Giborg when he wove the sinister spells to which the evil fascination of Madame Montespan added its bouquet of morbid loveliness, but of a more vital and elemental power that enhances to its highest pitch the etiolated atmosphere of the decadence. I refer to the monstrous shadows conjured by the New England enchanter, Howard Phillips Lovecraft, for Michael Berchoz claims to have established contact with the deep ones, the fearful haunters of outer spaces that Lovecraft has brought so close to Earth in his terrifying fictions. The lair of the Black Snake is not so easy of access as was that of the Beast 666. To meet the beast, the Chela had merely to set sail for Cefalu, and, if he dared, visit the Abbey of Thelkma in the vicinity of the turbulent bay dominated by the Lion Rock. The headquarters of the Black Snake cult, though situated in one of the busiest cities of the New World, is directed from Leo Gain, Haiti, the inner power zone of the dark mysteries of which Michael Berchoz is the chief adept. In characteristically Chicago style, the aspirant learns his first lessons by means of a correspondence course which takes more than 5 years to complete, but which, unlike most courses of this nature, offers magical knowledge far beyond the scope of any that is retailed by so many occult fraternities having a superficial resemblance to the Monastery of the Seven Rays, which is itself but the outer court of the Black Snake cult. The monastery is a cell of the OTOA, or Ordo Templi Orientis Antiqua, which has incorporated in its teachings the magical doctrines of Aleister Crowley. On the August 15, 1973, the OTOA linked itself on the inner planes to the 93 current and announced its official acceptance of the law of do what thou wilt. It celebrated this occasion by abrogating its previous rule of not admitting women to the higher degrees. Michael Berchows, who is one of the chief adepts of the OTOA, the Monastery of the Seven Rays, and high priest of the cult of the Black Snake, is undoubtedly one of the most colorful and creative of contemporary occultists. His course of instruction begins with the occult maxim, "That which is beyond is within, just as that which is within is beyond," and it is delivered in a style curiously reminiscent of Jiddu Krishnamurti's. Krishnamurti, the moonchild of Besant and Leadbeater, was the proof of the magical efficacy of the Theosophical Society. He stood in much the same relation to that society as did Crowley to the Golden Dawn. They were, in each case, the one thing of real worth that these societies produced. But there the analogy ends, for whereas Krishnamurti and Crowley were, in their respective spheres, bound by the formula of their racial heritage, Michael Berchows is a combination of white and black which meet in him to produce a far-flung and original system of creative occultism. Since this book, like its two predecessors, treats of man's exploration of little-known regions of consciousness and of his traffic with extraterrestrial entities, Berchows' conception of the demon Coranzan has particular interest and relevance for votaries of the Black Snake. Coranzan, as the guardian of the gate between the known universe and the unknown universe, A and B, equates with ideas shared by all cults of the shadow which, without exception, utilize this concept in one way or another. The Petro rites of voodoo, for instance, invoke the Loa by offbeat rhythms existing between those which are vibrated in the Radha ceremonies. They lurk, so as to say, in the interstices or voids which separate light and dark, day and night. The formula evolved by Austin Spare for reactivating ancient atavisms involves the use of such in-betweenness concepts, and H.P. Lovecraft hints at the existence of non-human beings that tread the deeps of space between the stars. Historically speaking, Dr. John Dee (1527–1608) was the first to leave any detailed account of human traffic with denizens of the dimensionless gaps between universes. 3 centuries later, Crowley evoked one of these entities from the abyss, and it is far more likely that this encounter caused more trouble in his magical life than that which resulted from his traffic with Abramelin demons, as some have supposed. Berchows describes this abyss as the icy realms of nothingness called the Mian. This gulf is the cosmic analogy, in terms of infinity, endurance, and remoteness, of the infinitesimally near and the infinitely fleeting, the finest and normally imperceptible gap between thoughts that yields to hypersensitive awareness, a sudden insight into the real substratum of being. This only is reality, the sole reality, and it is non-being, the noumenal source from which arises the world of appearances. Crowley understood Coranzan as embodying terrific energies of cosmic chaos, a contradictory entity that reduces every concept with which it is brought into contact to its own indescribable state of amorphous and fluid nothingness. It was characteristic of Crowley that he regarded this force as being basically one of confusion, dispersion, lack of control, and Sir Edward Kelly before him had called it that mighty devil Coranzan. Berchows, on the other hand, sees Coranzan as the guardian of the passage between the world of being and the world of non-being, treating it accordingly as a mathematico-magical system of dynamic negation rather than as a positive force of disruption. This interpretation approximates closely to that suggested by Lovecraft, who does not, however, mention Coranzan specifically, but who refers to inhabitants of spaceless dimensions between universal systems. But long anterior to these views, predating those even of Dr. Dee, the Chinese Ch and adepts were aware of this Coranzanic guardian of the realm of non-being as a meditational experience of egoless awareness, for being and non-being are interdependent counterparts and as such have validity only for consciousness limited to a subject or ego. This interpretation, although relieving the concept of any moral stigma, deprives it of none of the essential horror that awareness of pure nothingness must necessarily evoke in minds not already dissolved in cosmic consciousness. In Ch, and the magical construction is altogether and quite naturally absent for Ch, and is a mystical cult and beyond all categories of mentation. Michael Berchows has evolved an interpretation that seems to fall precisely between these two, partaking of both yet representing neither. He has developed a magical means of Mian control which makes him the first to found a cult of Coranzan aligned with, if not actually based upon, the occult principles formulated by H.P. Lovecraft. Lovecraft used fiction to project concepts of reality that were, in his day, considered too fantastic for presentation in any other medium. Bershows today has no qualms in translating corazonic values from realms of fantasy to dimensions of metamathematical reality, a move that is perfectly legitimate in an age such as ours in which a prominent physicist can say, consciousness is never experienced in the plural, only in the singular. This implies that nothing at all, not even non-being, exists outside the mind. The magical focus of this power emanating from regions of metacosmic darkness is located in the pathless abyss at a center known as Dath. This is sometimes called the false Sapphira Dash. It is the 11th power zone on the Tree of Life. 11 is the number of the Clefatli, the world of shells, which is inhabited by the shadows of darkness. It is the gateway of egress to the outer spaces beyond, or behind, the tree itself. Adepts of the Black Snake cult have trodden this secret pathway down the back of the tree, which is very important for magical creation. Dath, meaning knowledge, is symbolized by the 8th head of the stooping dragon which was raised up when the Tree of Life was shattered. It is perhaps significant that the number of Dath, for 74, when added to that of Corazon, 333, produces 807, the number between 806, Thoth, and 808, the brazen serpent. The magical interpretation of which is that the formula of the fire snake and of the god set, Thoth, is activated by the evocation of Corazon. This in turn opens the gateway to extracosmic influences. The ascent of the Tree of Life is achieved by rising on the planes until consciousness is merged with the highest, i.e., Kether. In order to reify this state in Moketh, the process has to be reversed and the tree descended via the back of the middle pillar. This is equivalent to the Viparita Karanya discussed in chapters 4 and 5 in connection with the Kaula circle. Similarly, the fire snake rises up the spinal canal, the middle pillar, gathering the magical consciousness of the chakras which it passes on its ascent. The mystic retains consciousness in the Brahmandra, but the magician brings it down again to earth. It is the formula of Prometheus, who brought down fire from heaven in the narthex or hollow tube. Thus also the Tantric adept brings down the light to manifest in Maya, the shadow world of illusory images. As the Tantric discovers magical powers at each power zone illumined by the upward march of the fire snake, so the magician assumes the god forms appropriate to each Sapphira as he rises on the plains of the Tree of Life. The god forms are usually associated with the animal-headed deities of antiquity. In this way, atavisms or prehuman powers manifest in the magician who experiences and actualizes, in the astral world, the powers and energies possessed by the animals in question. Adepts of the Black Snake cult refer to this process as the mystere lycanthropique, and it constitutes one of the points chod, hot points, connected with Tantra and Voodoo. Mystere lycanthropique is also the mystery of the Red Temple of Atlantean magic in its first form, its second form being that of El Atavikir, which has, as the name suggests, affinities with Spare S formula of atavistic resurgence. The secret pathway through the realms of the Cliffith at the back of the tree follows the downward path and comports the assumption of animal forms which correspond to the gods of the Kabbalistic system. This is a valid explanation of the word animal and its relation to prehuman atavisms. The cult of the Black Snake is based upon Tantra and Voodoo. Concerning Tantra, it is a system which is based upon the build-ing up of a state of fearlessness in the magician or yogin. It is supposed to partake of sexual elements. As shown in Chapter 4, fearlessness is the attribute of the Bhairavas, who achieve it by the imbibition of magically prepared elixirs which bisexualize the human body, making it self-generative and complete, as are the highest gods. Tantra and Voodoo are said to be derived from the older Atlantean magic of the Red Temple, with elements of the Atlantean Black Temple work. The Red Temple work involves the invocation of the fire snake, which is the basic formula of Tantra, whereas Black Temple work comports les cultes de mort, with a formula similar to that of the death posture developed by Austin Osmanspare in Zos qui occultistes, plus the mystere du zombieism. The 2 points chods, sex magic, Tantra, and death rites, Voodoo, are assimilated to the cult of the Black Snake by Michael Bershows who, with his Fiends and Fiendesses, expounds today the mysteries of Corazon. The astral lycanthropy of the Black Snake cult involves not only the secret pathways of the Cliffith but a degree of willed astral projection designated the Voltigaz, whereby all the paths of the backside of the tree are traversed in a jump. The secret of the pathway of the leapers or jumpers is woven into the never of the morasses or twins. The 3 columns are given in that design with the center column as the post of unity. In my own work I have crossed these 3 columns with the crossed baton of the magical Saturn, or Gupounda Nibho, so as to produce the model for the pathways of the Voltigaz, as well as the pathways for the secret schools of voodoo initiation. This gives us the complete magical diagram of voodoo initiation. The magical order or hierarchy on the back of the tree is under the aegis of Coranzon, the lord of the downward path and the guardian of the pylon of death. The number 333, Coranzon, is also that of the jackal or fox, SHGL, the hieroglyph of Shaitan Iwas, whom Crowley invoked as the supreme demon of Thelema, will. Dath means knowledge in the sense in which the term is used in the biblical allegory of the fall. The knowledge that opened man's eyes to the creative nature of the solar phallic power within him, in its special relationship to the woman who is the outer manifestation of the power, Shakti. This pylon, Dath, is the door to the back of the tree, and its planetary representative is Uranus, which is also the door to the sexual magic of Set or Shaitan, as it is practiced in the 11th degree of the OTO.
Note: as explained in Aleister Crowley and the Hidden God, Chapter 7, the Incregista Deg does not necessarily comport the use of homosexual formulae. On the contrary, it involves the use of the yoni in its lunar phase, and of that other eye, ayin or yoni, that is known to initiates of the Ophidian current as the Eye of Set.
The use of the backward paths of the tree and the evocation of the shadows are fraught with danger because, as noted, the cliffeth haunt those paths, many of which are dead ends and without egress. To be trapped in any of them is to surrender one's consciousness to the most baleful influences that a magician is ever likely to encounter. Madness and death claim those who stray into them. Also, being without outlet, if force is directed along these paths, it recoils inevitably upon the magician like a boomerang charged with the additional force of the evil influences which it has gathered in its flight. Notwithstanding the unavoidable and constant danger of oversimplifying these complex and occult matters, it may be suggested that whereas the ordinary aspect of the Tree of Life represents the magician in relation to his present and future powers, the reverse of the tree typifies prehuman and extrahuman influences that impinge upon his consciousness via the pylon of death. A minimum of these influences seep, so to speak, into the front of the tree, but when the operator passes beyond the gate of the 11th power zone, he automatically invokes Coranzon and becomes exposed to the full onslaught of atavistic powers. The mystere lycanthropique involves the assumption of the form of a wolf or some other predatory animal on the astral plane. Adepts of the Black Snake cult explain the reason for this transformation in terms of a need of regaining periodically the contents of the subconsciousness lost or suppressed during man's transition from the animal kingdom to the world of humans. Rather than classifying the 2 aspects of the tree as good and evil, Black Snake cultists adopt a new aeon attitude and regard the sephirotic aspects of the front of the tree as positive and the qliphothic aspects of the backward paths as negative. The mage is such only when he has learned to evoke and to control both these aspects. The sephirotic influences are further grouped into positive and negative forces, the former being known as the flames of light, the latter as the flames of reflected darkness. Similarly, the qliphothic influences are known as the shadows of darkness and the shadows of reflected light, priority being given to the negative spirits in the case of the qliphith, because the qliphith are themselves negative in relation to the Sephiroth. Coranzon is possibly a corrupt form of Kotzur, the dark god of Atlantean sorceries, who is the type of extraterrestrial entity having a shadowy being beyond the rim of our universe. By means of ingenious systems of esoteric engineering, Bershos has constructed magical machines capable of receiving impulses from trans-Neptunian areas of space. They also transmit mysterious and outlandish music. He also employs human occult machines known as Furies, the equivalent, more or less, of Crowley's Scarlet Women who by virtue of their affinities with Tellurian vibrations are able to explore chthonic levels of pre-larval consciousness.
Note: the symbol of this dark deity resembles the triple prong of Neptune, which is the name by which Chazar is known to the profane. Cf. The Chaldean letter Shin with its triple tongue of fire attributed to Set or Shaitan. The word Chozar means pig. This animal was adopted by the Typhonians as a symbol of Set. In the Tantric cults of the Vama Marg, the pig was chosen as a secret symbol because it is the only animal known to eat human excrement. See Aleister Crowley and the Hidden God, Chapter 6.
By such means, Burchos is able to apply scientifically a formula for reactivating primal phases of elemental consciousness. This is reminiscent of Austin Spare's formula of atavistic resurgence, and it is significant that Burchos names Spare as a member of the inner, i.e., astral council of his magical cult. That these machines, mechanical and human, also partake of the Kalas in their magical manifestation is proved by Burchos' references to certain rooms and liquors which, interpreted in the light of Kala Tantric doctrine, suggest that he is using the Ophidian vibrations in their lunar, Neptunian, and even trans-Plutonic forms. Concerning these machines, he observes that the latest of inventions for the occultist is really the rediscovery of something so ancient that it goes back before the evolution of the universe to something absolutely prior. Thus, the most advanced accumulator of magical energy is in reality something that had been perfected on the planet Venus long before the human race had emerged from the state of the mineral kingdom. This recalls Spare's statement of the magical laws of evolution as expressed in the Book of Pleasure. The law of evolution is retrogression of function governing progression of attainment, i.e., the more wonderful our attainments, the lower in the scale of life the function that governs them. One of Burchos' latest inventions is the zotheriometer. Its purpose is to discipline the astral and etheric magnetic fields of energy into precise vectors of force that form a complex network of power zones. By the establishment of intersections, or crossings between two fields, a special vortex of energy is created. This vortex may be used to concentrate massive streams of power. It functions rather like an occult tube for the projection of magical force to any required dimension of the astral plane. This machine is based upon the system of Marmas and Sandhis, which the Tantrics have mapped out in relation to the subtle anatomy of the human body. They are exemplified in the elaborate yantras of the goddess, the Sri Yantra in particular. Another machine invented by Burchos is the Mandalam instrumentum, which he designed to facilitate works of ceremonial magic without the encumbrance of the physical furniture usually associated with its performance. The mandala creates and transmits magical forces from one point to another. It may be described as an abstract temple in which the various officers are parts of the machine. Burchos explains that it is used by high-ranking ceremonial magneticists who have grown out of the use of group rituals and yet wish the effect of their work to have the same symmetrical structure as the structure of a lodge or temple. Those who are familiar with the general lodge ritual of New Isis Lodge, wherein each officer represented a planetary focus in the buildup of power from the transplutonic sphere of New Isis, will appreciate that any residual loss of energy occurring and accumulating during the ritual would be absorbed and recycled by the Mandalam instrumentum. The cult of the Black Snake is powered by voodoo adepts, and the classification of its magical machines falls naturally into line with voodoo systems of initiation. These are 4 in number: the Lavetet or initiate, the Kanzo or servite hour, the Houngan or priest, and finally the Bailey Ji or hierophant. To these grades are allocated various types of magical machinery. To the initiate S grade are allocated all physical machines, that is to say all machines which have their actual functioning upon the physical plane. To the Kanzo grade are allocated all astral machines. To the Houngan are ascribed the mental machines. He works with the faculty of mind, represented by air. To the highest grade, that of Hierophant, represented by fire or spirit, are allocated all intuitional machines. Burchos notes that the purely physical plane system of initiations has been revived recently by certain occultists in America, who specialize only in the mastery of physical plane machines. The secret papers of the Monastery of the Seven Rays allude to a mysterious occult instrument which was known to the ancient Chinese as Kualun. Ntry little is said about this instrument, but it is known to have some connection with the fire snake. The Kualun is also known as the Mirwarfan Tasdik. It is made of fourth-dimensional substances which reflect and transmit the active and passive currents of radioactive energy in the astral light. On the streams of energy, that pass through the Kowloon are borne the messages to and from the fourth-dimensional world of astral magnetism. In the light of the fact that Bershow's ultimate aim is the absolute control of all magical systems, mundane and cosmic, it is not surprising that he has already established a ramifying network of occult influences ranging all over the globe, with specific power zones situated at Ecuador, Leogane, Haiti, Madrid, Chicago, and, through the affiliation of his cult of the Black Snake with the OTO, London and New York. The inner teachings of the cult reveal 7 major lines of evolution available to human beings. The Monastery of the 7 Rays epitomizes these 7 degrees of development and prepares consciousness for the final stage of its evolution on this planet. But there is a hidden or occult sense in which the lines of evolution refer to mutations of consciousness that will produce 7 distinct types of being during the present and subsequent aeon. According to an ancient magical tradition, the 7 phases or lines of evolution were originally presided over by one of the 7 stars of Ursa Major. Their culmination in the 8th or height was typified by the birth from the goddess of her male child, Set, whose powers are manifested by his twin brother, Horus, Lord of the present Aeon. The formula of the twins is of extreme importance, as has already been noted. The ancient genetrix Odujua supplied the type name or basal vibration of words such as Od, Adu, Aud. Vadu or voodoo embodies the same magical current. The Black Snake cult teaches that voodoo was the ancient religion of Atlantis and Lemuria and that it survives today at 2 occult centers, one at Leogane, Haiti, the other in the United States, Chicago. The teachings of the Black Snake are a development of the mysteries taught in the Monastery of the 7 Rays. These 2 centers represent the 2 forms of voodoo. The primitive form centers in Haiti, the more refined form, known as Voodoo Kabbalah in Chicago, Illinois. Sexual magic is the basis of both these centers, in which the fire snake is equated with sexual radioactivity, or astral magnetism. This is located in several bodily centers, viz., the base of the spine, the palms of the hands, and in the sexual centers themselves. This schema is based upon ancient African tradition which carried over remnants of Atlantean teaching. Atlantean sorcery achieved its apotheosis in our world system during the period of the Egyptian and Mayan civilizations. These 4 basic centers of sexual radioactivity radiate the most concentrated waves of astral energy known to occult science. The alchemists of the Afro-Voodoo tradition knew it as the radioactivitas sexualis, having 4 points of reference in the bodily power zones. As in Crowley's cult of Thelema represented by the OTO, the otic energies are released by a form of massage or magical masturbation which, according to Bershow's, stabilizes the astral field of the person and makes his magnetic force more harmonious and tranquil. This is, of course, why masturbation is resorted to in times of anxiety. It is a natural form of relaxation that is instinctively applied in everyday life. Sexual activity is the greatest form of therapy, because sexual radioactivity is the most powerful of the astral magnetic fields. This form of therapy can have a more than negative or tranquilizing effect. It can be used as a form of protection against sexual vampirism, which is exceedingly rife nowadays owing to the general breakdown of old-established codes of human behavior. Bershow's, who has had wide experience in social work and collateral fields of activity, is of the opinion that, now more than ever before, we are attracting sexual entities from the dimensions of past history whose lives depend upon the absorption of sexual radioactivity. A part of the liturgy of the Ecclesia Spiritualis Gnostica, which he composed, contains magical invocations which protect the magician from sexual vampirism during the course of his magical workings. The invocations are so constructed that the words form a mantric pattern charged with vibrations which form an impregnable shield against all such attacks. A wall of light encircles the magician, light charged with solar-phallic power drawn from the sun of our system. The denizens of the Cliffeth cannot appropriate the sexual fluids ejaculated at the moment of orgasm and, at the time when the positive and negative magnetic centers are most fully in conjunction and transmitting an almost metasexual and electrical radioactivity. When seen clairvoyantly, this wall appears as a scintillating shield of light. Crowley's version of this practice was the assumption of the god form of Harpocrates, an egg of vivid blue light flecked with gold, like a stainless summer sky shot through with beams of sunlight. Sexual vampires, seeing this radiant wall of light, are drawn precipitately towards it and dash themselves to pieces, or, if it is specially charged, are literally electrocuted on impact. This protective shield is so perfect in its impregnability that not even the masters can break through it. The shield continues in existence until such time as the magician banishes it by an act of will. At that time, the sexual energy accumulated within it explodes upon the outer atmosphere, creating a blinding flash of astral light which can destroy any harmful entities lurking in the vicinity. If not willfully dissolved, the astral shield will, after a matter of 7 or 8 hours, gradually lose its potency and deteriorate, emitting in the process a bluish-white vapor which is sometimes mistaken for sexual radioactivity in its newly released form. Bershows has noted the subtle shades of color characteristic of each phase of sexually radioactive emanations. Its hues change according to the stage of its evolution, the freshest being a blinding white light, whereas in the last stages of decay it seems to approach purple. Owing to its fugitive nature, sexual radioactivity is very difficult to analyze. It is therefore best studied while it is contained within the protective wall of light. The rationale of voodoo, which concerns primarily the manipulation of the odic energies in the human body, is therefore concerned also with sexual radioactivity. According to the Tantrics, the lunar vibration which emanates from the female during catamenia is also highly radioactive, and although the black snake cultists make no specific mention of this fact, Bershows' preoccupation with mysterious rooms and elixirs conveys the impression that the cult is not without its teachings on this matter, especially so when we consider the Shaktis or Furies that he gathers about him during the performance of his rites. Bershows draws attention to the fact that sexual radioactivity is not exactly identical with sexual fluid produced by the male at the point of orgasm. Sexual fluid is magical in an undeveloped sense, and must be bombarded by quicksilver and silver nitrate emanations, and under completely controlled conditions, before it can have the magical power some claim it to have. Here, I think we have a hint of the Kalas and the lunar Ophidian vibrations that play so important a part in the Kaula circle of the Tantrics.
10. The Cult of the Black Snake, La Couleuvre Noire 2.
Michael Bershows alludes to an ancient Atlantean proverb which states that at the time of orgasm the sexual organ shines like a magical mirror. He goes on to say, this is undoubtedly due to radioactivity, since the shine and the radioactivity are both forms of the astral light. Sexual radioactivity depends upon and can be produced only by a willed beaming of the sexual energies in astral dimensions. Coitus performed by the non-initiate therefore generates only a minimal quantity of radioactive energy, and this is swiftly dispersed by the operation of uncontrolled or chaotic thoughts and undisciplined imagination. In all forms of magic, the imagination or image-making faculty is the most important factor. The fully trained imagination is capable of prolonged and vivid visualization which becomes creative only after periods of intense magical discipline. In Crowley's formula of erotocomatose lucidity, spares practice of visualized sensation, fortunes power of dreaming true, Dalia's formula of obsessive paranoia critical activity. In my but such astrological considerations are not based upon the physical power zones and their influences. We do not pretend to be teaching astrology, which is divided up into various schools of conflicting methods and claims. We are concerned with giving the esoteric meanings in magic and metaphysics, which are associated with the symbols of the zodiac, for we deny the objective possibility of any valid astrological method, and contend that the influences of the stars is non-existent. For there is in reality only the influence of the symbols of consciousness within the spheres of inner and outer experience, which direct and link up the various energies and structures of awareness in meaningful and magical patterns. This is all that we are interested in. And again, it does not hold true that if a person is born on a certain day, he is automatically the sign that conventional astrology says he is. Rather, the sign or symbol of each person is determined entirely by esoteric factors alone. There is no physical method of astrology which holds valid for any one person, let alone the entire human race. That Crowley made similar reservations is clear from an entry in his magical record, dated November 21, 1914. If there be any truth in astrology, surely the moment of the birth of the elixir should determine its career. Therefore, let me invariably erect a figure genethliacal for the logos or semen at the moment of its creation from the elements that compose it. Initiates of the Black Snake cult use a special symbol as a springboard to the ethers, or extraterrestrial dimensions. It is known as a liberation symbol and is in the form of a fourth-dimensional cube, see illustration. Mental concentration on this symbol induces a deep autohypnosis which releases the astral body and enables it to pass through a certain part of the cube into other dimensions. It is interesting to note that some of the surrealists stumbled upon this method of astralization in the 1920s and earlier, as in the case of Austin Osman Spare. The experience is communicable. Many are they who, looking at a painting or listening to a piece of music, have shared the sensations of otherness, imparted to the work by the artists who created it. Unusual juxtapositions of color, a mysterious massing of shades, strange perspectives such as those introduced by Chirico or Delvaux, have the power to plunge the mind into eonic and nightmare abysses. The weird specters of Max Ernst, Delinean pavements haunted by the elongated shadows of dusk, Bershow's fourth-dimensional cubes and astral portraits of the deep ones from the gulfs of space, all are potent to release the mind from its mundane limitations, thus permitting the full flowering of the obsessive ideal. All the mantras of magic and the spells of sorcery are vibrated and cast with the intent of releasing consciousness from the thraldom of the physical body. The point of entry into unknown realms differs in the case of each individual who makes of the liberation symbol his point of departure, but once this point is discovered, the subtle body slips through the door with astonishing ease. It finds itself suddenly in a totally new world, yet one that is strangely familiar, and it is only after repeated entries and explorations that mastery of the new conditions is achieved. Powered by sexual magic, such a meditation generates a propulsive energy that flings the adept deeply into inner space. It is in the spaceless and timeless moment of projection through the point of entry that the adept sounds the depths and makes the sacred alignments. This is the indescribable moment that celebrates the birth of true imagination, that contradiction in terms that indicates the power, Shakti, at the root of creative occultism as exemplified by such adepts as Levi, Blavatsky, Crowley, Spare, Bershow's, etc. The constant exercise of this truly magical imagination develops a new faculty of apprehension which becomes cosmic in scope. The greatest works of art and therefore of magic are formulated and projected while the mind inhabits these unknown dimensions. This is the true mystique of genius, and it is one of the objects of the Black Snake cult to engender this genius at will. Michael Bershow's incarnated on January 21, 1935, the sun being in Capricorn and the moon in the sign of the beetle, both sun and moon being in magical conjunction. His ascendant, Leo, completes the triad of bestial signs that explains perhaps his affinity with the animal world and with the formula of atavistic resurgence that Spare made the pivot of his system. Spare's formula is developed by Bershow's in the curious degree of lycanthropia, which constitutes one of the 4 degrees of the couleuvre noir. It finds expression also in the Lovecraftian coven, which is led by a priestess of the Black Snake cult.
The Lovecraftian coven is inspired by the work of Howard Phillips Lovecraft, 1890-1937, the New England writer whose tales of horror rank equal to, if they do not surpass, those of Poe, Machen, Blackwood, and others. The major theme of Lovecraft's work concerns the Old Ones, gods who once ruled Earth and were banished to distant gulfs of space long aeons ago and who are ever seeking to return, and who, as in some of his tales, establish contact with human beings who further their designs. See particularly The Whisperer in Darkness in The Haunter of the Dark and Other Tales of Horror, London, 1950.
The coven is structured upon the basic law of sexual polarity. The female principle is represented by the beast of the sea, the sea-goat whose astrologue is Capricorn. In Lovecraft's Cthulhu mythos, this is represented by the brooding town of Innsmouth. The priestess, sun in Capricorn, moon in Scorpio, embodies the type of the sea Shakti, or fluid elixir, typified in turn by the Atlantine deities of which Dagon was the chief. She is mated with the male principle as the goat, sea beast, and the wild hair-covered were-animals that inhabit the great deep. The male principle is equated with the Dunwich country of Lovecraftian lore, the dark terrain whose degenerate inhabitants threw up from their midst the most loathsome and abhorrent atavisms. This magical current is concentrated in Shub-Niggurath, which, in Bershow's S-Coven, represents masculine energy in its blind and bestial form, the 1,000 young being the Shaktis or female vehicles of its manifestation. Bershow's, as High Priest, enacts the rite of lycanthropy by closing the circle, window, or cave through which the great old ones gain ingress. That is to say, he impregnates the priestess with the seed of the sea beast, thus co-creating with her the teratoma who manifests the atavisms latent in the deep. Ones, gods who once ruled Earth and were banished to distant gulfs of space long eons ago, and who are ever seeking to return, and who, as in some of his tales, establish contact with human beings who further their designs. See particularly The Whisperer in Darkness in The Haunter of the Dark and Other Tales of Horror, London, 1950. The coven derives from voodoo in the sense that it utilizes the rites of the left-hand path combined with the metaphysics of the Cthulhu mythos. This particular stratum of the voodoo current generates magical powers by the animation of the 16 genital centers, the power zones reflected into matter by the 16 metaphysical chakras of the cerebellum. Thus reflected or doubled, these are the 32 power zones of Urzili Frida, the voodoo equivalent of Kali. These 32 centers produce certain matings of force, upon which the tarot of the Ophidians rests for its divinatory powers. Certain vital power zones known as points chods, hot points, project the Shaktis or energies repra scented by the cards. This tarot resumes in symbol pictures the complete mechanism of Bershow's esoteric engineering as reflected in the lycanthropic Lovecraftian coven of the Black Snake cult. The magical current that has flowered in the fantastic art of Michael Bershow's produced, in Lovecraft's day, the weird creations of Clark Ashton Smith, and Austin Spare has also contributed to the genius of this current. The Lovecraftian coven is assumed to the seventh ray of the Monastery of the Seven Rays. This is the ray of ceremonial magic, and it forms a space-time corridor between Yuggoth, Pluto, and the ultimate trans-Neptunian planets represented on the Tree of Life by Kether and Chakma respectively. In 1973, Bershow's erected a Transugothian transmission station in his private residence to enable him to gain further material for future work on the planets and to establish contact with the space adepts, Zotherii, Genii, and Voodoo Bonpa spirits, from which he receives the communications embodied in his grade papers. He claims to have been instructed in modes of trafficking with these entities by Dr. Jean Main, his master and initial ewer, according to August Derleth, who continued the literary tradition of Lovecraft's Cthulhu mythos. Certain parts of Wisconsin contain specific Cthulhu power zones, the most potent of which lies about a deserted lake. A small group of initiates directed by Bershow's frequently visit this region with the intention of evoking the Deep Ones, whose point of entry to the earth plane lies within the lake itself. The rites are performed when the sun is in one of the water signs of the zodiac, Cancer, Scorpio, or Pisces. This attunes the magicians with the nature of the being evoked, Cancer and Scorpio being the best times for this type of working. And if Jupiter, Luna, and Pluto are also in these signs, the results are usually spectacularly successful, for the creatures then assume an almost tangible substance. Before the working begins, certain elemental calls are chanted and magical images are consecrated with the special culus of the sea priestesses. The most potent of these calls is a Creole French spell composed especially for use in the cultus of the Deep Ones. No musical instruments accompany the chant, which in itself is potent to build up the required forces. The cult of the Deep Ones flourishes in an atmosphere of moisture and coldness, the exact opposite of the fire and heat generated by the initial ceremonies, which include the lycanthropic rites that evoke the inhabitants of the lake. The participants at this stage actually immerse themselves in the ice-cold water, where a transference of sex-magical energy occurs between priests and priestesses while in that element. The device is common to gypsy witchcraft, where it combines with voodoo practices in which cold water is used to bring out female positivity or magnetism. The positive manifestation of female effluvia serves to evoke the positive manifestations in the male. Dion Fortune has elaborated the principles of this female-male dynamism in several of her novels. Bershow's extensive research into the mechanics of sexual magic have enabled him to formulate a particularly ingenious diagnosis of certain types of sexual inversion based on a detailed study of the chakras in the genital region. Many individual students of the occult seem to think that homosexuality is due to there being a female soul in a male body, or the reverse. This does not seem to be true if one means that a soul with a sexual disposition has reincarnated in a body having a sexual disposition other than the disposition of the soul, for the soul sheds sexuality at death. However, the occult development of the centers of magnetism, or the chakras, does show some possibility of sexual imbalance. For example, if certain chakras were more developed in a person than others, or developed in a sexual manner, then possibly Yesod I being stronger than Yesod II in a male, such a person might be led to practice as a passive sodomite. If the Kether II chakra, the throat, has a certain sexual hyperdevelopment, then the oral form of sexual intercourse is followed by the person passively. In both cases, passive homosexuality is the result, because the Cancer center or the phallic chakra of the sexual partner must be inserted into either the Yesod I or the Kether II center. Such a person, still assuming him to be basically a male, is in sexual behavior a female, having two vaginas, Yesod I and Kether II. In the sexual analysis of women, the vagina is under the rulership of the moon in Scorpio, whereas in men this rulership is attributed to the base of the spine. The sun in Cancer rules the phallus and the sun in Cancer rules the base of the spine in women. Thus, the sexual difference between man and woman occultly is the difference between the assigned rulerships of Yesod I and II. If it were otherwise, perfect magnetic attraction between the sexes would not be possible as long as the physical body was to be the instrument of occult energies. The Muladhara or basal center in man is the doorway to the astral world, to the realms inhabited by spirit entities, shells of the dead and the creatures of the cliffeth. The black snake adepts sometimes employ an ancient Tibetan technique for awakening the sleeping kundalini. To the base of the spine they apply an electromagnetic rod which galvanizes the erotic zones, at the same time preventing the liberated fire from raging downward and dissipating itself in the conflagration of self-destructive sensuality. The sexual power of this chakra is related directly to the astral world through the 4 basic lunar phases. The new moon represents the most vital aspect of the lunar current. Its energy is as yet virgin, unawakened. Its vitality is potential, latent not patent. This phase is related to the 3 water signs, Scorpio, Pisces, and Cancer, the occult, mystical, and creative signs respectively. The first quarter of the moon represents the building up and consolidating of power arising from the virgin or potential state. This phase is represented by the earthy or reifying signs, Taurus, Virgo, and Capricorn. Tamus is the astroglyph of brute strength, and its corresponding magnetism is of a heavy sensual kind. It is the sign of unadulterated sexual passion and lust, the sign that Crowley, as the Hierophant, adopted for his own particular tarot. The sexual magnetism of Virgo, on the other hand, is of the purely human kind, and, as a technical formula with reference to the genital chakra, represents the exercise of control of the seminal flow. Its formula is therefore that of Karetsa. Orgasm is suppressed or delayed in order to build up great electrical tension. It is in the Capricornian phase of the first lunar quarter that raw sexual magnetism is transformed into actual magical power through the ritual processes of initiation. As Taurus is the male, the bull, the Rayon, the beast, so Capricorn is the glyph of the scarlet woman with whom he mates in blasphemous bliss. In these 3 ways the lunar current, the epitome of collective astral magnetism, may be used for a. Atavistic resurgence, b. the buildup of occult energy via Karetsa, and c. spiritual transformation through sexual union with extraterrestrial entities, gods, demons, or spirits, which is why the great mystery schools teach of the god being born of a virgin having a divine father. This means that the pure woman has avoided the sensualism of Taurus and has fled to the temple of Capricorn, where the conception of the world savior has occurred. The full moon is related to the 3 fiery signs, Sagittarius, Aries, and Leo. This is the moon's 3rd quarter, and it relates primarily to the phenomenon of fullness in the alchemical sense, in which Sagittarius represents both the rain and the rainbow. The moon's last quarter is ruled by the Aries signs, Libra, Aquarius, and Gemini. Their analogues in the human organism provide the key to man's return to the gods. Libra represents the woman fulfilled. Aquarius is the star, the product of the woman who has come to Earth to liberate mankind. Gemini represents the twin nature of that star under the mythglyph of Set Horus, the negative and positive poles that surround the star. Whereas through Cancer, in the first lunar phase, man aspires to and achieves godhead. Through the last quarter ruled by the signs of air or space, the gods reach down to man and unite with him at the last quarter of the moon. Bershows has traced connective links between the Voodoo Loa and the Tibetan Tulkus of the Bonpa and Nyingmapa, the black sect of Lamuism. He equates the Gelugpas with the Arata Voodoo Loa, and the Karmapa with the Petro system, which exalts Urzeli Rouge et Noir, who is identical with the Scarlet Woman and the Tantric goddess Kalika. The Magical Revival contains a portrait by Crowley of an extraterrestrial intelligence named Lam. While working with the Bonpa current in the 1960s, Bershows contacted this entity. In a private communication dated August 26, 1973, he wrote, "Without a doubt this is the same being who worked with Lucien François Jean Main, when the latter organized the work of the Couleuvre Noir in the 1920s. It was then that the theory of the Pointschods 41 took on a very strongly tantric and oriental shamanistic form, and the term les cities was employed to represent a stage in the development of the Pointschods, such as lycanthropia, etc. This being, LAM 42 does possess an interesting magical system which he wishes us to make use of, and it is my intention to devote much time to presenting it in some outline. Bershows' researches establish an identity of practice, therefore, between the Tibetan mysteries of shamanistic Tantra and Haitian Voodoo. As previously noted, in August 1973, the Monastery of the Seven Rays and its inner cult La Couleuvre Noir officially accepted the law of Thelema, thus bringing it into line with the 93 Cunit as exemplified by Crowley and the OTO. In an article entitled Aleister Crowley and the Haitian Gnostics, Bershows, writing under the pseudonym of Frater Joseph, observes that there was already an order comparable to the OTO, of Karl Kellner and Theodore Roos. I refer to the order and rite created by Toussaint Louverture, which drew upon French Kabbalism, Illuminism, and Dahomean African currents. Bershows goes on to say that the mysteries of voodoo are close to the 8 and 9 degree work of the OTO. The mysteries de la solitude and marriage mystique, and he shows how the addition by Crowley of an XLTH degree paralleled certain highly esoteric mysteries of voodoo, both of which prove that there was a development or evolution of the theories of sexual magic, and that there existed secret degrees of attainment not contemplated by the founders of these occult movements. In Aleister Crowley and the Hidden God, I have analyzed the XLTH degree, both in relation to Crowley's interpretation of it, which I there question, and to its esoteric significance as suggested by the comparison of its mysteries with various ancient traditions. The point sought to be made here is that both voodoo and tantric systems alike, that is to say, African and Oriental arcane schools, accept and practice the more developed sexual workings represented by Crowley's OTO, no less than by the OTOA, founded by Lucien François Jean Main in 1921-2 on OTO lines and incorporating Haitian voodoo elements drawn from the cult of the Black Snake. Apart from the similarity, if not actual identity, of the sexomagical workings performed in the OTO and the OTOA, the Monastery of the Seven Rays and the Black Snake cult teachings also make it clear that they are in essential agreement with the political program in the outer summarized by Crowley in Liber Osvel LLXXVII. Bershows has the following to say in the monastery's second-year course. The new yoga or skin-to-skin immediate presence, of skin blending into skin, of bodies melting into one wonderfully muscular organ, of oils, perspiration, and bodily liquids achieving this physical, this very natural, this completely uninhibited molding by the genius of cosmic artistry, yes, this new yoga of the new living matter, yes, this new form of generating physical identity, yes, this vulgarization of the innermost teachings of the Brotherhood of the Monastery of the Seven Rays, yes, this will serve to save humanity from those who would seek to prohibit and to inhibit, to suppress and to repress, in a word, clothe the basic drive of creative genius which man shares with the animals, who have never lost their power to create because their bodies have never been stifled in the unnaturalness of clothing and custom. The new freedom of contemporary youth is based upon their unconscious perception of the basic truth behind the universe. There should be no inhibition, which serves only to prohibit creative thinking. It was once thought that by means of the practice of inhibition, creative genius would be possible because the energy ordinarily expended in sexual activity could be used to a creative end in art or literature. We now know this to be false, as the writing and art of those most sexually active are the greater of the works of genius. Michelangelo, Renoir, Moreau, Redon, Huysmans, de Goncourt, Baudelaire, Proust, etc. Therefore, the older notion of repression being the prelude to genius is and always was incorrect, if not hopelessly dangerous. The monastery of the Seven Rays, therefore, opposes the older Puritan ethics, which was so widely taught, and which still is taught by occult schools of thought.
11. The Sorceries of Zeus, Occultaudiobook Spare.
Sorcery and witchcraft are the degenerate offspring of occult traditions coeval with those described in the second chapter. The popular conception of witchcraft, shaped by the anti-Christian manifestations that occurred in the Middle Ages, is so distorted and so inadequate that to try and interpret the symbols of its mysteries, perverted and debased as they are, without reference to the vastly ancient systems from which they derive is like mistaking the tip of an iceberg for its total mass. It has been suggested by some authorities that the original witches sprang from a race of Mongol origin of which the Lapps are the sole surviving remnants. This may or may not be so, but these Mongols were not human. They were degenerate survivals of a pre-human phase of our planet's history generally, though mistakenly classified as Atlantean. The characteristic that distinguished them from others of their kind was the ability to project consciousness into animal forms, and the power they possessed of reifying thought forms. The bestiaries of all the races of the earth are littered with the results of their sorceries. They were non-human entities, that is to say they predated the human life wave on this planet, and their powers, which would today appeal unearthly, derived from extraspatial dimensions. They impregnated the aura of the earth with the magical seed from which the human fetus was ultimately generated. Arthur Machen was, perhaps, near the truth of the matter when he suggested that the fairies and little people of folklore were decorous devices concealing processes of non-human sorcery repellent to mankind. Machen, Blackwood, Crowley, Lovecraft, Fortune, and others frequently used as a theme for their writings the influx of extraterrestrial powers which have been molding the history of our planet since time began. That is, since time began for us, for we are only too prone to suppose that we were here first and that we alone are here now, whereas the most ancient occult traditions affirm that we were neither the first nor are we the only ones to people the earth. The great old ones and the elder gods find echoes in the myths and legends of all peoples. Austin Spare claimed to have had direct experience of the existence of extraterrestrial intelligences, and Crowley, as his autobiography makes abundantly clear, devoted a lifetime to proving that extraterrestrial and superhuman consciousness can and does exist independently of the human organism. As explained in Images and Oracles of Austin Osman Spare, Spare was initiated into the vital current of ancient and creative sorcery by an aged woman named Patterson, who claimed descent from a line of Salem witches. The formation of Spare's cult of the Zos and the Kia owes much to his contact with witch Patterson, who provides the model for many of his sabbatic drawings and paintings. Much of the occult lore that she transmitted to him suffuses two of his books, The Book of Pleasure and The Focus of Life. In the last years of his life, he embodied further esoteric researches in a grimoire which he had intended publishing as a sequel to his two other books. Although death prevented its publication, the manuscript survives, and the substance of the grimoire forms the basis of this chapter. Spare concentrated the theme of his doctrine in the following affirmation creed of Zos vel Thanatos. I believe in the flesh as now and forever, for I am the light, the truth, the law, the way, and none shall come unto anything except through his flesh. Did I not show you the eclectic path between ecstasies, that precarious funambulatory way? But you had no courage, were tired, and feared. Then awake, to hypnotize yourselves from the poor reality you be-live and be-lie. For the great noontide is here, the great bell has struck. Let others await involuntary immolation, the forced redemption so certain for many apostates to life. Now, in this day I ask you to search your memories, for great unities are near. The inceptor of all memory is your soul. Life is desire, death its reformation. I am the resurrection. I, who transcend ecstasy by ecstasy, meditating need not be in self-love. This creed, informed by the dynamism of Spare's will and his great ability as an artist, created a cult on the astral plane that attracted to itself all the elements naturally orientated to it. He referred to it as Zos Kia Cultus, and its votaries claimed affinity on the following terms. Our sacred book, the Book of Pleasure. Our path, the eclectic path between ecstasies, the precarious funambulatory way. Our deity, the all-prevailing woman. And I strayed with her into the path direct, our creed, the living flesh. Zos. Again I say, this is your great moment of reality, the living flesh. Our sacrament, the sacred in-betweenness concepts. Our word, does not matter, need not be. Our eternal abode, the mystic state of neither, the atmospheric one. Gia. Our law to trespass all laws. Continues in a straight line not only the Petro tradition of voodoo, but also the Vama Marg of Tantra, with its 8 directions of space typified by the Yentra of the black goddess, Kali. The cross of the 4 quarters plus the in-betweenness concepts that together compose the 8-fold cross, the 8-petaled lotus, a synthetic symbol of the goddess of the 7 stars plus her sun, Set or Sirius. The mechanics of the new sexuality are based upon the dynamics of the death posture, a formula evolved by Spare for the purpose of reifying the negative potential in terms of positive power. In ancient Egypt, the mummy was the type of this formula, and the simulation by the adept of the state of death in tantric practice involves also the total stilling of the psychosomatic functions. The formula has been used by adepts not necessarily working with specifically tantric or magical formulae, notably by the celebrated Advaitin Rishi, Bhagwan Sri Ramana Maharshi of Tiruvannamalai, who attained supreme enlightenment by simulating the processes of death, and also by the Bengal Vaishnavite Thakur Hernath, who was taken for dead and actually prepared for burial after a death trance, which lasted several hours and from which he emerged with a totally new consciousness that transformed even his bodily constitution and appearance. It is possible that Sri Meher Baba of Pune, during the period of amnesia that afflicted him in early life, also experienced a form of death from which he emerged with power to enlighten others and to lead a large movement in his name. The theory of the death posture, first described in the Book of Pleasure, was developed independently of the experiences of the above-mentioned masters about whom nothing was published in any European language at that time. The Rosicrucian mystique of the Pastas containing the corpse of Christian Rosenkreutz, dramatized by MacGregor Mathers in the 50=6n ceremony of the Golden Dawn, resumes the mystery of this essentially Egyptian formula of the mummified Osiris. Spare was acquainted with this version of the mystery. He became a member of Crowley SA/A. For a brief period in 19X0 and the Golden Dawn rituals, published shortly afterwards in the Equinox Asterisk, may have Loreen available to him. The concepts of death and sexuality are inextricably connected. Saturn, death, and Venus, life, are twin aspects of the goddess. That they are, in a mystical sense, one idea is evidenced by the nature of the sexual act. The dynamic activity connected with the drive to know, to penetrate, to illumine, culminates in a stillness, a silence, a cessation of all effort which itself dissolves in the tranquility of total negation. The identity of these concepts is explicit in the ancient Chinese equation 0 is equal to 2, where naught symbolizes the negative, unmanifest potential of creation, and the two polarities involved in its realization. The goddess represents the negative phase, the atmospheric, I symbolized by the all-seeing eye with all its eye-in symbolism, and the twins, Set Horus, represent the phase of 2, or duality. The lightning-swift alternations of these terminals, active-passive, are positive emanations of the void, i.e., the manifestation of the unmanifest, and the hand is the symbol of this creative, power-manifesting duality. The supreme symbol of Zos Kia cultist therefore resumes that of the Scarlet Woman, and is reminiscent of Crowley's cult of love under will. The Scarlet Woman embodies the fire snake, control of which causes change to occur in conformity with will. The energized enthusiasm of the will is the key to Crowley's cult, and it is analogous to the technique of magically induced obsession which Spare uses to reify the inherent dream. One of the foremost magicians of our time, Salvador Dali, developed a system of magical reification at about the same time that Crowley and Spare were elaborating their doctrines. Dali's system of paranoia critical activity evokes echoes of resurgent atavisms that are reflected into the concrete world of images by a process of obsession similar to that induced by the death posture. Dali's birth in 1904, the year in which Crowley received the Book of the Law, makes him, literally, a child of the new aeon, one of the first. His creative genius adumbrates at every stage of its flight the flowering of the essential germ that has made of him a living embodiment of new aeon consciousness, and of the kingly man described in A.L. Dali's objects are reflected in the fluid and ever-shifting luminosity of the astral light. They resolve themselves and melt continually into the next step, the next phase of consciousness expanding into the further image of becoming.
Note, Crowley defined the great work in terms of the next step, implying that the great work is not a remote and mysterious thing, unattainable by humans, but the realization of the here and now, and attention to immediate reality. Both Spare and Crowley castigated the prevaricators who, scared of the idea of work, looked to the future life and the unattainable instead of seizing reality and living now. O babblers, prattlers, loquacious ones! Liam first, what is work? And the great work is not so far beyond. The Book of Lies, chapter 52.
In Theory and Practice was written mainly in 1920 in Cefalu, where illustrial Leah Herzig supplied the magical impetus, and so on, up to the New Aeon interpretation of the Tarot, the Book of Thoth, which he produced in collaboration with Frida Harris in 1944. Dali S. Shakti Gala was the channel through which the inspiring creative current was fixed or visualized in some of the greatest paintings the world has seen. And in the case of Austin Spare, the fire snake assumed the form of Mrs. Patterson, a self-confessed witch who embodied the sorceries of a cult so ancient that it was old in Egypt's infancy. Spare's grimoire is a concentration of the entire body of his work. Comprises, in a sense, everything of magical or creative value that he ever thought or imagined. Thus, if you possess a picture by Zos, and that picture contains some of his sigillized spells, you possess the whole grimoire, and you stand a great chance of being swept up and attuned to the vibrations of Zoskia cultus. A little-known aspect of Spare, an aspect that links up with his friendship with Thomas Burke, reveals the fact that a curious Chinese occult society, known as the Cult of the Coup, flourished in London in the 1920s. Its headquarters may have been in Peking, Spare did not say, perhaps he did not know. But its London offshoot was not in Limehouse as one might have expected, but in Stockwell, not far from a studio flat that Spare shared with a friend. A secret session of the Cult of the Coup was witnessed by Spare, who seems to have been the only European ever to have gained admittance. He does, in fact, seem to have been the only European apart from Burke who had so much as heard of the cult. Spare's experience is of exceptional interest by reason of its close approximation to a form of dream control into which he was initiated many years earlier by Witch Patterson. The word KO has several meanings in Chinese, but in this particular case it denotes a peculiar form of sorcery involving elements which Spare had already incorporated in his conception of the new sexuality. The adepts of Ku worshipped a serpent goddess in the form of a woman dedicated to the cult. During an elaborate ritual she would become possessed, with the result that she threw off, or emanated, multiple forms of the goddess as sentient shadows endowed with all the charms possessed by her human representative. These shadow women, impelled by some subbed law of attraction, gravitated to one or other of the devotees who sat in a drowsy condition around the entranced priestess. Sexual congress with these shadows then occurred, and it was the beginning of a sinister form of dream control involving journeys and encounters in infernal regions. The Ku would seem to be a form of the fire snake exteriorized astrally as a shadow woman or succubus, congress with which enabled the devotee to reify his inherent dream. She was known as the whore of hell, and her function was analogous to that of the Scarlet Woman of Crowley's cult, the Suvasini of the Tantric Kaula circle, and the fiendess of the cult of the Black Snake. The Chinese Ku, or harlot of hell, is a shadowy embodiment of subconscious desires concentrated in the alluringly sensuous form of the serpent or shadow goddess. The mechanics of dream control are in many ways similar to those which affect conscious astral projection. My own system of dream control derives from two sources: the formula of eroto-comatose lucidity discovered by Ida Neladoff and adapted by Crowley to his sex magical techniques, and Spare's system of sentient sigils explained below. Sleep should be preceded by some form of carezza during which a specially chosen sigil symbolizing the desired object is vividly visualized. In this manner, the libido is balked of its natural fantasies and seeks satisfaction in the dream world. When the knack is acquired, the dream will be extremely intense and dominated by a succub or shadow woman, with whom sexual intercourse occurs spontaneously. If the dreamer has acquired even a moderate degree of proficiency in this technique, he will lie aware of the continued presence of the sigil. This he should bind upon the form of the succube in a place that is within range of his vision during copulation, e.g., as a pendant suspended from her neck, as eardrops, or as the diadem in a circlet about her brow. Its locus should be determined by the magician with respect to the position he adopts during coitus. The act will then assume all the characteristics of a ninth-degree working, because the presence of the shadow woman will be experienced with a vivid intensity of sensation and clarity of vision. The sigil thus becomes sentient, and in due course the object of the working materializes on the physical plane. This object is, of course, determined by the desire embodied in and represented by the sigil. The important innovation in this system of dream control lies in the transference of the sigil from the waking to the dream state of consciousness, and the evocation, in the latter state, of the shadow woman. This process transforms an eighth-degree right into the similitude of the sexual act as used in ninth-degree workings. Briefly, the formula has 3 stages. 1. Carezza, or unculminating sexual activity, with visualize a tie-in of the sigil until sleep supervenes. 2. Sexual congress in the dream state with the shadow woman evoked by stage I. The sigil should appear automatically at this second stage. If it does not, the practice must be repeated at another time. If it does, then the desired result will reify in stage 3. After awakening, i.e., in the mundane world of everyday phenomena. A word of explanation is, perhaps, necessary concerning the term carezza as used in the present context. Retention of semen is a concept of central importance in certain tantric practices, the idea being that the bindu, seed, then breeds astrally, not physically. In other words, an entity of some sort is brought to birth at astral levels of consciousness. This and analogous techniques have given rise to the impression, quite erroneous, that celibacy is a sine qua non of magical success. But such celibacy is of a purely local character and confined to the physical plane or waking state alone. Celibacy, as commonly understood, is therefore a meaningless parody or travesty of the true formula. Such is the initiated rationale of tantric celibacy, and some such interpretation undoubtedly applies also to other forms of religious asceticism. The temptations of the saints occurred on the astral plane precisely because the physical channels had been deliberately blocked. The state of drowsiness noted in the votaries of the coup suggests that the ensuing shadow play was evoked after a fashion similar to that obtained by a species of dream control. Gerald Massey, Aleister Crowley, Austin Spare, Dion Fortune have, each in their way, demonstrated the biochemical basis of the mysteries. They achieved in the sphere of the occult that which Wilhelm Reich achieved for psychology, and established it on a sure biochemical basis. Spare's sentient symbols and alphabet of desire, correlating as they do the marmus of the body with the specific sex principles, anticipated in several ways the work of Reich, who discovered, between 1936 and 1939, the vehicle of psychosexual energy, which he named the orgone. Reich's singular contribution to psychology and, incidentally, to Western occultism, lies in the fact that he successfully isolated the libido and demonstrated its existence as a tangible biological energy. This energy, the actual substance of Freud's purely hypothetical concepts, libido and ID, was measured by Reich, lifted out of the category of hypothesis and reified. He was, however, wrong in supposing that the orgone was the ultimate energy. It is one of the more important kalas, but not the supreme kala, mahakala, although it may become such by virtue of a process not unknown to tantrics of the Vama Marg. Until comparatively recent times it was known, in the West, to the Arab alchemists, and the entire body of alchemical literature, with its tortuous terminology and hieroglyphic style, reveals, if it reveals anything, a deliberate device on the part of initiates to veil the true process of distilling the Mahakala. Reich's discovery is significant because he was probably the first scientist to place psychology on a solid biological basis, and the first to demonstrate under laboratory conditions the existence of a tangible magical energy at last measurable and therefore strictly scientific. Whether this energy is termed the astral light, Levi, the Elon vital, Bergson, the odic force, Reichenbach, the libido, Freud, Reich was the first, with the possible exception of Reichenbach, actually to isolate it and demonstrate its properties. Austin Spare suspected, as early as 1913, that some such energy was the basic factor in the reactivization of primal atavisms, and he treated it accordingly as cosmic energy, the atmospheric eye, responsive to subconscious suggestion through the medium of sentient symbols, and through the application of the body, zoes, in such a way that it could reify remote atavisms and all possible future forms. During the time that he was preoccupied with these themes, Spare dreamed repeatedly of fantastic buildings, whose alignments he found quite impossible to note down on waking. He supposed them to be adumbrations of a future geometry of spacetime bearing no known relation to present-day forms of architecture. Eliphaz Levi claimed a similar power of reification for the astral light, but he failed to show the precise manner of its manipulation. It was to this end that Spare evolved his alphabet of desire, each letter of which relates to a sex principle. That is to say, he noted certain correspondences between the inner movements of the sexual impulse and the outer form of its manifestation in symbols, sigils, or letters rendered sentient by being charged with its energy. Dali refers to such magically charged fetish forms as accommodations of desire, which are visualized as shadowy voids, black emptinesses, each having the shape of the ghostly object which inhabits its latency, and which is only by virtue of the fact that it is not. This indicates that the origin of manifestation is non-manifestation, and it is plain to intuitive apprehension that the orgone of Reich, the atmospheric eye of Austin Spare, and the Delinean delineations of the accommodations of desire refer in each case to an identical energy manifesting through the mechanics of desire. Desire, energized will, and obsession are the keys to unlimited manifestation, for all form and all power is latent in the void, and its God form is the death posture. These theories have their roots in very ancient practices, some of which, in a distorted form, provided the basis of the medieval witch cult, covens of which flourished in New England at the time of the Salem witch trials at the end of the 17th century. The subsequent persecutions apparently obliterated all outer manifestations both of the genuine cult and its debased counterfeits. The principal symbols of the original cult have survived the passage of aeon-long cycles of time. They all suggest the backward way: the Sabbath sacred to Sevek or Set, the number 7, the moon, the cat, jackal, hyena, pig, black snake, and other animals considered unclean by later traditions, the Widdershins and back-to-back dance, the anal kiss, the number 13, the witch mounted on the besom handle, the bat, and other forms of webbed or winged nocturnal creature, the batrachia generally, of which the toad, frog, or Hecht was preeminent.
Note: Hecate, the witch or transformer from dark to light, as the tadpole of the waters to the frog of dry land, as the dark and baleful moon of witchcraft to the full bright orb of magical radiance and enchantment exemplified for Spare by Witch, Patterson, who changed from the hag to the virgin before his eyes. See Images and Oracles of Austin Osman Spare, 1975.
These and similar symbols originally typified the Draconian tradition, which was degraded by the pseudo-witch cults during centuries of Christian persecution. The mysteries were profaned and the sacred rites were condemned as anti-Christian. The cult thus became the repository of inverted and perverted religious rites and symbols having no inner meaning, mere affirmations of the witch's total commitment to anti-Christian doctrine, whereas, originally, they were living emblems, sentient symbols of anti-Christian faith. When the occult significance of primal symbols is fathomed at the Draconian level, the system of sorcery which Spare evolved through contact with which Patterson becomes explicable, and all magical circles, sorceries, and cults are seen as manifestations of the shadow.